Wait, wait, wait.
Wait for
Hasan Abi.
This much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Abi, and this is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is another fantastic day. It's hump day, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's hump day. And I am looking jacked today. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Okay. That's not a paid chatter. Someone actually said that. I'm looking jacked today because it was upper body push day, baby. It was upper body push day. And let me tell you, I was putting those weights up. And I'll tell you all about it, as a matter of fact, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Since yesterday, I didn't get to actually do the regular, order of business that I normally engage in. Folks, let's talk about my personal news, because this is where I do that. I do that in the beginning of the broadcast. All right. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming and press the start streaming button, a lot happens in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. This is for all my parasocialists out there who are like, Hasan, give us more. I need to know more. You are live like 10 hours every fucking day. Okay, you are live for 10 hours every goddamn day, but I still want to know what you do in the other, 14 hours that you're not live, right? And that's where we're at. So, for all the parasocialists out there, last night I ended the broadcast. And what did I do? I ended the broadcast after 10 hours of giving you real-time commentary. Okay, balls to the freaking wall. The bat happened last night between JD Vance and Tim Walz. Okay. And what did I do after that? What did I do? What did I do after ending the debate? Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you what I did. Okay. I watched Wano at One Piece. It's One Piece update time, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MPs. It hasn't happened in a very long time, but let me tell you, it is happening now. Last night, I got to the final stage of Wano. Episode 1079, I believe, is what I'm at this point, and the Wano sequence basically ends at 1085. So there's like 4 or 5 extra episodes left, but like the main fights are over. And I got to see something very important. I got to see the Drums of Liberation. I got to see Gear 5. I got to see Joy Boy, the Sun God, Wukong. And let me tell you something, okay? That shit was incredible, okay? I heard a lot of people criticizing Gear 5. Okay? I heard a lot of people criticizing Gear 5, saying it's weak, saying it's lame, saying it's too goofy. I think people are stupid. I think people are dumb for saying that. What's the better transformation? Super Saiyan, bro. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, which is ironic because they're both Wukong. They both draw inspiration from Wukong. But like, yeah, Super Saiyan is the peak transformation. Like, there's no, I'm sorry. I love One Piece. I think One Piece holds very well. I love it a lot. Okay. It has a very special place in my heart. I love the politics of it. I love the world building on it. But yeah, no, I think like Super Saiyan is the transformation. Most people are wrong. It was goofy, not because it's Gear 5, but because Gear 5 is so much stronger than Kaido. Goofiness is required, so the fight lasts. No, I think it's perfect to be goofy. It's freedom. It's very Luffy. Luffy's a goofy character, bro. That's it. Like, he's never gonna be cool, okay? He's always gonna be a silly guy. And I think it's a yeah, he goes Toon Force. He goes Looney Tunes on him. All up and down his ass, dude. Insane how you still haven't been banned. What? Dog, at a certain point, I'm just gonna point you to like the New York Times or I don't know, the Daily Trojan doing an article on the event that I did at USC. Just for you to like fucking remove yourself from the echo chamber that you're stuck inside of, to understand that in the real world, people don't fucking see me the way that you see me, okay? There is a reason why when I have fucking academics on, or when I have journalists on the broadcast who are celebrated, award-winning journalists, they're like, hey man, we love what you're doing. You're doing a great job. And it's not because like, they don't see what you see. It's because their brains are not broken. Okay? Like, I'm sick and tired of this fucking weird, like, echo chamber nonsense where people are just basically like, dude, I don't understand why nobody hates this guy in the same severity that we do. And it's like, yeah, at that point, you probably have to recognize that you might be in a fucking hug box. You might be the one who is echo chambered. I know shit looks very different on Twitter. Okay, I get it. But please, for the love of Christ, for the love of Allah, for the love of Yahweh, whatever you believe in, okay, just get yourself out of these fucking weird echo chambers and you will become a more normal human being, okay? Anyway. His character is made to be free from the state. His Gear 5 is anarchist mode that doesn't confirm that a binary of One Piece actual true freedom, not that liberal bullshit. So where were we? Hey, majority report. Thank you. Speaking of which, there you go. Here's another community, another group of people that have some great points of view. You're not beating the outfit repeater allegations, bestie. Yeah, I mean, this is a staple fit, okay? And the pants are different. Same room, same dog sleeping, and same outfit, same hairstyle, same glasses. The jewelry is a little bit different, but not really that much different. My pants are different. But yeah, point is, did bro say Gear 5 Luffy is an anarchist? Nah, he's an ML with Maoist thought. Okay. All jokes aside, before that guy fucking ruined the parasocialist update by being like, why are you still not banned? Zin Tower got smaller? Maybe. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So Wano is really good, man. Yeah, I mean, it's really good and it's really bad. It's really good because, like, the payoff is fantastic. Okay? But it's really bad because it's fucking 4 years long. It takes 4 years. It takes 4 years to come to fruition. And I think it is completely unacceptable. It is honestly, no spoilers, but like, it's just ridiculous how long it took to get there. The pacing is so bad. There's so much reused assets over and over again. It just like hurt my brain watching it. And I'm not going to lie, I developed a little bit of resentment towards the show. Like, it kept me going because I trust Oda. Okay? Because of my endless trust in Oda and the fact that this fandom is so robust, so large, so passionate, I was like, well, it's got to be good. But that's never a good thing. You never should find yourself thinking, I don't know if I want to keep watching this. And I did. Throughout Wano, I did. And it was most likely, I would say that Wano was the arc that I was most excited about as a weeb. Wano is the most exciting arc for me because it's like, this is supposed to be like Japan. There's so much commentary on like basically industrial eco-terrorism and weapons manufacturing and like endless war and how that benefits people in positions of power. Like, that's literally what Wano is about. It's also, as is the case with every fucking arc in One Piece, about punching people that do that really hard in the face. Okay? Like, the most active and best possible solution is like punching these like evil capitalist weapons manufacturers in the face really fucking hard over and over and over again until they submit, which is like basically the that's every arc, really. And like I said, it was just sad that the reused assets and everything made me like genuinely not want to watch the fucking anime at a certain point. But the ending, it brought me back in. Now I totally understand why Matt said, Matt Owens, the director of the One Piece live action. Kaya, please, the fuck are you doing? I get why he said that it wasn't his favorite. I get why. Zora Peak, though. A couple things I want to say in terms of like Toei. Maybe it's the way that the manga is designed too, and Toei like also is abiding by it. Like, no disrespect to Goda, but dude, I want to know about Kaido's background before the last episode, okay? I want to know about Kaido's ambitions before, like, they slammed all of that shit. They backloaded it so fucking hard. It makes me so mad. It's like, bro, it would have made me feel infinitely more invested if I knew more about what was going on with the Rook Pirates, with Lin Lin, you know? Also, Kaido, 100% Israel, okay? I'm sorry, it don't matter. Like, his behavior, the way he acts, so is Lin Lin, okay? They are so Israel coded. They are so goddamn Israel coded. It's crazy. Or not Rook Pirates, sorry, Rock Pirates. You'll forgive it all when you go to the next arc. Explain why Israel coded Big Bad literally comes into a land with his boys, straight up fucking ritualistically humiliates the indigenous population, and gets his own like spoiler fake governance to be placed on top of them, but like everybody knows he's the one who's like basically running the show, exploits them for their labor, enslaves them. Okay, I mean, it's also America, but Israel is America. Yeah, poisoning the fucking water resources, poisoning the natural resource to create weapons, dude. I mean, come on. It's literally America. It's literally Israel. The only thing that I will say, the way that it makes it even more Israel or more America is that Kaido is also weirdly not transphobic about his son. And I don't really fully understand the situation with Yamato. because like I don't know why Oda drew Yamato with the biggest titties of all time. Okay. Like that shit makes no sense. Like I don't fully understand what's going on there. I don't know if like Yamato is trans or not. I don't really get it, but it's weird to see Kaido respect Yamato's pronouns. Oda doesn't know either. Yeah, Yamato is like Gen Z, bro. Yamato is Gen Z. Like, it's not even like a they them type situation. We're talking like Oden. Yamato be like, my pronouns are O and Den, you know? That type of shit. I don't know what the fuck's happening there. I don't get it. Anyway, it's even more confusing because there are two straight up trans samurai this arc. I know. And they're also like not trans, kind of. But yeah. I love Yamato though. Like Yamato's great. Great character. Weird with the I'm Odin shit. I don't fully understand it, but also great. Like simultaneously fantastic character. Anyway, hold on. I got your text message. What's up? The list for what? Oh, for food? Should I get him food? Oh, I didn't. He wants snacks? What kind of snacks does he want? Orange juice. Yeah, I got it. I can get him orange juice. I'll just order it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. All right. Perfect. That's great. You're coming here, right? Oh, wait, can you get it? Actually, can you get the snacks that they want? All right. All right. I'll offer him some other stuff too. All right. Perfect. Bye. Okay. Motaz is gonna be here in the building, as a matter of fact, and I'm gonna talk to him about all this stuff in a little bit. We're gonna be interviewing him. Shouts out to Frogan for setting that up. That was fantastic. We've been working on this for a while. Yeah, Motaz is gonna be in the cancel house, dude. He's gonna see the house that socialism built. We'll do the recap of the debate afterwards, obviously. I mean, this is a major deal for me. It's a major deal for this platform in general. This is a person who has basically survived genocide. This is a person who has survived genocide. This is a person who is a very famous photojournalist. What is happening right now? There is something very frustrating that I'm experiencing currently. Okay? Hella people are just like sending me shit. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway. Um. Oh, and Kaya's groomer is here. That's crazy. You can come inside. Doors open. Okay. Goddamn. Does Timasius have a playlist? I'm gonna blast off. I'm gonna do all that shit. I haven't had time to do any of it right now. I'm going to. God damn it. There's so much happening. Holy shit. Okay. We will do all of this. Why is everything happening at once? I'm getting overstimulated. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the damn thing. Okay, 1 second. Fuck! Why is everything happening at the same time? Okay. Hold on. 1 second. Everything is happening all at once at the same time. Okay. I had to give Kaya to the groomer. Okay, I'm breathing. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Okay, so let's blast off. Son, I beg you to get an assistant, please. You will crash and burn if you don't. I know you said you don't need one, but you do, man. I'm sorry. Okay, how about you calm down? My brother, you literally can hire an assistant. Stop inflicting yourself. I don't want that. Okay. Everybody calm down. Okay. Everybody calm down. I'm good. Everybody calm down right now. Cool it. Eric, all right. VP debate recap. Motaz in the building in at 1 p.m. Pacific. ILA port strike. Iran x Israel and much more. Okay. Felix will also be here later. Get in now. Dude, this is a big day. We got a big old day today. We got a whole bunch of stuff. No, I feel that the best way to get stuff done is to not rely on anyone. No, I do rely on people. I got Frogan. She's the one who's helping me with this. Okay. Lots of viewers in the VP debate. Ad Impact estimates that last night's vice presidential debate had a total viewership of 6.7 million, with the peak viewership reaching 52 million. Yeah, but that's like online, right? I want to know what the ratings are because I want to see like how much interest was on this debate in general. Anyway, here it is. We're blasting off. Busiest week I've seen in a minute. The peak for the presidential debate for me was like, I think 170,000 viewers. But the peak for this debate was like 103,000 viewers or something. But that's normal. I didn't even expect 100,000 people to watch. Please educate my primitive mind on who the hell Motaz is. Yes, dude. Motaz Aziza is a genocide survivor and a very famous photojournalist. He is one of the people that was responsible for documenting the early days of the Israeli genocide in Gaza. Okay? He is literally a genocide survivor. He is currently touring the United States of America alongside UNRWA, fundraising for UNRWA. We have a fundraising link as well in the chat. You can donate to UNRWA if you would like in that time frame. Okay? This is a big deal for me. And it's massive. He was on Time's list of most influential people in 2024. Yes. Let me see where the link is. Yeah, here it is. I'll put it in the mod chat. Or hopefully Frogan can do it, but we'll put that in there as well. Okay. We had him come and do a talk here a month ago in Derry, Ireland. Nice. Is Motaz our guest? Wait, what's happening? Yes, Motaz is going to be in the building in a little bit, okay? In a little bit. Yes. I think a lot of you don't understand the severity of such things. I think a lot of you don't appreciate, I would say, like how insane it is. Like yesterday I had an academic, today I have Motaz on. I regularly have journalists on. Like I think people just like kind of take this shit for granted. They think I'm some fucking random dickhead sometimes, okay? Anyway, probably because I keep fucking, it's most likely because I keep, you know, serving 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. Too bad you're a grifter for the right wing. Yeah. Classic right wing sentiments that I hold, like, you know, being anti-genocide and stuff like that. You call yourself a random dumb guy, Lamont? I know, but you know, there's I have a headache. I don't even want to think about this right now, okay? Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. I'm running it right now. I'm a little lost in the sauce. I'm a little all over the place, and I apologize for it. I'm gonna try to get my shit in order real quick. But yeah, we're gonna do a debate recap after talking about. Actually, no, you know what? We'll do Israel, Hezbollah, that kind of stuff in a little bit. Let's do the debate recap first.
Just 34 days to go until Election Day. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance taking the stage at the sole vice presidential debate hosted by CBS.
So, right off the jump, I have a lot of thoughts on the debate, okay? Many people want to hear what my like immediate approach was or what my overall understanding of the debate was, okay? And it was soul-sucking. It was shitty. I hated it, okay? I hated it for a bunch of different reasons. Number one, it ended up presenting J.D. Vance like a normal human being, which is really fucked up. Okay, you ran an ad 10 minutes ago, loser. Okay, just, you know, let's get people to shut the fuck up a little bit. I'm just going to ban a bunch of people today, I think. I'm in a bad fucking mood. It made J.D. Vance look moderate. J.D. Vance came on that stage with one goal and one goal only. It wasn't even to like defend Trump that much. Obviously, he still has to do that because, like, you know, he has an audience of one. But his major goal tonight was, or last night, was to basically present himself as like a moderate person, a solid communicator that has a liberal veneer on some very illiberal and very, very fascistic right-wing ideologies. And he did a good job at that. I hate to fucking recognize that. I think that is devastating. I think that is a bad thing. But I do think he did a pretty solid fucking job. And his approval rating post-debate went up as a consequence of that. It was also very frustrating because Tim Walz is a normal guy. He is not this like machine politician overall. And because of that, he's kind of weak when it comes to defending certain machine politician requirements. And the debate starting off with, would you allow Israel to fucking first strike Iran, definitely knocked the wind out of his sails. Okay? It did. It started off real rough because I don't think, like, I'm not being parasocial or anything. Like, do I think that Tim Walz is like someone who is invested in the continuation of the Israeli genocide of the Palestinian population? Yes. Okay. I do. I don't think he cares. But I also personally think that his heart is not in it in the same way that like other politicians may be. You know, get a guy like Brian Mast up there to talk about it. He'll chirp till the cows come home about how awesome it is that Palestinian children need to be melted, right? He is not necessarily the guy who is all that invested. And you saw it. You saw it. Because there were issues that he was genuinely invested in. And he popped off when talking about it. So the first half definitely went to JD Vance on that front. Because a lot of these questions and a lot of these issues, okay, a lot of these issues were issues that machine politicians are equipped to talk about, right? JD Vance is a very cunning, wily little rat in a human suit, okay? He's a lizard person in a human suit. He can fucking communicate with podcasters about incel groiper shit, but he can also shift his, he can shift his language to an audience that is predominantly liberal. He can moderate himself, right? That's just the truth. He is like Pete Buttigieg. But Pete Buttigieg has, I would say, more charisma even than JD Vance. Now, overall, I was frustrated with the way in which Tim Walz announced himself to the most prominent, to the largest possible platform he could have announced himself to. What do I mean by this? This is the biggest audience he's going to be in front of, okay? I wished that he would have been able to communicate his desires and communicate his opinions in the same exact ways that he was able to do so when talking about lowering fucking pharma prices, lowering fucking housing costs. Like, you saw how passionate he would get on issues that he cares about. Healthcare is another one. He's very good on those issues. I hated how much they agreed, though, because Tim Walz is like a normal guy, okay? He's a yokel. That is his appeal. And as a yokel, normal guy, and not like a real politician in the way that you understand it, okay? He's not going to come across as solid on American foreign policy, and he definitely did not come across as solid on immigration. I would say that the reason for why this was a 50-50 deadlock in most of the polls that came out afterwards, with some independents favoring Tim Walz over JD Vance, is because of the platform that these two parties represent. Not on immigration specifically, but on how hard JD Vance goes on immigration, how hard the right-wing platform goes on immigration, and how normal Tim Walz can present himself to a broader audience in comparison to JD Vance, who is very good at masquerading as like a moderate if he wants to, but he still has this like nervous energy to him that I think a lot of people can see through and are otherwise disgusted by. So Tim Walz standing next to him and agreeing with him and saying, I agree with you, literally, in my opinion, made him look more moderate. It actually helped JD Vance. What do I mean by this? JD Vance is an unlikable fucking psychopath. So when you got a likable yokel like Tim Walz being like, I agree with you, behaving like a fucking kindergarten teacher, okay, and JD Vance is like the bad behaving child or whatever, you're going to make him look good. And that's precisely what happened. He had more to gain than Tim Walz did in this situation. Okay? But yeah, right off the jump, the first question was whether either vice president would allow Israel to first strike Iran. We are a ridiculous nation, okay? That was my initial assessment, okay? It was very frustrating to watch that. Like, Israel is doing South Africa speed runs right now, okay? Like, opening up new fronts. They're in apartheid on a good day. They're doing genocide on a bad day every day. And on top of that, they're like busy opening up multiple fronts. And the first question is like, America's not reining Israel in at all. The media analysis is, will you let Israel unfold? Will you let Israel create a nuclear holocaust? That's crazy. That's a crazy way to interpret the events that are unfolding in front of our eyes. So I knew that there was going to be a uniparty assessment there. But overall, like, I don't know what Tim Walz's real opinions are, but it's obvious to me that that's not something that he is like fully on board with. He's having a hard time, or even if he is fully on board with it, he's having a fucking hard time communicating that. Okay. JD Vance immediately jumped on and gave a summarization of the Hillbilly Elegy because he understood that like this is his opportunity to basically fucking describe his background to as broad of an audience as possible, even though everybody fucking hates him. Okay. And the worst aspect of it early on, and this is like something I locked into pretty quickly, was that JD Vance also did a much better job than Trump when it comes to lying about bringing end to global conflict. Okay? Like, I often talk about 2016 era Trump, how he was able to successfully present himself as a peaceful dove, right? Against Hillary Clinton's warmongering tendencies. 2024 Trump, on the other hand, hasn't done that well. He has definitely lost his step a little bit. JD Vance, on the other hand, in my opinion, did a better job of communicating not just on this front, but on a lot of the key Republican conversations. And the media reception on that, with the exception of January 6th, was showcasing exactly what I'm saying. Okay? Like, JD Vance was able to communicate Trump's insane policies, whether it be on immigration or beyond Trump's insane policies on immigration, like the hard things to talk about, like abortion. He is able to moderate that even better. He's like, oh, we got to do better with women. Like, we got to do better at listening to women. Like, he is such a classic former liberal that he knows exactly how to tap into that. And I think that played well to at least the media class, okay? And he has a lot more experience in this field, both as like a Yale guy and also as a guy who was a liberal. He was a liberal. He was a liberal until not that long ago. But yeah, another aspect of this also is that it's wild that Tim Walz's entire shtick, I said, is that he's a normal, not a real politician kind of guy. His answer about defending the genocidal apartheid regime right to start World War III is textbook soulless, amoral politician. And he's not going to be good at that. He's just not. He can't do that. And the other thing that I had called out ahead of time, ahead of the debate, was that he was always going to be, and Tim Walz is who I'm talking about here, he was always going to be on crutches, you know? He was always going to have training weights on because he has to defend Kamala Harris's policy because she's leading the ticket. Okay? That's it. And when you have those training weights on and you're sitting there defending, the right-wing border bill, if you don't have your own way of communicating that right-wing border bill, then you're going to have to use their talking points. And that's why it was Kamala Bot 2.0. He literally kept repeating the same exact lines. That's bad coaching. Okay? That's bad coaching. That's just straight up like they know what kind of potential they have with Tim Walz. That's why they chose him. Right? So why the fuck are you telling him to just reiterate Kamala Harris's position that she keeps fucking repeating over and over again? It's very bad. It was very bad rhetoric, okay? He literally said she prosecuted transnational gangs. Like, you don't have to use her fucking points, dude. You don't have to use her talking points. Be yourself. Anyway, JD Vance said 1 million undocumented immigrants have committed some kind of crime on U.S. soil as he walks through how he'd deport 25 million migrants. It was very frustrating. Obviously, he was able to once again repeat his positions on immigrants without coming across as insane as Donald Trump. Okay, that's another area where, like, JD Vance, in my opinion, did a more professional, like he was able to add a professional veneer to the deeply right-wing, deeply fascist, white nativist immigration, anti-immigrant sentiments. Okay, he didn't have like any moments like the ones that you've heard him on those podcasts about, like coming across as weird about like having a breeding fetish for women. Okay, treating women as like, you know, cows basically, or saying that like he's lying about immigrant stories because he wants to hyper focus on like taking away the TPS status of like Haitian migrants that are living on U.S. soil. Like, the policies are weird, but he wasn't showcasing it in a fucking weird way. He didn't communicate it in a way where, like, I think the average onlooker would look at that and go, dude, what the fuck? Like, this guy's out of his mind. Donald Trump failed on that front. Okay. And part of that, part of the reason why JD Vance was able to successfully communicate this shit is because Democrats don't address some of the very basic lies that the Republican Party tells on a regular basis. They're locked in on a right-wing border attitude. They're just completely committed to it. And it's very, very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see that. This is another thing that I've been yelling about for months. Okay? For months and months, I have been screaming. Since October 4 or October 5, I think, before October 7, when Joe Biden came out and unveiled his right-wing border bill, that he got like an incredibly conservative Republican senator from Oklahoma to write, that he was committed to. Ever since the Democrats rolled out their anti-immigrant proposals, I've been yelling about how you cannot outflank the Republicans on this issue. You cannot cave and capitulate and concede to right-wing framing on this issue. And they absolutely have. And they are not going to change trajectory on this. And I fucking despise them for doing that. Because even if it actually helped them win the election, then ultimately you're still fucking passing a right-wing border bill. Like, you're still hurting the future of this country. You're still bouldering towards fascism. But now with a D sticker slapped onto it, it's completely, patently unacceptable. Okay? But the other side of this is that it also doesn't even help the Democrats. I'm losing my mind. The Dems never mentioned that it's U.S. citizens trafficking the drugs across the border. It's literally 80% of the drug apprehensions. And yet that never gets brought up. Never. If you ask most Americans, average Americans, who are maybe a little bit more thoughtful about the situation, most of them think drug mules, children, JD Vance said children make the best drug mules, by the way. Like, these people, most people actually legitimately fucking think that it's immigrants that are bringing the drugs into the country. It's just not true. It is incorrect. And it blows my fucking mind that we don't ever discuss the reality of the situation. Okay? Ryan Marino quote tweeted me and said, 88% of fentanyl trafficking convictions across the southern border are U.S. citizens. 0.02% of people crossing illegally possess fentanyl. That's what every single law enforcement agency says, and the data is public. And I can't see how increasing money to the border will help prevent any drug overdoses when CBP are the ones smuggling the rest of the drugs into the country. Yeah. It's so weird. I mean, it's not... Like, it's, I don't think this is incompetence. I don't think this is like negligence. I think it is because the Democrats have also decided they are going to be right wing on the border going forward forever. Like, I think that they're just locked in on it. I think it's on purpose. It's very fucked up. And I do think it's deliberate. Tim Walz is defending a right-wing border bill that literally has funding for Trump's border wall in it. I hate this fucking party so much. They're in agreement on the made-up issue that migrants constitute a national security threat. Dems just want to be lame about the optics. Yeah, once again, Democrats find themselves in the realm of bad politics and bad policy. It's bad politics because you can never outflank the right on anti-immigrant sentiment, because this sentiment is not coming from a logical place. It's coming from pure racism. That's it. It's pure white supremacist attitudes, right? So you can't really outflank them by being like, well, hold on now. We got to logically do this situation. It's like, it's illogical. It's illogical because immigrants do not constitute a national security threat. They are literally not a burden, but a boon on American economy. And also beyond that, they literally do less crime. They do less crime per capita than fucking natural-born U.S. citizens. It's so stupid. So just say the fucking truth. Say the truth. It kills me that this is something that they've just completely dropped. And there is polling to show that the overall American sentiment, the overarching American sentiment towards migration patterns, towards immigrants in general, was objectively positive, significantly more positive when the Democrats were actually hammering against Trump's right-wing, white nativist border bill and border policies. Okay? But they completely fucking dropped that early on. They changed trajectory. They went right-wing immediately. The truth is not what their target demo voter want to hear. That's not true. Their target demo voters will literally change their minds if they fucking hear the truth from someone. But if no one is saying the truth on either side, then yeah, lies are going to lead this conversation. And it's bad politics and it's bad policy because it's like you're going to harm the U.S. economy and you're going to harm a shit ton of people in the process by, implementing or allowing anti-immigrant sentiment to fester. That's why we have the fucking bomb threats in Springfield, Ohio, because that's what happens when people do legitimately believe that like undocumented and documented immigrants like the Haitians that have TPS are rapist cat eaters, brother. That's it. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to have pogroms. That's it. It's already happening and Trump's not even fucking president yet. I don't know, man. I think you're a prime example that people don't want to hear the truth. What do you mean? Me saying this is entirely different than one of the two parties effectively communicating this, because when I say it, it doesn't move the needle. When I say it, NBC, CNN, ABC is not going to cover it, okay? But when Kamala Harris says it, they will cover it. And I think the Democrats' expectation is that like the media will make up for that. The media will make up for that misinformation when they won't. They won't do it. Polls say most Americans, you had 100K people in here only to listen to debate coverage, but you spend every day talking and doing actual work. The general public does not care. Polls say most Americans support mass deportation is good politics, to be honest. Yeah, those very same polls also literally show that Americans also want amnesty. They literally have 90% approval rating for giving dreamers American citizenship. How do you make sense of those polls? It doesn't fucking matter. Americans, for the most part, do not see how bad a policy is until it's in effect. That's why under the Trump administration, when Trump actually was implementing right-wing border policies, Americans were very much against that. Joe Biden ran against that. Joe Biden was far closer on the issue of immigration to Donald Trump and even beat him on certain polls when he was running against Trump's border policies. They're catering to the centrist voters in swing states. No, dumbass. They're telling you that. Okay? They're telling you that, and you're just repeating that without critically thinking about the issue. I'm over here trying to explain to you that this is a ridiculous thing, that this is a stupid thing to do. All you're doing is telling your base of voters that undocumented migrants constitute a national security threat. When the Democrats say Republicans are right on immigration, that we have to do something about it, all they've done is legitimize their perspective. Their perspective is not born out of data. Their perspective is not born out of the truth. All you've done is make your base of support, your voters who trust you, who believe you when you say, yeah, immigrants do constitute a national security threat. We got to do something about it. That's all you've done. You have made the entirety now of the broader electorate fucking turn right wing on immigration. That's it. Also, the idea that Democrats like listen to polls when it suits their broader purpose is so stupid when it comes to Israel, okay? There is overwhelming support for pushing for a ceasefire. There is even overwhelming support for denying weapons transfers as a way to push Israel to do a ceasefire. Democrats don't listen to that. Democrats might lose Michigan for this reason. So obviously they don't give a fuck about the polls when it's something that they care about, okay? When it's an issue that they care more about. They care more about continuing American foreign policy that is set in fucking stone instead of actually doing something that is electorally beneficial. Dems winning elections, stopping deportation is good. It's pragmatic. No, it's not. You are just repeating things that you read and things that you saw on MSNBC without applying any kind of critical thinking to this process whatsoever. Okay? You are literally the living definitional proof that Democrats catering to this like right-wing framing ends up making dumbasses like you who are lifelong liberals also repeat the same fucking Republican bullshit. You are what I'm talking about. You are the perfect example. If you were around in 2020, you said you've been following since 2019. I suspect that there was a certain point, if you were in the chat all the way back in 2020, where you were chirping about Donald Trump's insane right-wing policies in terms of the fucking border bills that he pushed for. What changed? What changed? The Democrats started also assuming a right-wing attitude on the border, so now you're also assuming a right-wing attitude. That's it. That's the issue. $100% a Redditor, yes. Use the page up key on the keyboard. I mean, I'm scrolling it. I think it's like not very effective. Anyway, not very long ago, Dems were making fun of the border wall. Yeah, exactly. Bro, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have like on the record statements about how stupid it is to fund a fucking border wall and that like that's not going to prevent anything because it's true. Okay, god damn, this chatter fucking talks so much. Holy shit. Anyway. No timeouts though. Good chatter. I know. Shockingly little timeouts from this person. Well, he's like a Bernie bro, I think. No border is easy in fucking in 2021. Border copium. Wall. Look. Borders. No nationalism. Border patrol. How the fuck did you go from someone who was like making fun of dengists to a person who's like, I think Kamala Harris is actually doing the right thing in terms of her analysis, looking for. Yeah, look. 2021. Dems are better to black people and trans people and immigrants. Read Marx. Chatter went from read Marx and fucking Democrats are better to black people and trans people and immigrants to like, actually Democrats have to be mean to immigrants in order to win elections. How'd that happen? You went from saying bourgeois democracy to being a fucking willing participant of it. How did that happen? I'm a leftist, bro. I get the logic. I'm a leftist. I'm telling you their logic. Sorry, Omegalol. Their logic is fucking stupid. And if you're a leftist, you should understand that that is fucking stupid. My point is you, okay? The Democrats behaving like this creates this weird media cycle where people literally fucking end up repeating those talking points as though it's actually a brilliant tactic when it's not. It's just not. And it's funny because Democrats have done this over and over and over again. They've done it on fucking funding the police. Nobody thinks that the Democrats are the fund the police party, okay? It's not going to happen. But they do it anyway. Liberals posting like 2016 Republicans. Yeah. At the border with swagger. Sick, man. Sick. It's very, very, very frustrating to see this shit. Okay. I started listening to books about socialism today. Thanks for teaching me out. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, there it is. This is the other side of this, okay? The Democratic Party did not really fight this trend. That is bad enough. More worrying to me is that I do not think it would have mattered if it tried. Public opinion doesn't work that way. I don't agree with this as argumentum. Anti-immigrant views went up during the first few years of the Biden's term when crossings were super elevated, but the numbers were right in line with pre-Trump attitudes. It's only been since the Dems surrendered this year that we've seen crazy shifts. Look at that. Look at Americans' preference for migration. Americans' preferences for migration, for immigration to the U.S. Thinking now about immigrants, that is, people who come from other countries to live here in the United States. In your view, should immigration be kept at its present level, increased, or decreased? 55% now say fucking decrease, dude. Look at that massive spike on that fucking football right there. Parties are limited, yes, but they aren't powerless. They have the capacity to shape circumstances in which they exist. That's exactly what Democrats have done here. It's not just in the way that anyone should want. There's zero pushback, so what are people supposed to think? Vance even blamed immigrants for smuggling guns in the U.S., which is the exact opposite of how the gun trafficking works. And no one said a thing. You can blame everything on immigrants now to complete silence. And the more the Democrats actually give their Republicans ample ground to fucking elevate the status, like the danger that immigrants present, the worse things are going to get for immigrants. Okay? It's crazy. What are people supposed to think if both parties are saying it? If both parties are saying it, then it must be true. Why would you think otherwise? And of course, the average fucking American that doesn't have the capacity to think for themselves or seek out this data is going to go, sorry, I don't trust you. I trust the fucking experts. And the experts keep either staying quiet when the anti-border sentiment is expressed by the Republican Party, or directly contributing to that with right-wing border bills that they are trying to push for. It is very bad if the Democratic Party's proposition is, what's up? Morgan is here. It's very bad if the Democratic Party's proposition is, we are going to be the real border protectors, okay? That's very bad. That's very bad for the future of America, because you will never be able to successfully outflank Republicans on patriotism. You will never be able to successfully outflank Republicans on militarism. You will never be able to successfully outflank Republicans on racism. And most of this is also still coming from the underlying notion of white supremacist attitudes. Anyway, it's not a logical conclusion that they've arrived at. It is born not out of empirical evidence, but instead born out of pure right-wing mania. Okay? And here it is. And you saw that anyway. You saw that distinction for Tim Walz's own performance when he was talking about kitchen table issues like lowering the cost of medication or housing. He fucking cracked on that. Okay, he was popping off on that. Dude, while we agree with your views on immigration, swing state voters in Georgia, PA, Michigan, North Carolina, and dude, you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're just wrong on this issue. Okay. Because if the Democratic Party hadn't capitulated to right-wing framing on the matter, they literally would not be in this circumstance to begin with. But beyond that, every single time they capitulate to right-wing framing on the border, they are, one, losing potential fucking voters that are younger, losing potential voters that are younger Latino voters, specifically in key states. Not those states that you mentioned, but in other states. And beyond that, okay, there are plenty of fucking, like, whenever you say that immigrants constitute a national security threat, you are simply, to all of those swing state voters, what you're telling them is that Trump is right, that we do need to build a border wall. Trump is so right that now Kamala Harris wants to build a border wall. And I kept explaining this to you guys over and over again. Okay, if the Republican Party tomorrow came out and said that they're fucking pro-Medicare for all, okay, you wouldn't vote for them. You would vote for the Democrats, who would also adopt that position. You'd be like, well, at least I know I trust Democrats more with healthcare than I do with the Republicans. Why the fuck would I ever trust a Republican to pass a progressive fucking bill on Medicare? That's it. I'll give you another example. Do you trust Donald Trump on abortion? He has moderated his position on abortion. Do you trust him? No. So shut the fuck up. All that does is make people understand, yeah, no, abortion is a fucking major problem for the Republican Party. It's very obvious. That's it. That's it. But people don't understand it. Like, they just don't get it. Anyway, JD Vance is saying he got groomed into thinking Trump was Hitler as a 35-year-old Yale graduate man. That's one of my favorite moments of JD Vance, where he's like, I actually also thought Trump was Hitler because the media duped me. I'm stupid. And I no longer think that anymore. You're a fucking idiot. Okay? You're an idiot. And there were plenty of missed opportunities. David Dane also correctly pointed this out. Missed opportunity by Walz to mention that Vance's own portfolio company shipped jobs overseas. There were plenty of instances where he could have hammered JD Vance as like a liberal elitist. Okay? That's the other thing. JD Vance is a fucking serial liar. He lied about making up stories. He lied about the fucking Haitians eating pets shit. But I hated that they agreed on so much. And then also there was that flub where Tim Walz said he has become friends with school shooters, which I thought was a, funny little moment. Obviously, he's like very nervous. That much is clear. Okay. And that JD Vance reiterated his commitment to being Adolf Hitler over and over and over again.
You got to see me. These folks know me. I'm super passionate about this. The question come up about school shooting. We're talking about everything except school shootings. And I sat as a member of Congress with the Sandy Hook parents, and it was a profound movement. David Hogg is a good friend of mine. You have seen me do this. I was talking about being people where there are school shooters. And I need to be more specific on that, but I am passionate about this. This one, for my wife and I, is just, as teachers, as parents, is so personal.
Yeah, he is friends with one school shooter after last night. His name is JD Vance. In 2018, I led a relational voter program in Wisconsin. We got 30K Latino voters who wanted immigration reform. We got Tony Evers elected and helped Trump out of office in 2020. This year, I've talked to voters with immigrant parents who are parroting liberal talking points. It's infuriating to see the Dems just not correct the narrative on immigration. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. They rely heavily on the fucking Latino voters in Nevada, okay? The entire culinary union is currently out door knocking for the Kamala Harris campaign. They know. They know they need Latino voters. It's just ironic because they're literally activating Latino voters, some of which come from undocumented backgrounds or have undocumented relatives on U.S. soil. They're literally getting the fucking door knock for a campaign that is going to, work on deporting them. Anyway. But yeah, it was a tactical L, in my opinion, in my estimation, where Tim Walz did not hammer JD Vance at all. And obviously a lot of dummies love that, the civility, right? They loved how civil the conversation was. That's not good. That means you love the conversation between JD Vance and Tim Walz. A much better alternative here would at the very least be daggering JD Vance a couple times and separating himself from the moderate position that he was actually presenting himself as on the largest stage that he's been on so far. Tim Walz is already well liked. JD Vance is not. JD Vance basically did a fantastic job of advocating for JD Vance. Why can't Vance or Harris simply say that the people who have harmed the working class, Americans are rapacious billionaires? I think he means Tim Walz or Harris. Are rapacious billionaires like Trump and Peter Thiel, not immigrants who work themselves to the bone trying to give their kids a better life. There's another aspect of this that I'm very frustrated by. Like, Americans love anecdotes, okay? Americans love anecdotes. We're not very intelligent as a collective. And one thing you got to do in that situation is rely on the fucking anecdotes. Republicans do it all the time when they present this like hyper-specific, hyper-emotional argument about like how rapist the migrants are, the migrant population is. They point to like a literal handful of instances where migrants have done these kinds of heinous crimes, okay, to make it seem like the entire migrant population is engaging in it. And it's very frustrating that the Democrats don't do that. I rarely ever hear from the Democrats about emotional anecdotes. They do it for abortion, and they're very good at it for abortion, okay? But they never do it for someone who has lost their house. They never do it for someone who is on the throes of homelessness as a consequence of being priced out of the market. They never do it for a migrant. They never do it for a migrant worker to humanize these people. Go talk to the fucking United Fruit Workers or some shit. Like, what are you talking about? They never do that. There is never any real stories about how these guys are your fucking neighbors, man. You're shitting on your goddamn neighbors. You're shitting on normal people who are just like you. And the Republican Party does this every day. It's very frustrating. Anyway, another thing I said was Tim Walz convinced me that Minnesota is slightly better than most other places in the nation. Don't know what this means for the national race. Yeah, Tim Walz made the most effective argument, putting Minnesota on the map in a big way. I will say that. Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Haven't been able to decide. But he certainly did do a good job with that. You know, I am now a firm believer that, Minnesota is a great place to go live at. Ilhan Omar replied to me there as well. She said, it is. Okay. So that was cool. Where else? What else were we going to do? I can't believe Vance literally used Walz's civility and normalcy as a way to draft his public image in a positive and normal light because Walz isn't comfortable with opposing his opponent. I know. Tim Walz has that same fucking Bernie Sanders bullshit where he's just too much of a nice guy. He was so goddamn nice. I mean, at a certain point, I was like, he's behaving like a goddamn Canadian. Okay? Your reaction to it was the best?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety.
He's just like, he's too Minnesotan. He's too Canadian coded. He's too Canadian adjacent. Like, he's just too nice. Stop being so fucking nice, dude. Anyway. But yeah. One of my final statements on the debate was basically that if Dems were going to be this pro-Israel and neuter whatever progressive momentum they would have gotten with the Walz pick, they should have just went with Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro, at the very least, would have fucking locked down Pennsylvania for them, and he would have been a more effective communicator. And I'm being honest about this. Josh Shapiro would have been a more effective communicator of Kamala Harris's dogshit policies, especially on the border and especially on Israel too. And beyond that, he would have done a better job defending. He would have done a better job defending all of like Kamala Harris's policies that like Tim Walz doesn't do a good job defending on, and he would have done a better job against JD Vance as well. Anyway, but yeah, that's what we got. So let's hear what the media analysis is on the matter.
Events still unfolding and uncertainty in the Middle East. The two sparred over who offers stronger leadership at this critical moment.
Our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before.
In a presidential campaign that has been anything but civil, this was a strikingly civil and substantive debate.
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think...
Yeah, the media loves this shit. The media loves, like, oh, look at how civil they were. And it was so substantive. They talked about policies. That only helps JD Vance. Straight up. That does not help the ticket for Kamala Harris at all. A substantive civil debate is not helping Tim Walz. Make no mistake. It only makes JD Vance look like a fucking moderate. That's why I'm so frustrated with the fucking debate and the outcome of the debate.
There was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one.
It wasn't until 90 minutes into the debate that the contentious topic of the last election came up.
I would just ask that.
You want to know why? You want to know why that's dangerous? Because here, I'll give you a great example. Okay. My normie friends literally said, these guys are so normal. Why can't they be the ones running? Okay. Do you want to know how devastating that is for Trump's policy, which JD Vance is communicating? That means JD Vance, as I said to you, conducted himself in such a moderate way that people forgot that he was actually speaking on Trump's policies. Okay? JD Vance was able to successfully communicate to a broad subsect of American voters that Trump's policies are actually normal and maybe even good. Because Americans are so aesthetic focused, you have to understand when someone communicates in a very civil manner, okay, when he doesn't do the, oh, they're here? Okay, perfect. Here, I'll unlock the door. Oh, they're not outside, but okay. You need to understand, this is bad. This is really fucking bad. If you hate the Republicans for their policies, this is really bad, okay? If you even hate the Republicans for aesthetic bullshit reasons, this is still bad because this makes Republicans look normal. You don't want them to look normal. You don't want their fucking Nazi-ass attitude to be normal, ever, okay? Anyway.
Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
Vance insisted it is Democrats who are the biggest threat to democracy.
Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment.
A president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power.
In the first part of the debate, Governor Walz seemed nervous. He had trouble answering a question about whether or not he was in China during the Tiananmen Square uprising.
My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier, or was being a good...
Okay, all right. Motaz, how do I say your name and last name? Because Motaz Azaiza, you smell great. Thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, photojournalist Motaz Azaiza is in the building. He's touring the country right now, fundraising for UNRWA, and it is a great honor to have you here. I'm very excited. We got you some snacks. You said you wanted some snacks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead. I have some like American snacks that I want you to try as well if you don't mind, but it's up to you. It's cool.
How it's good.
Okay. All right. Motaz, so how long have you been in the States?
Now it's like around 2 weeks. I came before for like also another 2 weeks.
Okay. Cool. So for those of you who don't know, Motaz is a genocide survivor. He is a photojournalist. He is one of the most important voices across the board in humanizing the plight of the Palestinians throughout this entire process. And you're a hero. I have tremendous respect for you. I think what you've done is incredible.
Thanks
I'm gonna hype you up a little bit. I know that probably makes you feel a little uncomfortable, but Motaz was also one of the 100 most influential people of 2024 according to Time magazine. For 108 days, Motaz acted as the world's eyes and ears in his native Gaza. Armed with a camera and a flak jacket marked press, the 25-year-old Palestinian photographer spent nearly 4 months documenting life under Israeli bombardment. Right off the jump, before we get to your background, before we get to how you started as a photojournalist, I do want to talk about the role that I think you and Bizan and many others played in changing the dynamic in the way that I think the Western world views Palestinians as, because I'm Turkish, I'm Muslim, I grew up with a very different understanding, of course, to that in comparison to Americans, and in comparison to people in the Western world, in analyzing Israel as not necessarily the most moral state, nor a democratic state, but instead a colonial vestige, a settler colonial apartheid state. And a lot of people, I think, in the aftermath of Israel's incredibly violent Gaza incursion, which is a genocide, started recognizing that reality. But how do they recognize that reality? I think you guys played a big role in making people understand the reality by putting on, by showcasing all of the things that were going on, and by communicating that you were human. And I think that was very effectively, Israel had done a very good job of refusing to showcase that side. So thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Unfortunately, the world had to understand what is happening in our suffer on our plot. When we lost like more than 50,000 people, and hundreds of thousands left Gaza. Hundreds of thousands are injured, and thousands also missed. So unfortunately, the sacrifice, it discovered to the world the proto-occupation and what they are doing, but they are also like souls and people who passed. Maybe doesn't worth it to lose all these people, all these souls, just to make a point for the world that we are humans. Because even me, like coming to the country, going around, just to tell the world that we are humans, this is really desperate thing to do. But yeah, I had to do it.
Yeah, no, I totally understand where you're coming from. Sorry, I'm trying to also adjust your sound levels real quick, and increase your microphone volume. So, how do you? Let's start off with your beginnings. You're very young. You're 25 years old.
Yeah,
I'm 33.
So old.
Yeah, I'm an old man. Damn it. Okay, you're tall as hell. Do you ball? No? You don't play basketball?
I used to play, but I'm like so huge, so I didn't find my shoe size in Gaza.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How big are your shoes?
15.
You're a size 15?
Yeah. So
damn. I'm 13. I was gonna give you my shoes if you wanted,
no,
but
you're paying for me, man. Like
yeah. Shit, that's crazy. Okay, no, I know a bunch of ballers. I talked to Omar Hertz show, those guys a lot, and Omar balls, and they're still in Gaza. So anyway, what I was gonna say is, how did you start? How did you choose to become a member of the press? Like what about your background says like you were like I wanna become a photojournalist?
It's not my first time, to do this, and I used to cover wars and aggressions in Gaza years before. I used to be like a photographer who wanted to make beautiful pictures, capture the sense of the people, the daily life, because there was a lot of destruction in Gaza, but I wanted to be different, and it was really hard to be different, and especially in an environment like Gaza, where you can't even make a plan for 2 days because something will happen, something will ruin all your plans. And I tried my best to show the nice image from Gaza that the world doesn't know. But a lot of people, unfortunately, also just know Gaza for wars, bombing, people losing their lives, not for the beautiful life there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, also to be honest, wasn't easy life or really beautiful, but we're trying always to make it looks beautiful, because our resistance is in our existence. So yeah, and I covered massacres in 2017. I got a shot in my left leg in 2018. I was a volunteer paramedic with the BRCS. 2019, some aggressions, I was like covering it. 2021, for 11 days, I was like a really big escalation after Sheikh Jarrah, what was happening in Jerusalem. And then in 2023, in May, there was also 5 days of aggression. So I was like also documenting this. And yeah, that's genocide.
What is one aspect of living under the Israeli occupation that people don't necessarily know about or talk about that you think is unique?
Yeah, that everything you want to do is a struggle. Me as a photojournalist, I want to buy like a camera lens. I need to wait for 3-4 months. Then I need to pay like triple taxes for Israel. And this is just for me as like a photojournalist. And imagine the other stories of the people. If you want to start a business, if you want to travel, everything will suffer. You can't, me from Gaza, I can't go to the West Bank or Jerusalem. The people from West Bank can't come to Gaza. Also, they can't go to Jerusalem. So we don't have the freedom of movement in our land. And if you want to go there, you need a permission from Israeli occupation. And you need to be like very sick, you're going to die. So maybe they can give you the permission. Sometimes they give you, sometimes not. Everything, it's under their control. And yeah, so you don't have your freedom in your land even.
Yeah. What part of Palestine is your family from originally?
I'm originally Gazan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're OG Gazan.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's interesting. So, I mean, everything you've talked about, everything you've spoken to is very heartbreaking. It's not necessarily, once again, it's not necessarily something that a lot of people were privy to, a lot of people were aware of, I think. And in your analysis of the situation, do you feel like something has changed in the last year, even in terms of the way that people have been mobilized in the Western world?
Yeah, when someone asks me where I'm from, I tell him like Palestine. He don't tell me, oh, Pakistan.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
because
true.
a lot of this thing happening to me before like this war. So maybe it's like a big shift. A new generation now knows better, and they know like the struggle of Palestinians, and a lot of people support now our right to resist the occupation, because everyone who's living under occupation, they have the right to resist the occupation in every means he can. So yeah, but we couldn't have the real support on the ground. So no army moved his tanks to support us as Palestinians fighting the occupation. No one entered Gaza to say, I will protect the civilians. Yeah, so in a way you feel that no one sees you as a human from outside, that you deserve like to protect you. And we've been like asking for international protection from the Israeli occupation for long years, but nobody did anything. So yeah, okay. We're doing our best just to maybe to survive, to prove to the world that we need your support to resist this occupation and to have our rights in our land.
Yeah. How do you foresee this going? Like, do you feel like something has changed in terms of the way that people view Israel now, in dare I say even contentious terms, where I believe that that the actions that Israel has taken post October 7 has genuinely dramatically altered, I think, like the continuation of the apartheid in the way that it does. Yeah. Do you have some semblance of hope in all of this darkness about potentially a trajectory change for Israel?
Yeah, maybe a lot of countries recognize Palestine as a country now, as a state, because there was a lot of countries didn't recognize Palestine as a state, and a lot of countries going to recognize Palestine as a state. A lot of people now know the truth of Israel as occupation. And a lot of people now understand that our war, our fight is not with like Jewish people, it's with Zionism, because there's a lot, thousands of Jewish people, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jewish people supporting us, because there's also a Palestinian Jewish people. So because there was like a really big misunderstand before this, because yeah, they're using the words like anti-Semitism to, you know, to block you from doing what you're doing in your country. So yeah, we're raising awareness. I hope maybe there's a weak hope, because it's been like almost a year now, and nobody did anything. Watching people being massacred and like by live shows, 4K footage, and in every minute you see like people being killed, and people, okay, yeah, let's shout free Palestine. Thank you so much. We appreciate this, but we need actions. We don't need words. Yeah, because Israel doesn't get words. Israel get actions. They get funded by billions of dollars from the US, from the West, from weapons factory in the UK and everywhere, in Italy. So they get action. This is why they are like winning. This is why they are like killing people and nobody stopped them. But we need more actions. We don't want words. We don't want comments. We don't want likes. We don't want share. We need actions in the streets and everywhere you could.
What can people do to support Palestine right now in America, in the Western world in general? And the reason why I specifically talk about that, for those of you in the chat that don't understand, is because if you are not inside of the heart of empire, if you are not an American citizen, if you're not like a Western European, your assessment of the situation has always been, especially if you're Muslim, especially if you're from the global South, your assessment of the situation is that, oh, this is just more settler colonialism in the exact same ways that you might have even experienced. But obviously the Western Hemisphere, specifically Western Europe and America, hold most of the cards in this equation and have been able to keep a lot of people oblivious to the reality of Israel and what Israel's actions are. This is why I specifically talk about that aspect of the equation. So what can people do to support Palestine more effectively?
Everyone could do a thing from his place. I'm not here asking people to sacrifice their lives, but people in Gaza losing their lives for their home. So I saw before maybe 6-7 months, there was an American soldier who burned himself.
Aaron Bushnell.
Yeah, because what's happening. I'm not here asking people to kill themselves for us. No, we want you alive to support us. But he were a really human. He couldn't see what is happening and just keep watching.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for him, for what happened to him. We respect him. We love him. I hope his soul may rest in peace. But there was also like a Canadian who traveled all the way to occupied lands, and he just shouted in front of Israeli soldiers that a free Palestine. They killed him. Yeah. The War Center Kitchen who were workers who were working in Gaza, a Polish, someone from the UK, Australian, yeah, so
British people.
Yeah, they are also got strike and killed in Gaza, and they know because they control the sky. They know what they are doing when Israel killed them. So they killed them on purpose, and nothing changed. Even if they will kill people, the white people, even if Israel will kill the white people in Gaza, want just to support the humans of Gaza.
Yeah.
Nothing will change because the injustice power is so evil and so big. So people should understand who are like controlling them around the world. Also about the boycott, it's not about like the drinks or the food. It's about the money you are like, you don't know. I don't like get mad from the people who, because sometimes you don't know when like they buy something. We are not like boycotting the brand, no, but it's about the brand, how the money, where it's gonna end. So people should now understand. Look, just like Google it.
BDS.
Yeah, just look what's happening around you. If you will not act for Palestine, just act for yourself. know what you're doing, know what's happening behind the scenes, what by your money, and how like what your kids are watching, what they are knowing from the world. So because okay, what's happening in Gaza now? I hear this from you. Yeah, you raise our awareness. We know we didn't know before, but yeah, but even the reason that raised your awareness, just he needs you, need your support. I'm not really sure what to advise people to do because I don't know. I've been like locked and under like a heavy besiege for like 18 years in Gaza. I didn't know how the world works. I'm now like out here just trying to raise awareness and to grab all the attention of the world with us because Gaza is now alone. And now is what's happening in Lebanon. They invaded Lebanon. And Israel's continuing what they are doing. Like nobody can stop them. Yeah. So yeah, we need your support in every mean you can.
Okay. Is there anything you want to specifically like? Is there anything that you feel hopeful about in all of this? Or does it? I mean, I know it's a hard thing to ask, especially considering do you still have family members in Gaza?
Yeah, all my family there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I lost around like 26 of my family, like 18 friends, but yeah, I still have more. I hope they survive this.
Yeah. But yeah, in all of this, I feel like Palestinians, like you said, your existence is resistance.
Yeah.
And Palestinian resilience has been something that is like truly eye-opening for a lot of people around the world, especially being able to exist under such brutal occupation. Is there like what are some of the aspects of this brutal occupation in terms of like something that maybe people have not considered? For example, like what was your childhood like? What kind of schools did you go to? Were you educated in an UNRWA school?
No, because I'm not a refugee, so I went to the government's school. But yeah, now I support UNRWA in every mean I can. I've been like for a school named Rodolf Falter. He's like German. He came to Gaza. He built a school, so he wanted to support education there. I finished my school, high school in Gaza. I went to Al-Azhar University in Gaza, which Israel destroyed all of it now. And I got English translation degree so I can connect with the world by language. I use my skill in photography and I merge it together so I can, do what I'm doing right now and the photography I'm doing. My child was about shortage in electricity and long days without electricity. Struggling to find things, let's say, because even like the child in Gaza is not only a child, he's like an old child. You know, he's the one you have like a big responsibility in you because like most of the families have there's the range of unemployment in Gaza is so big, like around 80% of people in Gaza are unemployed, and you can't travel easily. You can't. Everything is with a struggle. Yeah, you can't get anything easily.
Yeah.
So yeah, and 2014, I lost my classmate. His name is ILA. Was just playing football, and artillery bombed his house, and he got killed. He was just 15 years old. Yeah, he just wanted to be like a soccer player. So it's about lose. It's about finding space to play in. It's about like just dreams that maybe Israel will like kill you before you make it. So yeah, it wasn't easy, and yeah, here we are.
What do you think about America after visiting this time around?
Oh,
what's your opinion?
It's really difficult to judge because before I came to America, I was believing that everyone there is so evil. You know, like yeah, there's the monsters in the street. But I came here, there is a lot of really good hearts that they want to do more, but even their like official representative doesn't hear from them, their government doesn't hear from them. So believe me, I'm not judging anyone. I have respect for the people who want to support and to do more, because I met I met a lot of like Jewish people here who want to support us, like a lot of the white people who want to do more. They want to understand. But yeah, there's a lot of evil people, but at the same time, I don't want to forget that there's a really good people who are here. And I just like a word from a Palestinian from Gaza. The image of like Americans for the world is so bad. Yeah. So please work to enhance it, to make it better, because people think that they are all evil. People think that they like to kill people, to invade other countries. So please work on this to make a good image for your country, because you can do it. You can like stop supporting occupation. You can stop paying your taxes. So you're gonna send billions of dollars to Israel to kill civilians in a tents that they don't have even the power to find water to drink.
Yeah. No, I get that. I understand that completely. Do you have you had some American food since you've been here?
Man, just the burgers here.
Do you like it?
I don't like burgers, but because my stomach hurts till now since I left, because shorter food, so I don't want to to get a lot of pain. I got like one burger. It was okay, but I spent like 2 hours in the toilet after it. So so I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. I'm not gonna lie. The kebabs here are not as good, unfortunately.
Nothing like home.
Yeah,
But there was like Yemeni food. There's some like Palestinian bakeries here. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to find something to eat. Yeah. Okay, I came from Gaza. There was like no food. I came here. There's a lot of food, but you can't eat it. So it's the same way.
No, that's something that I mean, I like the American food. I'm very Americanized in that regard. Even when I was growing up in Turkey, like I was a burger eater.
Yeah.
So I do miss Turkish food, obviously, every day. And I do eat Turkish food. I miss
the
pretty
Turkish
much.
Sweets. I like the sweets in Turkey.
Yeah. Well, there is some good baklava out here, for sure. There is like some places that I think they like ship it from Turkey.
Yeah.
But I feel like have you had a burrito yet?
Burrito?
It's like a wrap. They even do it like I guess like carnitas are very similar to shawarma.
I got some tacos.
It's like a bigger taco, and it has like rice in it.
Okay,
it's crazy.
I'll try it.
You gotta have a breakfast burrito. It's gonna blow your mind. Wait, you're Muslim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so no bacon, but
no bacon. Yeah.
No bacon. Everything else. Yeah. Okay, you can't have the carnitas. Yeah. You gotta do al pastor, and then we're gonna have you back to do a snack tier list.
Of
like what made your stomach hurt the least out of everything that you had.
Like anything with oil, anything with like meat. Either sometimes the water here makes my my
al pastor is pork. Sorry.
So, okay.
No al pastor either.
Yeah.
My bad. What were you saying?
Like anything with oil. So I'm not sure. Everything that I eat here hurts. So maybe the problem is with me. I'm sure, because a lot of people here eat food and they're good.
Well, I mean, you grew up in Gaza. I feel like your diet was very different than the average American diet.
Yeah, because like the diet in Gaza was different the last time, because I lost around like 12 kilograms in less than 3 months. So it was different. But the food in Gaza, it's really, you find equality there. Yeah, our food is really special, and I hope everyone could like one day to try it in Gaza or Palestine, not just outside.
Do you watch anime?
No.
You don't watch anime? Morgan made me ask that question. She's over there.
Okay, okay, anime. Okay, because No, not anymore. When I was young.
When you were young, you were.
Yeah,
Bro, you're still young. You're 25. What do you mean when I was young?
Like I'm 25, but no, I don't have time to anything now. I'm just, so there's no time for.
What about what about like American movies and stuff? Like I'm sure
like I used to, because
right?
I learned a lot of English through the movies, especially
Me
like
too.
The American movies. So yeah, like I'm now trying to watch Prison Break. I know it's so old. But,
Prison Break.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch it. Yeah.
You got to get up to date, man. You gotta watch like Breaking Bad or something.
I should, but it's like so too long, you know.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah,
too
it's
long.
a lot of stories and yeah.
Or
I need time.
Sopranos.
Yeah, I need time.
Dude, there's so much. There's so much that I'll give you a list of
I
stuff
watched
to watch.
Matilda. Matilda was good.
Matilda?
Yeah.
What?
Just like for an hour and
Yeah.
40 minutes, so it was good.
Yeah. Okay. So you played a little bit of basketball. You didn't play a lot of sports.
Yeah, I played volleyball. I played like soccer, but yeah, then my sports not like my type right now.
You're a singer?
No, not singer.
You're good at singing? What is your
No.
favorite song?
No, like I like the script, Imagine Dragons. Some Arabic music, but no, I'm not a good singer. Yeah, just sing when I'm under the shower. That's it.
I feel that.
Yeah.
I'm not a very good singer either, but I still do it every now and then.
Yeah.
What's your favorite soccer team?
Like I like the Spanish team, like Madrid. But yeah, when Ronaldo got out, I'm off. I don't follow any soccer news anymore.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, because I like the way the person plays, not.
You're like me. I like LeBron.
Yeah,
I like LeBron more than I like the teams that he plays for. Like, I don't care.
Like the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a Ronaldo enjoyer. Have you met? Are you familiar with a content creator by the name of I Show Speed?
No, I Show Speed. No.
No. Okay. He's a big Ronaldo fan, and he's also a big fan of Palestine as well.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
Oh, so you have seen him?
Yeah, he's always screaming, you know.
Yeah, he's always screaming. He's always going Free Palestine.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
That's cool. It's cool that you know Speed. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
He's also a streamer like myself, but I mean, he's a little bit crazier than me. He's a lot younger, so that's cool that you know that. So you're also, by the way, chat, if you want to donate to UNRWA, there's a link that you can donate to as well. Let's talk about UNRWA for a second, because a lot of people don't know. Like, a lot of people are just fed whatever the media is telling them.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, my dog is my groomer just brought my dog in right at this very moment. No, don't worry about it. Do you like dogs?
Not very much.
Not very much. Okay, we won't bring the dog in. No, this is a big old dog.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I wish he don't want me to play with his belly. So yeah, he'll stay around. That's fine.
Oh no, she's very friendly. That's not a problem. But hold on, Morgan. You want to take over here for a second while I handle this?
Yeah. Yeah, come in.
The problem is there's only one mic. So
Yeah, you can sit in this chair.
All right, I'm taking.
What's up, Lila?
You have to talk very close to the mic so to pick up.
Hey, everyone, you hear me?
That's perfect.
All right, cool. Well, I'm Layla. I work with UNRWA USA. I'm the Senior Director of Communications, and I work with this guy, Montez.
Hello.
Hey, I guess I'm going to be a sub-in for Hasan while he takes care of his dog. So I want to tell you about our work. UNRWA is the UN Agency for Palestine Refugees. UNRWA USA is the nonprofit that supports our work here in the U.S. through fundraising and advocacy activities. So we're here in California. Oh, you can't hear me? We're here in California. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, sit close to the mic. I'm not used to this, y'all. We are here in California on a tour. It's called Gaza Through My Lens, where we're taking Montaz around to different cities in the U.S. We started in Houston. Before that, we did our major Gaza 5K. It's a walk run for mental health in Dallas. We raised $500,000 for mental health. And then we moved on to Houston to do 2 speaking events there. We did one in Anaheim yesterday. 2,000 of you showed up, so thank you. We have another event tonight. Then we're headed to New York City for a couple events, and we'll close out in D.C., where Montaz has the opportunity to really share his story in Gaza through his lens and help people understand, you know, what it's like through the lens of one person, although he represents millions. So, Montaz, how has the tour been for you so far? And do you want to say anything about our fundraising efforts?
Yeah, like flying is really bad. Yeah, but yeah, it was while meeting a lot of people who want to do more and support. And I'm happy that I'm raising awareness also about the role of UNRWA, because it's like a government on the ground, but not government, it's an NGO that provide people with food aid, medical support, educational support. So yeah, they are really doing a big work on the ground. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So this is why I choose to continue and support them, because even me, like in December, I got some food aid from them for myself, for my family. So and Israel trying to shut it down because it's the only organization that recognizes the right of return for Palestinian refugees. So yeah, this is why I'm supporting them very well.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hasan, you want to get back on in here?
Sure.
So I was going to mention real brief that UNRWA is providing it's the backbone of humanitarian assistance in Gaza. It's providing 60% of the aid. When you're donating through this fundraiser that we got going on right now through Tiltify, you are providing that support. And the American people have really stepped up since the U.S. government defunded earlier this year. And so we've been able to give $50 million from people like all of you here on this stream and all around the world to provide for this assistance, which is saving lives in Gaza. I've had the chance to go 6 times myself. That's super rare for a Palestinian American, and we'd love to tell you more about it. But just check out our work at UNRWA USA, UNRWA USA. You'll see more from Montaz. Sorry that our events are sold out. We'll be posting clips and kind of vlog from the whole tour so you can get a sense of what we're doing. But we need you to engage with us from wherever you are in the world to make sure that we can show more Palestine refugees that Americans care. So we really so thankful for the platform. I'm seeing like the comments, they're going nuts. These comments are crazy. How do we keep up with this? I got to pass the mic to our real host. Thank you. Shout out to Shash Sharia. I know you're a big Hasan Abi fan, so thank you for being here, y'all.
Thank you, Layla.
I have a bunch of diet sodas and stuff if you want to try it.
Yeah, but you know, like when I'm traveling, my stomach keep hurts. So whenever, that's true. That
I feel like this would take you out. Dr. Pepper cream soda, 0 sugar. It's like a diet. Oh, by the way, that's my dog. That's Kaya right there.
Hi.
She's very friendly. She's a puppy, but she's pretty big. So
this is a puppy.
Yeah, she's a puppy. Yeah.
Like she's taller than me, man.
She's a big girl. She's like 40 kilos, I think, or maybe a little bit over that. But anyway, yeah. The reason why I brought up UNRWA, aside from the fact that you know there are people here from UNRWA, is that it is the backbone of Palestinian society. It operates in a similar way to how World Central Kitchen operates, in the way that like when World Central Kitchen goes to different places, they will hire people. They will hire like the local population and go to local kitchens and source the food products from local kitchens. And UNRWA operates in a similar capacity and has been operating in a similar capacity for a very long time in terms of like the 13,000 people, right? I believe. Yeah, just in how many people across all fields? 30,000 Palestinians, mostly working in Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, West Bank. Yeah, 30,000 Palestinians working across the entire region. 13,000 people just in Gaza alone, from schools to every aspect of like Palestinian life. So when Israel, which has been very invested in like trying to shut down the funding of UNRWA and remove UNRWA's legitimacy for a multitude of different reasons, like when they were able to successfully do that by just straight up lying, and the American government, following through on that, it was yet another, in my opinion, yet another blow, and yet another way to increase the hurt that it was causing to the Palestinian population. But yeah, we have a direct donation, not even the Tiltify link. They put the unrwausa.org/donate link on there. Is that okay? Yep. Okay. All right. Can you plug UNRWA USA, the tax deductible entity USA at the end of it? Yeah, that's the one. unrwausa.org/donate. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys have any other? Yeah, I just swapped the Tiltify now. Okay. Does he have a photograph he would most like to share with us? Do you have a photo that you want to show everybody? Like, what's your?
And there's a lot of photos and a lot of stories, but yeah, if you
I can pull it over here as well.
Go like to my Instagram maybe.
All right, let's do it.
Let's talk about some stories of the people.
Do you smoke?
No.
No?
Yeah.
You drink? Oh, you don't drink.
I don't drink.
You're a good
I don't
Muslim.
smoke.
Unlike me.
I'm trying to be a good Muslim. So.
I'm a bad Muslim.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that you want to talk about here?
Oh yeah, go down, because yeah, here it is. This one.
This one?
No. Yeah, this one maybe.
Wait, I don't.
That's a graphic, yeah.
The problem is like on Twitch,
you'll be banned or what?
Yeah, I can't show a lot of the photos.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, that are graphic.
Okay, go down and find something else maybe, but most of it is graphic.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah.
You met Rashida Tlaib?
Yeah.
She's wonderful. I love her.
She's really great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, go down. You'll find more. Maybe we can talk about it. Yeah, because most of it is graphics, but there's something on Time magazine. If you'll show it, is for a girl under the rubble, or like the people I lost, or so yeah. There's a lot. We can't just pick.
Is there any in particular that you want to show from here?
Maybe go down a little bit. Here. Just like this, maybe video, or should be
this video right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like this video, like for a mother, she's like grabbing her 2 children, like the baby's thing, and for more than 18 kilometers she was walking and she passed from like an Israeli checkpoint, and yeah, she just kept grabbing them and bowling them till like more than 18 kilometers.
Wow.
Yeah. So she had like all her home in her bags because she left her home. And yeah, as you can see, the video like explains itself.
It's crazy. It's 11 miles for you Americans. There's a photojournalist in the chat says, I'm a photojournalist covering protests in Michigan. What advice does Motaz have for other ways journalists can cover the genocide's effects in the U.S.?
Yeah, you can push in your government to send you to Gaza so you can work there on the ground, show the truth. Because yeah, if the government give Israel billions of dollars, at least let Israel allow the U.S. journalists to go to Gaza to cover. And they should not kill you there. So that's what I believe, man. But thank for everything you do.
Yeah. Is one of your photos was the Times top 10 photos of 2023?
Yeah.
Here, we'll show that one. This is a young girl stuck under her house in the rubble. This is your photo.
Yeah, this is my photo. I used my camera to find her. I used like the slow shutter speed, the camera, so I can grab more light and find her because they couldn't find her. And she was screaming, but no one knows where is she. So yeah, thanks for the technology.
Yeah. The link is broken to donate. Why? What's going on? What's wrong with the link, chat? Hold on, let me see. Is it not working? Is the Tiltify link not working?
It's the direct link. Can you open the door? Another person from you and
Oh, okay. Yeah, unlocked it. Door's open. Okay. People are saying it works fine. Disconnect account cannot correctly make live changes. What? Okay. I'm a photo editor at the New York Times. I'm wondering if Motaz could share with us the damage the media narrative around Gaza has caused and how us as photographers and reporters can do better to cover the story.
Not sure, because like New York Times, maybe sometimes I see some points on them, but they're also trying to catch up to show more. Yeah, like even like once of time CNN showed like videos of young children were just playing and Israeli drone killed them. And they showed it for even it was graphics, but they, you know, sometimes you just like show it to get more views and to make people satisfied about them, to not keep attacking them. Then they don't post anything. They go back to be on the Israeli side. So I hope they're just not manipulating with this, because this is our people's life. And yeah, if anyone think he's a human, I don't think he should like do this to other people, to use their suffer, enough just to get more views or likes or shares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you actually brought up something that I talk about quite frequently, which is that the media, not like the theory, it has the theoretical responsibility of like showing the truth, right?
Yeah.
Obviously. But the real responsibility, the real goal of the media overall, in my opinion, in America especially, is to create an air of objectivity.
Yeah.
So they can come across as legitimate, so they can, in more nefarious ways, lie when they need to.
Yeah.
Right. And that is the way that's the way I see it for the most part. And I think you kind of brought that up when you said like sometimes they do show the truth.
Yeah.
And I think as a Palestinian, do you feel like they are potentially showing the truth in an effort to maintain that legitimacy because people are yelling at them?
Yeah, exactly. This
so
is
that they can continue being like, you know, so they can continue using passive voice whenever they talk about like Israel striking densely populated civilian areas.
That is what's really happening. This is what I believe is happening for myself. Personally, this is what I believe in.
Yeah. And there are, by the way, chatters, yes, this is something that I repeat all the time. There are great journalists out there, even in the New York Times as well. It's not entirely in their hands, unfortunately. Whenever they want to cover a story in a particular manner, there is still obviously going to be editorial control that shuts it down. Are you familiar with Ta-Nehisi Coates? Ta-Nehisi Coates.
No.
So
actually.
he's a liberal journalist. He actually even worked for The Atlantic, which is the editor in chief of The Atlantic is the Israeli prison guard, former Israeli prison guard. And he had written extensively about in the past. He had written extensively about reparations and had used Israel as a successful example of how Germany paid reparations to Israel in the creation of the Israeli state in the aftermath of the Holocaust. But then Ta-Nehisi Coates actually went to the West Bank and saw for himself what the situation looked like. And as an adult in his 30s, he went there and he was shocked by the realities. And now, as a very famous journalist and a writer, he has now basically made it his life's mission to correct the record on that, and has apologized profusely time and time again for the role that he found himself playing about, you know, legitimizing this apartheid state. And it's really interesting watching his reception. Originally, that was very positive, like broadly very popular reception, change almost overnight as soon as he started saying that saying the truth that Israel is an apartheid state.
Yeah, now look, like what happened in Iraq after millions of people got killed, and now then they couldn't fire like any mass destruction missiles, and then Donald Trump showed and he said there was no mass destruction weapons there. Now, you know, like, but no one even sued, like, what his name even
George W. Bush.
Yeah, about what he did there. So yeah, the same for Tony. Okay, thanks for going and discovering the truth by himself, but also others can go. Everyone can go there and discover and see the truth on the ground. But they just don't want to sacrifice some time in airplane to go and see the truth. If you just like don't believe media, go by yourself there and see. Like others, there are a lot of people went there and saw the truth. But the problem is with the one even who goes there and stays on his right. who's like what he believes in, and he like continues to support Israel and occupying every land in Palestine, stealing more lands, making new settlements, and not allowing us to move even in our lands. So me as a Palestinian, I need like a permission to move in my country, and I can't get. Yeah. So it's a lot. People can understand, people can see, people can know. So if they want, they can find out. Yeah, it's come from themselves, not me who just going around running towards the people. Yeah, please come and see and understand. No.
Yeah. Is there anything that we missed that you want to talk about? Because I know you got a busy day today ahead of you. You're gonna be doing a little bit of traveling.
They are just. I want people to know that there's a really amazing people in Gaza and in Palestine. They deserve a better life, and hopefully you can help us as a youth. I'm not gonna say just like Israel killing women, children, elders. No. Also, I want to say that Israel killing youth, the Palestinian youth. So yeah, I want your support for Palestinian youth, and our life is just not like a tent. This is not our lives, and we didn't used to that. I will never used to that. Yeah, we had nice houses and nice cars, and we eat the best food, have the nicest coast ever, have a nice sea, but Israel is not allowing us to find our way to live just a normal life like anyone else. And whenever we don't have peace, no one will have peace. Believe me, we'll keep pissing you off till you support us to have peace and to get our rights in our land. Yeah, that's it. We're not tourists. We just want peace, and Palestinians doesn't have peace. No one should have peace. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you so much, Motaz, for
so much, man.
coming on. This was wonderful. Let's take a photo side by side so people can know how tall you are.
Okay.
It's crazy, but we'll do it over there. All right, everybody. I'll be back in 1 second. Someone said thank you, Motaz, for visiting Belfast and Derry.
Oh, yeah.
You went to Ireland.
Yeah, they're so amazing, and
you're like Ireland more than America, I suspect.
Yeah, that's what people nice. People nice. You know, like but in these circumstances I can't find any way that suits me. I just want to go back to Gaza. Yeah, just want to go back.
Yeah. All right. I'll be back in 1 second, chat. Please. Thank you, Morgan. Do you want this, by the way? There's stuff here as well. Oh, yeah. Here. Felix is going to be here in a little bit too, by the way. Noise gate is no match for Ferguson's laugh. Okay, so Felix is going to be here in a little bit, but before that happens, we're going to turn our attention back to the we're gonna turn our attention back to the election. Tell Frogan as a community, we really thank her for organizing this. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, shouts out to Frogan for linking us up. This was great. And I hope you guys were able to learn something new today, as always. And now we are going to get back to our regular programming and talk about. Please consider buying new mics. This was awesome, by the way. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. We're going to get back to talking about the election. Mics were fine, okay? Y'all are fucking stupid.
Good member of Congress. Those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
In contrast to his often combative tone on the campaign trail.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was.
Senator Vance appeared measured and polite.
I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get.
But in a recent poll, more than half of registered voters, 51%, said they view Vance.
I think that the Hong Kong stuff was like really weird. I think what he could have just simply said is that he misspoke or something and just like moved on. Why do we give a fuck about the Tiananmen Square thing? We don't. This is one of those instances where the media chooses to, like, the media desperately tries to find like a equilibrium, right? Where they're like, well, we're doing JD Vance stuff, so we might as well like find something to showcase how equal and even-footed we are on this issue. Okay? And that's precisely what's going on. They're like, oh, well, you said that you were there at the Tiananmen Square protests one time many, many years ago. Like, it's minuscule. It's totally minuscule in comparison to like, all of the stuff that you have for JD Vance that he regularly, it's neutrality, not objectivity. Exactly. But they sell it. All right, bye. They sell it as though it is objectivity, but it actually is neutrality. And yeah, like, JD Vance, even in that debate, said numerous fucking times a litany of unhinged things. Okay? For example, he said the housing crisis is caused by immigrants, that undocumented immigrants are responsible for the housing crisis. That is a ridiculous position. Okay? That is a preposterous position. You automatically are making it seem like it's like saying the housing crisis is being caused by people moving to an area, okay? Like, not just undocumented immigrants or documented immigrants, just anyone moving to an area. It is ridiculous to mention that without stating that, like, we are not actually keeping up with the additional demand. And it's especially ridiculous when your argument is in recognition of that reality, that there is need for more supply of housing, which is why one of your policies is literally to create 3 million additional housing units. Okay? And there is a litany of different issues that also artificially limit the supply of available housing anyway. I think that overall, so much insanity goes unchecked whenever immigrants are discussed. They are simply a non-entity. They're not human. Like, they're not viewed or communicated about as though they are human, but instead they are some sort of barbaric horde, a monolithic force of evil, that they are operating within the boundaries of the United States as like a monolithic evil force. This is a very dangerous idea to leave unchecked. Okay? It is at the heart of fascist thought. And I am genuinely frustrated. I'm genuinely frustrated that this is not something that people are working to solve, like something that they're working to solve in terms of the communication, and it is leading America down a dangerous path. Hold on, I'm posting a photo of me and Motaz. Yeah, it's right there, I think. Under the table. There's a bag under the table. I don't know whose it is, but that might be it. All right, bye. Could you please explain why it's ridiculous to say that an increase in immigration causes increasing housing prices? Like, doesn't increase demand increase pricing equilibrium? The reason why it's ridiculous is because the types of housing that like the undocumented migrants occupy in general are not the types of housing that you're fucking staying in anyway. Like, this is not a real problem in general. They, for the most part, are overwhelmingly living in the absolute most desolate, the absolute worst conditions in the fucking slums. Okay? They're not purchasing the houses, they're renting them. And if that is a problem, if they are impacting the supply, you don't communicate it like that. You don't ever, like, if there was a massive amount of people in a normal society, if there was a massive amount of people from, like, I don't know, California moving to fucking Texas, for example, does that actually raise housing prices? Certainly. Okay. But the problem isn't fucking stopping Californians from moving to Texas. That's not how you deal with that issue. The way you deal with that issue instead is by increasing this fucking supply of housing. Okay? That's it. Anyway. Bro, this guy's a fucking troll for sure. Look at his fucking chest. No way. I agree.
Vance unfavorably, while just 32%.
Like, the immigrants are responsible for the housing supply diminishing. Unironically, is in the same vein as, like, immigrants are responsible for drug trafficking into the United States of America. They comprise a tiny percentage of the available housing that they occupy. Okay? And yet they are made to be the fucking problem in this story. Just like they are not responsible for the drug trafficking into the United States at all. And yet this is improper fucking framing. Oh. Who do you think is more responsible for diminishing housing supply in urban areas? Okay? Who?
So one of the most
do you think it's the immigrants, or do you think it's motherfucking Airbnbs, for example? Who do you think is more responsible? Airbnb or undocumented migrants? I thought you said this debate didn't matter. Why does everyone seem to care so much about it? Is it because it's just a news story? I mean, people care about it because, like, these are two unknown entities overall. This is a unique election cycle in terms of, like, having a very truncated campaign on the one hand, the Kamala Harris campaign, with a relatively new, lesser known person that is supposed to be the VP of this campaign going up against JD Vance, who was also relatively new on the scene, Green senator, one-term senator overall, very young. And on top of that, Trump is old. Who knows what happens to him, you know? He keeps having assassination attempts. So, like, JD Vance could very well be the next president if something happens to Donald Trump. So people are interested, I think.
Things about the debate last night was that the Trump-Vance housing plan, the plan that Vance put out repeatedly, was mass deportations. They were going to lower the cost of housing, make more housing available by mass deporting millions of people.
This is straight up Nazi shit, by the way. Like, I hope y'all understand. I'm not even remotely exaggerating when I say this is straight up Nazi Germany, okay? Oh, we'll take all of the things that the ill-gotten gains of the Jews, okay? Because we deserve it. We deserve those gains instead. Pre-watched? What do you mean pre-watched? I'm pre-watching history, I guess. You should pre-watch the top of the hour ad break, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Did you see this? Yeah, I did. The Daily Trojan article, it's up there. You pre-watched history? Yes, I think that's called learning. Yeah. Okay, I think we should change the Tiltify link to just the Unreal link, because the direct Unreal link, because it's fucking tilting me. How many chatters are like, it's not working. Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, and I'm annoyed. All right, let's continue.
The CBS even put it up on the screen as like a legitimate housing policy. Democrats want tax credits and assistance for construction, and Trump and Vance want to deport lots of people to alleviate demand, treating it like a legitimate policy. Now, we can talk about it as a policy, right? As a policy, it doesn't make any fucking sense. First of all, it strains credulity to think that there are millions of homes owned by unauthorized immigrants. I think according to Freddie Mac, the nation is short 3.8 million homes to rent or buy. So you're telling me that some significant portion of that 3.8 million are owned by unauthorized immigrants who don't have social security numbers, who don't have tax identification numbers, who may not have bank accounts, right? I'm lucky enough, blessed enough to own a home, and in addition to having to save a lot of money over a very long time, I had to have all this paperwork, all this legal documentation. And you're telling me that people who are not in the country legally have all this documentation to be able to buy a home. It's dumb. It's stupid. Setting that aside, right, if you were to deport 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 million people, you would cause, especially unauthorized immigrants, you would cause the American construction industry to collapse. There would be very little labor for construction, which would cause the price of building anything in this country, and especially homes, to skyrocket. So not only would this not make a dent on supply, but it would likely cause the price of housing to grow by huge amounts, by leaps and bounds. But kind of the policy thing is almost besides the point, because Tell me if this sounds familiar to you. The plan to make America great again, to provide housing for all, for the many citizens who need it, is to go home by home, deport millions of people, and essentially take their homes and provide it for native-born citizens. There's a name for that. There's a name for that. It's in German. It's Lebensraum. And when you think of some of the other stuff they've suggested, Trump saying we need a single night of letting the police go wild to deal with everything. We joke that he's talking about the purge, but there's another way you can look at that, the name for it. I'll use the English name here, Night of Broken Glass. You can't tell me that these people aren't calling for what they're calling for.
They are, straight up. They are. Okay? Absolutely, without a shred of doubt, that is precisely what the fuck they're doing. Okay? In terms of American domestic policy, that is exactly what they're doing. The issue is, why the fuck is it just Jamel Bowie talking about it? Why the fuck is Kamala Harris not talking about it? Why the fuck is the Democratic Party not talking about it? Well, I'll tell you why. Okay? The reason why the Democrats are not talking about it in these terms is because they are also now in the tank for a lighter version of it. And I am very frustrated by this reality that I am watching unfold in front of my eyes. Okay? I do not like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it one bit, because even if this was to be successful politics, which it is not, because it's not successful to lean on the right wing, right wing sentiments. You're not going to actually convince voters to vote for you, because if they are anti-immigrant voters, they are voting for a party that has captured that market completely. Okay? It's called the Republican Party. All you are doing in that circumstance is basically prime your voters into also believing that there is a major problem when there isn't one. Okay? All you're doing is feeding your own base of support. All you're doing is feeding your own fucking base of support an unimaginable amount of ammunition to maybe even turn to the other party. That's why it is very frustrating when I see liberals in this community that probably, and like, for example, that one guy who was not even a liberal, who was a leftist, he said, advocate for why the Democrats are doing this and why it's successful campaign strategy, not recognizing that, like, literally, as we look through his communications a couple of years prior, he was on the exact opposing side of that argument. That is what happens when the Democrats capitulate to right-wing framing. Okay? Most people are not independent thinkers, even if they fancy themselves to be independent thinkers. Okay? They just basically repeat what television man tells them. The broadest majority of the population don't even give a fuck, obviously. But the ones who do care, the ones who are supposedly the educated, high propensity voters, right? Those people are being fed this propaganda. Those people adopt these positions by watching television man tell them these positions. One in 5 undocumented workers, 1.4 million people are employed in construction. That's more than 10% of the entire labor force and 32% of roofers. With the industry already facing a shortage of about 500,000 workers, Trump's deportation scheme would grind the construction of new housing to a halt, turbocharging the affordability crisis. The issue here is that people only fucking talk about this aspect of it. And I think that this is a way that, like, in the minds of a lot of Republicans proves the problem. They're like, oh, well, they're taking our jobs then. Here it is. Okay? For the criticism that people just adopt what the TV man tells them, aren't we doing the same thing with you? Yeah, but my opinions are correct. But also beyond that, I also urge you always to go and seek out the truth on your own. I provide additional evidence to you about where my beliefs come from. Okay? Even if I personally pull data from the top of my mind, when I pull this shit from Top Dome, my editors slap it. Okay? They put the actual fucking info. They literally put the information of where I'm getting this info from on the edited YouTube videos on my YouTube page. That's the difference. And I still ultimately urge you to go and seek out the truth on your own. I don't like the angle of, like, undocumented immigrants are, you know, basically fucking great slave labor either. I don't like that at all. I think that in and of itself is a problem that also needs to be solved by documenting them and increasing their wages alongside the rest of the American working class. But anyway, let's get back to this conversation, last night's debate.
And said they view Walz unfavorably. Governor Walz aimed his jabs at the top of the Republican ticket.
If you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that.
Most Americans didn't know either of them just a few months ago, but their names are now on lawn signs all over America, and each was parodied on.
It's worth pointing out that I'm sure Hasan Abi will also bring you up on, will also post you up, is that Hezbollah is not staying idle. They're also attacking Israeli before they were relieved, evacuated from the scene. But it's worth pointing out that I'm sure Hasan Abi will also...
That's TRT World, not Al Jazeera. And the dude who's talking is a Turkish guy. What the fuck? Why is there a random Hasan Abi mention on TRT?
But it's worth pointing out that I'm sure Hasan Abi will also bring you up on, will also post you up, is that Hezbollah is not staying idle. They're also attacking Israeli...
That is wild. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Saturday Night Live this weekend.
Folks, I haven't been this excited since I got a 10% rebate on a leaf blower from Menards. What can I say? I got that BDE, Big Dad Energy.
How much do we love Donald Trump? You know, just this afternoon he told me, JD, you're like a son to me because I don't like you and I'm stuck with you.
Before he became Trump's running mate, Vance was most recognized for his best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, made into a Netflix movie.
Is this seat taken? Go ahead. Philip Roseman. JD Vance.
A Yale-educated lawyer and Silicon Valley venture capitalist.
Vance without a beard, bro. That's like, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad, dog. It is so goddamn bad. Holy moly, it is bad.
The 40-year-old Republican from Ohio was elected to the Senate just 2 years ago.
Making me
Once
sick.
a never-Trumper, now a fierce defender of all things Trump.
I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump.
Walz, who is 60, was a former teacher and high school football coach for over 2 decades before running for office. He served in the United States House of Representatives, a Democrat serving in a rural district that leans Republican, becoming governor of Minnesota.
I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on.
Both men are military veterans, their Midwest backgrounds contrasting with the coastal upbringings of Trump and Harris. Both brought onto the ticket to appeal to voters from Middle America. One of the few heated exchanges came on a...
Yeah, the problem is until this last night's debate, and I don't even know if his approval ratings will boost in the Midwest. One guy was seen as a real Midwest guy. The other guy is seen as the exact type of annoying rat fucker that is from there, but then comes back to just basically. One thing that I always repeat about JD Vance is JD Vance types and Pete Buttigieg types, when they come to your town, you're going to lose your job. Okay. That's how most people in the Midwest see these fuckers. Okay. They see them as these suited up motherfuckers who are coming over and the mine is closing down. Okay. There's going to be an elimination of redundancies. That's it. He's got real fucking McKinsey consultant vibes. Carpetbagger. Cook political swing state polls. AZ for Arizona, Harris is up 2. Gallego up 13. GA Trump up 2. Harris is up 3. Slotkin's up 4 in Michigan. Nevada, Harris is up 1. Rosen's up 13. North Carolina, Harris and Trump are tied, but Stein is up plus 24 for the governor's race. Pennsylvania, Harris is up only 1. Casey's up 7. Wisconsin, Harris is up 2. Baldwin plus 2. That's also a little bit scary. But, it's not looking too great, I would say.
Abortion and reproductive rights. Vance, who has in the past favored a national abortion ban, softened his stance to try to align with Trump.
I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies.
Well, Walz continued to attack Trump for appointing the judge.
It's not Jill Stein yet. No, it's Josh Stein, the guy running for governor. What do you guys think that North Carolina is having a fucking green resurgence? What are you, crazy?
Justices that overturned Roe v. Wade.
This issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing.
The latest polling averages showing very tight margins across all 7 battleground states. At one point, the two seemed to be having a real conversation about a tough issue, gun violence in America.
These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay.
So.
Christ have mercy. It is awful.
While both agreed there's a problem with gun violence.
Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation.
Do you think a split ticket is actually possible with Stein up 24? It's a unique one, but governor races usually are, even if they're on the same ticket, they oftentimes have the capacity to be separate totally from the rest of the ballot because people have a personal connection to their governors. Like you have blue states with red governors, red states with blue governors. The most popular governor is a literal fucking Democrat in goddamn Kentucky, right? Mark Robinson, on the other hand, however, is very much a Trumpian style gubernatorial race. Like he's backed by Donald Trump. He is very Trumpian. So that might create in the minds of North Carolinians more resistance against voting for Trump.
I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
there was no real agreement about.
Why is the polling better for Trump now than the other two elections? A couple different reasons. One, perhaps most importantly, is the fact that the pollsters are trying to make sure that they don't run into the same problems that they did in like 2016, especially. So they're, they're over polling in some instances, almost like they're weighing for an underrepresentation of Republican voters. I think that's part of the reason. They're just trying to make sure that they're not going to look silly. Other than that, I mean, Kamala Harris is not running a very good campaign. It's just, I don't know what else to say. So he's not actually that popular. I mean, he's not a very popular person. That much is true.
How to address it.
We have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience.
With the one and only vice presidential debate over, both candidates are now back out to the battleground states.
Turning now to our wisest of all wise heads on all
Yes.
things political, our chief
Yes.
political analyst, John Dickerson. He also hosts the Daily Report with John Dickerson on CBS News 24.
You got to keep the bar low, Tony. Not
you
true.
are burbling fountain of all wise things. Please tell us, what were your takeaways last night?
Well, it was a kind of a, basically everything that's been reported so far. It was civil. It was, and that's notable mostly from J.D. Vance, because you look at who's running at the top of the ticket. So it's like you work for a boss who comes in and cut off jeans every day, and then a guy comes in wearing a suit and tie, and you think, wow, it's like the old days. It's like it used to be, where people believed in the norms of civility. They debated politics. That isn't to say that there wasn't a lot of traditional stuff that irritates people about politics, but it was so much different than what we've heard from Donald Trump out on the trail. So that was the biggest thing. I think probably, though, it kind of passes through and we move back into the race. That doesn't really change anything much.
To me, one of the most talked about moments of the night was January 6th and the difference of opinion between the two. J.D. Vance seemed to say, look, I want to move forward, stop looking back, accusing the media like we always bring it up all the time. Can you still say that January 6th is in the past?
Yeah, J.D. Vance said he's focused on the future. So a couple of things. One, when you spend a lot of the debate talking about how great things were in the Trump years, you can't then say, wait, but I'm focused on the future. You can't just remember the stuff you say is the good stuff. The second thing is, who's focused on this a lot and built his whole campaign around it is Donald Trump. So he's quite focused on this. But then there are two reasons I think this is really important that Senator Vance couldn't give a simple yes, Donald Trump lost the election. Simplest question in the world. Still can't do it. And we interviewed Senator Tom Cotton, Republican from Arkansas, couldn't do it either. This is why it matters. Two things. When you talk to national security experts who are worried about violence around the next election, they say the biggest thing fueling the possibility for violence around the next election is the lie that Donald Trump won the last one. So that fuel is out there in real time now. And then when you look at the answers from Vance and Senator Cotton, democracy exists by common agreement. Everybody agrees that elections matter and that the votes should be counted and that the power given to the people who win the election then allows you to make laws and everybody will agree to that. If that agreement doesn't exist, you have violence. Well, that agreement only exists if everybody chooses to agree to it. So when you see Senator Vance and Senator Cotton making excuses, not saying easily that Donald Trump...
Yeah, they're really hitting the whole, his bad answer on January 6th. On all fronts. Like that's what they're hammering him on, which is kind of weird because yeah, he was civil, but he very civilly said he would deport 25 million people, like what the fuck are we doing here?
lost, they are creating room for the lie to keep living.
Yeah.
This is not like a debate over tax cuts. This is about a fundamental idea of whether 81 million people should be disenfranchised because a guy didn't like that he lost.
Yeah.
Who said that? Not me, but the Republican leaders in the House and Senate at the time who said the lie from Donald Trump led to the violence. That's real and alive right now. It's not in the past.
Yeah, that's what worries me, that's for sure.
Thank you very much.
I'm more surprised that they didn't actually hit him on the fact check side.
Do you?
Because he got like, he was like sad. He was like, yeah, you promised you wouldn't fact check me. That's weird.
All want to hear from the folks at the top of the ticket. Would you want to hear from Harris and Trump one more time? Or are you convinced you know who you're voting for? It doesn't matter at this point moving forward. Bill?
I'd like to hear it one more time.
One more time?
I want them to hear who they're voting for, so absolutely do one more.
I really don't want to.
No, you're good.
I'm done. I'm over it.
I'd like to see one more debate.
One more debate?
I'd go for it, yeah.
One more debate?
Yeah. It wouldn't change my opinion, but I think it would help clarify some of their talking points on both sides.
I don't think it's worth it. I feel like it's too combative.
Wow.
Well, that pretty much sums it up. Some voters want another presidential debate, and others are good. Let's take a closer look at the lies, though, from last night. Major.
Why would anybody say that they don't want another debate? Like, I don't get it.
Garrett is here to help us fact check the VP debate.
Good morning, Adriana and Tony. Great to have our plus on here in the extra hour. Last night was not about grand exaggerations or really outright lies. Things were much grayer, and we'll get into that. I want to explain how our CBS Confirmed team basically worked round the clock last night to fact check the entire debate. And you can find the results of that work on social media, CBS News, or our website, CBS.
Because they recognize the same things you've been saying about the debate. Yeah, but I'm down to fucking watch another Trump-Kamala Harris matchup. I don't give a shit. What the fuck is going on? Donald Trump, Lib Crusher, thank you for liking my post. I'll send you important election updates from North Carolina. Make sure you're ready to vote for Donald J. Trump. What the fuck? Is he doing follow for follow too? Lib Crusher is a random Twitter account.
News confirmed team. I want to get to the first one, something that Senator J.D. Vance said about the Iran nuclear deal. Let's listen.
Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons.
The CBS News confirmed team rates that false, and here's why. And also, it needs context. What he's referring to is the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. That's the Iran nuclear deal, negotiated by President Obama in 2015.
If I like this
and
post, I'll get it.
If it had held, would have unfrozen assets that Iran could have used. But President Trump pulled out of that deal. Those assets remain frozen. And the $100 billion figure J.D. Vance referred to, it's actually $50 billion. That's why we rate it as false, needs context.
I like the post. I didn't get it. Trump is using a Obama tread robin. Thank you for liking my post. So Trump is using a branded notification for this. Thanks for pointing it out. It's basically like a tweet or semi-public DM, I guess, that won't appear in your timeline or searchable. Mystery solved. Wait, how do I find it? Oh my God, he did. He did do it. Boom. He's a fan. I'm a real patriot now. This is like a senior getting excited. Their doctor's office texts back after they make an appointment. All right, shut the fuck up. This is objectively funny. Okay. Who you voting for in North Carolina? Mark Robinson and Donald Trump. Duh. Order his Bible. I've already ordered his Bible. Excuse me.
So we'll move on to the next one. Hot topic over the issue of housing in America as it relates to immigration. Again, Senator Vance.
You have got housing.
Do you like Trump or Kamala or rather not say? What? No, I hate Donald Trump. I marginally hate Kamala Harris a little bit less than Donald Trump. But I still hate both of them. That's crazy.
That is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes.
The CBS confirmed team rates that partially true, saying it needs, again, more context. Returning to my point that there were not extravagant claims, but they all need more context. And here.
Oh my God, I can't believe they're literally saying like, oh, well, you know, it just needs more context. It just needs more context. What the fuck do you mean it needs more context, man? Are you insane? It is an insane thing to say. It's just as insane as claiming that undocumented migrants are responsible for like all the drug trafficking. Are there undocumented migrants that have engaged in drug trafficking? Yes. Is it marginal? Yes. The overwhelming majority are American citizens. Okay? There is no difference between saying this and then saying migrants are increasing the American crimes. Okay? Because while true, okay, of course, there are fucking undocumented migrants that have done crimes. Of course, they're human beings. Human beings are capable of being good. Many of them are. And some of them are capable of being bad and doing horrifying crimes. That's not how you look at the situation. That's not how you analyze the situation. You don't go, oh, well, you know, even if out of 15 million undocumented migrants living on U.S. soil, there was one extra crime, technically it's true. Technically, that is true. Okay? If there was literally only one extra homicide on U.S. soil that was done by an undocumented migrant, you could technically say undocumented migrants have increased crime in the United States of America. But if you were to make that argument, people will look at you like, what the fuck is wrong? Are you insane? That's an insane argument to make.
Here it is. Yes, there's a housing shortage in this country, and a Federal Reserve study that Senator Vance referred to and other studies suggest larger flows of immigration is one of the complications there. But housing shortage has been a problem since the Great Recession. In the decade after the Great Recession, we produced more new homes, fewer new homes in this country than we did in any decade since the 1960s. It is a complex problem with a lot of economic inputs. Higher immigration, legal and illegal, is but one of them. Finally, there was a claim by Governor Tim Walz about contraception and access to fertility.
Yeah. Higher immigration, legal and illegal is not an issue here. Okay.
Treatments. Let's listen.
Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments.
CBS News confirmed team rates that as needing context.
Heard that
Said
before.
that before. Exactly. Here's what I want to explain about that. Project 2025 does not call for a pregnancy registry. However, it does call for, in any state that performs any abortion, an entire list of data about those abortions. Age of the woman, gestational age of the baby, location of the woman, in-state or out-of-state, all this.
We're done. We're done. It's over, it's over. Boys, is over. He just described a registry. He literally just described a registry while saying it needs additional context, guys. So what word could he have used in that situation? This is so fucking nitpicky, dude. Just like the Dems are making choices, we got to address the active choices the media has taken towards fascism. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, dude. I cannot believe that, like, it needs context. On the one hand is, yes, undocumented migrants are actually a burden on the housing supply. Technically is true. And then it needs context for the fucking Tim Walz side is, well, you know, a registry. A registry that he correctly identified as a registry. This is false. There is no doubt that the Project 2025 plan recommends restriction on abortion access, including the abortion pill. And it wants the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to collect this information from states. Number and method of abortions, reason for abortion, how far along, pregnant people's state of residence, and more. However, it does not create a federal agency to monitor pregnancies, nor does it require pregnant people to register. You literally just described a pregnancy registry and then said it doesn't require pregnant people to register. It requires the states to fucking put the information. It is the entire purpose of this is to make the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to operate a pregnancy registry, a database. And considering how Project 2025 works, by the way, it would be the CDC would be operated by entirely Trump appointments. How do you think that's going to work? He said pregnancy registry, not abortion registry. What are you talking about? This is a pregnancy registry. What are you saying? What are you saying? Am I reading this wrong? Like, what's happening? It's literally, that's it. That is the same thing, okay? Maybe you want to call it like a database or something. I don't know if you don't want to call it a registry, but that's it. It's it. That's the same. Oh. Chatter is right. It's saying they want the state of residency for pregnant people that got an abortion. First of all, it's not a pregnant person that got an abortion. It's a miscarriage registry. Okay? That's what it is. Just so you understand. Okay? Stop playing fast and loose with these fucking semantics arguments. And ultimately, the goal is to track pregnancies. Okay? That's it. There is no reason for this data to be logged and aggregated by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention Unless you want to prosecute these people. If you guys do not understand, this is not like a Project 2025 thing, by the way, okay? Like, this is something that, you know, family values and other, like, psychopathic, like, Moms for Liberty type groups have been advocating for quite a while, okay? It's just written in Project 2025, but this is something that there has been a lot of advocacy for. Why? Because there's no other way to actually criminalize abortion. It's something that I have talked about for years, as a matter of fact, when talking about how cruel and unusual the criminalization of abortion would work. You know how I do this process where I tell you, like, how do you think mass deportations would work? And then I walk you through the steps, piece by piece, to help you materialize what that would look like if we actually did mass deportations. I used to do that about abortion as well, way back in the day, almost for a fucking goddamn decade. And yes, a standard part of that protocol is to monitor abortions, maybe even monitor fucking menstrual cycles, okay? Depending on how insane you want to get. Because there's no other mechanism of control. If you want to fucking stop abortions and you want to criminalize it, you have to fucking track people who are pregnant, okay? You have to track people who are pregnant that get a miscarriage. You have to prosecute every miscarriage like it is a murder. Deport the illegals. Nice, man. If you have this kind of like semantics, if you have this level of like semantics difference in this situation, you are insane, okay? You are psychopathic. I don't think you understand what's going on here.
About that. Project 2025 does not call for a pregnancy registry. However, it does call for, in any state that performs any abortion, an entire list of data about those abortions. Age of the woman, gestational age of the baby, location of the woman, in-state or out-of-state, all this other data. And it would also call for many, many religious exemptions to access to contraception, meaning if you're a hospital that's Catholic or otherwise, you don't have to provide it. All of those things fit within this general context, but there is not a specific pregnancy registry called for Project 2025. That's how we rate it.
Love that context, Major Garrett. I mean, and shout out to the CBS News Confirmed team because they were fact-checking in real time. The emails were coming in fast and furious last night. And then that QR code on the screen
that was
where
cool.
Viewers could actually check to see the...
Do they just go to jail afterwards? Yeah, they have. We have prosecuted people for miscarriages before in this country. Even in fucking Roe v. Wade era, we have prosecuted women for miscarriages. Because the distinction between a miscarriage that is naturally occurring and a medical miscarriage is, you know, not all that significant. Do you understand? You can't always tell. And another aspect of this, like I've talked about before, time and time again, literally go back to like 2016 videos I've done on this. Okay? And you will see, like, how far do we go in terms of prosecuting abortions and prosecuting miscarriages? Is it now illegal for a pregnant woman to mow the front yard? That's labor. That's like a physically taxing thing that a pregnant woman is doing. Are you going to start prosecuting women who are pregnant for drinking a glass of wine? Okay? Like, there is no limit to the madness here.
Because no moderator ever born can provide the kind of context in real time and the underlying fact checks and the footnotes you need to thoroughly assess something's truth or falsity in real time.
Yeah.
That's why we provided that service last night, and we'll continue to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty wild that we can't have a gun registry, but we can have a fucking registry for pregnant women. That's cool. That's really cool. It goes to show like what our priorities are, you know? Great stuff overall. There is no amount of control that people won't say yes to when it comes to just like people that you want to own, people that you want to dominate, people that you want to marginalize. It's great. Guns, on the other hand, very different dynamic. You feel me? What is happening? My food is here. Oh, because pregnancy isn't a right. Yeah. Women's bodily autonomy is not a right, brother. You don't understand.
First of all, let me ask, do we need to go to Jacob right now? Is he ready for us? Okay, well, he is. Good. Jacob Soboroff is in Oakland County, is Oakland University in Rochester, Michigan.
My wife at a stillbirth and our DA was considering bringing her up on charges because she was at a wedding, didn't drink a couple days before. It was the worst thing that ever happened to us, and they wanted to throw her in jail for it. Yeah. Like when I say this is a real fucking issue, I don't think people understand how insane that is, dude. Like that's a real thing, brother. What are we talking about? That's a real thing. Abortions being criminalized 100% means that if you are a pregnant woman that is in the process of carrying a pregnancy to term and the unthinkable, the worst thing possible happens, okay? There's a criminal investigation that must be conducted. Charges must be brought up. We have to make a full-blown assessment of all the things that you did in your daily activities as the government, by the way. We want the government to go through and treat it like a goddamn murder and look at all of the things that you did and figure out if you were responsible for this miscarriage. Tracking the number of abortions and demographics that doesn't seem harmful to individual people. What? Tracking the number of abortions and demographics of them doesn't seem harmful to individual people. What are you talking about? They want fucking literally who is having abortions. They want that information. It's not simply overarching, faceless, anonymous data. The fuck? You already have pregnancy and abortion data. You already have that data. It's just, you know, like there's research on this shit. You know what I mean? Like it's not like this is different than that.
Michigan. We spoke with him as he was setting up with a bunch of students who are going to be watching the debate there at a watch party, and he's convinced them to stick around even though the debate ended, which itself is a Herculean effort. Jacob, take it away. How'd it go?
Rachel, look at all the people. You guys, thank you very much for sticking around. I really appreciate you guys sticking around. Here's the green flags and the red flags. They did the whole thing, and it was amazing, and they don't have them any longer. So I'm going to have them start with a show of hands. And I don't know if this is going to surprise you. These are not undecided voters necessarily. These are voters who could very well tip the outcome of the election come Election Day because they live in one of the most consequential counties in all of Michigan, Oakland County. It was 100,000, as I told you before the debate, 100,000 vote swing from Trump to Biden in the 2020 election. Macomb County, one of the neighboring counties, is also a very important swing county here. Let's just start with a show of hands. Did anybody come into this debate and leave feeling differently than when they came in terms of candidate? Raise your hand if you changed your opinion of the candidates because of this debate. Oh, really? One? Come on down, dude. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Very surprising. What's your name?
Henry.
Henry, what's going on? Okay, so you came in feeling what?
I felt like JD Vance would have done a lot worse. I think he's very awkward. His his other like public appearances have been very awkward. I'm thinking back to like the scenario in the ice cream shop where he just made it so awkward for the employee, and they don't want to be on camera.
Might have been the donut too, right?
Yeah, I just thought, well, like why can't he just be normal like the rest of us? Like,
And that's how you felt coming out of here.
I felt he did a lot better. I feel the way JD Vance works is he works very well when he has a lot of preparation. This is a debate. He knows about it weeks in advance, so he's able to prepare.
Like he prepared better here.
I think he prepared very well.
So one of the things, will you do me a favor? These are for you. Thank you very much. Thank you. One of the things, guys, that I thought got the strongest reaction here was Jimena was talking about guns at the beginning of the debate. And one of the strongest reactions here I thought was interesting was, Rachel, what you were just talking about when J.D. Vance said one of the ways ultimately that we can stop gun violence in this country is by having better locks on our doors. Did anybody react? You're laughing back here. No, you. What's your name?
Nora.
What'd you think when you heard J.D. Vance talk about that? Jimena was talking about how because of what happened at one of your neighboring schools here, it's an issue that rings close to home.
I thought it was ridiculous. I mean, the issue is guns. The issue is not better locks on doors.
Reproductive freedom is also something that got a big reaction in this room, and I saw a lot of green flags go up when Governor Walz was talking about how he wants to protect a woman's right to make her own choices. I see you reacting strongly here. Really, ultimately, guys, what this is about is enthusiasm, and whether or not in this state that had the highest youth voter turnout in the 2022 midterm elections, whether or not folks like this are going to be compelled to come out. These guys are compelled to stay here till 27 on a school night. You know, you heard that answer. What did you think?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
On reproductive freedom, what did you think when you heard Governor Walz say that he thought it was a woman's right to make her own choices?
I completely agree with that. Like, I feel like that should be considered common sense almost, but it isn't. It's become such a heated debate for what feels like should be a no-brainer, and he just kind of voiced that.
The other one was immigration, I thought, God, and you guys correct me if you feel like I'm misstating everything here, but on immigration, number one, there was a loud laugh in this room when those mics got shut off. And that was, of course, around the issue of the Haitians that are in Springfield, Ohio, under the temporary protected status. J.D. Vance was saying, Senator Vance was saying that they were there illegally. Of course, that wasn't true. The moderators pointed out, and they cut the mic. But I also thought you guys in the room responded strongly to the pushback on the point that President Biden and Vice President Harris put forward one of the strongest and most conservative, actually, immigration bills in recent history, and Donald Trump killed that bill. Did that ring true? You're up here. Let me just come up here with you real quick. You're nodding your head. Yes. Hi. What's your name?
James.
Why was that something, James, that resonated with you?
It is true. Congress has power for these immigration policies, and it just keeps getting pushed back between presidency to presidency, which Congress does have power in these situations. It's really just forming a demonization of immigrants, which is such an issue. We see a lot of violence against immigrant communities. These are not illegal people. They come here undocumented for whatever reason there is. And it's just causing more harm than anything. And we just need to push towards like true policy rather than like all these like talk points.
I appreciate it, you guys. And I guess, maybe the final thing that I just wanted to ask, we were talking, Marcus, about this constant criticism about the vice president not being able, about the vice president being in office for these last, he's already upset about it. The vice president being in office for all these years and not being able to make the change was the allegation from J.D. Vance. You said to me, I've been to high school civics class. Why did you say that?
Because if anybody took high school civics class, they'd know what the vice president can do and what the vice president can do. I want to make a quick point. Neither candidate on that stage talked about what executive action they're going to take on day one to do what they want, nor were they asked, because they know that they can't. That's not how the vice presidency works. You don't get to do what you want. You do what the president delegates you to do. So
one day, Marcus is going to be all of our teachers in civics class, guys. I wanted to thank you all very much for being here. And Rachel, just reiterate how important that these voters are, the enthusiasm that is here. You can really feel it. And it's exciting to be here with all of you guys. We appreciate it very much. And I know they do, too, back in the studio. Rachel, back to you.
Fate of the nation is in your hands, from Madam President Jimena and to all of them. Very, very thankful. Very thankful to you, Jacob, for being there with them. It's inspiring to see them.
Thanks, Rachel.
All right.
Jerika Duncan watched last night's debate in a very interesting place, Grand Rapids, Michigan. This is one of those towns that voted for Trump in 2016, then flipped over to Biden in 2020. Everyone's battling for it once again.
This is the second circumcision guy, right? It's so crazy because, like, I used to watch him all the time, and we all did. We watch him on stream on a daily basis. And now, my opinion of him since the Ta-Nehisi Coates contentious interview that he conducted, and in the aftermath when we found out that he wrote an article about how he got his dick skin chopped off again, like, it has altered my worldview irreparably. Like, I will never see him the same way ever again. He shook me to my very core with his bravery. He double tapped, dude. Excuse me, what? Yes, this is Tony Double Caucus, or whatever the fuck his last name is. He is an adult convert to Judaism, and in an effort to showcase his like determination, he got, as an adult, a second circumcision. We only know about it because he then wrote an article about it. It's also additionally funny because his wife still left him after all that.
Again, Jerika, good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone. It is a very competitive district here in Kent County, Michigan. About 350,000 people voted in the last presidential election. But following last night's debate, we asked the voters, who do they think won? They said J.D. Vance. Most of them said that he won this debate. But take politics out of this for just a moment. They said they were most impressed with the civility that we saw on full display last night. Take a listen.
This debate that I saw made me happy.
The median American voter is so fucking irreparably stupid. Like, there's no salvaging this situation. The normie voters are so fucking dumb, dude. They're so stupid. I mean, I get why we are going to get fascism. I get it. Wow, I love civility.
That, again, the politics is going.
Like, they both civilly said they want Israel to glass Iran. J.D. Vance civilly said he wants to deport 25 million migrants.
Back to us treating each other with respect.
I think that my biggest takeaway from Vance is that he is able to articulate himself, his feelings, his policies in a respectful way. It's one of the things that I dislike about Trump.
They both complimented each other when they needed to and gave respect to each other. They got along as two gentlemen.
Another issue that was top of mind for those voters was gun violence.
They both agreed that that something needed to be done, but there really wasn't a plan to fix anything. The only thing that I heard was Vance saying that he wanted more security in the schools. If someone were to have access to a gun in my kid's school, I have no idea what I would do.
I got asked more questions when I was getting a dog from the shelter than when I was getting my gun. And we're just now getting to a point where it seems like maybe there's going to be actually real support on both sides to do basic gun safety things.
Yeah,
but
right.
I feel like the Republican Party has not prioritized or taken like some of these basic common sense gun things like seriously.
Before the debate started, 2 of the voters said that they were going to vote for Trump. 2 said they would vote for Harris. 2 said they were undecided. But by the end of it, those 2 undecided said they would vote for Trump. So clearly, you know, these voters didn't see eye to eye on all the issues. But there was one thing that they said they do all agree on. Take a listen.
What a lock.
Is democracy on the line in this election? Bill?
Yes, sure is.
Eric, why are you laughing?
Because it just absolutely is. And I had to catch myself, but it's like, oh my God, is it? Yeah.
Holly?
Same. I feel the same way, yes.
Yes, definitely.
More than ever in my life, yes.
More than ever in your life?
Yes.
Kelly? Yes.
Nice discussion that we had there. We're going to put the full interview eventually on YouTube, so check it out. With 34 days left, though, all of these voters said.
I feel like if you say you're undecided on television and don't say you're going to inevitably vote for Trump, they'll kill you. They're like, that's not how this is going to go, big dog. We didn't bring you up here to say you're undecided for no reason. You're going to say you're undecided, but now you're committed to Donald Trump. And you're going to say you were undecided, but you care about some fucking random thing that we've decided is the most significant part of this process.
I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done.
I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was.
I'm in agreement with him on this.
First of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting, and I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy.
It was a shockingly civil debate, if that's a
God, I fucking hate this shit so much. Oh my God. Just vaguely gesturing at some understanding, some false notion of civility without any sort of policy. Oh man, I love the civility. Wow, we're really back as a country. Oh, damn, the 5 just reacted.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino.
I can't wait for them to talk about. See, this is why I like conservative news more, okay? Because they're going to talk about civility for like 3 seconds, and then they're immediately going to talk about how Tim Walz is secretly a gay Chinese communist, okay? Like, that's what I want from my fucking news media, okay? They're going to be like, he's not a secret Somali. We were wrong about that. Okay. Mea culpa. They're actually, we are now updating our position on Tim Walz's ancestry. He's not a secret Somali. He's a secret Chinese communist.
thing. Both vice presidential candidates mostly sticking to differences in policy as they squared off over the issues. In a post-debate focus group, an overwhelming majority said they thought that Vance won last night. Here's why.
He's very battle-tested, very ready, and you can just see that he went to Yale, and he's very intelligent, and he reassured a lot of people, I think.
Somebody else.
It was a strong control of the facts. He ran the show.
He remained steady during the whole performance, and I was very impressed with him being very sincere and authentic.
He humanized himself and actually looked like a regular guy.
Joining us now, pollster and communication strategist Frank Luntz. Those were people that you had polled or were talking to. And I found the last comment really interesting because he humanized himself, indicating how badly he has looked in front of some people with some of the comments he's made. What did you make of how Vance did? And then we will get to Walz.
Well, I actually want to start, and I apologize to your listeners for this voice, but this is what happens when you do a focus group that doesn't end until an hour after the debate. Our participants had a lot to say. Number one, they loved both candidates. In fact, if they could, they would have reversed the tickets and put Vance and Walz on top and the other two on the bottom. Number two is it gave them faith in democracy, the idea that people could sit down, disagree, and do so civilly. But in terms of Vance, they were shocked that the Vance that they've seen up to this point was not the J.D. Vance of last night. Measured, thoughtful, emotional, willing to agree with his opponents, not divisive. The language that they used to describe him tells me that he has been misused on the campaign so far, that he would be far better communicating Donald Trump's agenda and vision and purpose than the attack dog kind of strategy that they've been using up to now. I have to tell you, only twice in my career have I had such an overwhelming movement towards one candidate. That's how significant yesterday was. Not that they were critical about Governor Walz, but they were so shocked at how emotive Senator Vance was.
Right, and because he was coming from this place of being very unpopular when it comes to his personality and the things that he's said, so that's an interesting twist. What about Walz? What did you hear from the panel on how Walz did and what they thought of his comments and his policies?
Now, he got better as the debate went on. They thought that his first 30 minutes that he was stumbling, that he struggled.
By the way, this to me proves that a like halfway competent orator would be making short work. So it came out later on Twitter that Luns's group was 8 out of 12 Republicans who voted for Trump in 2016 and 2020. Basically exactly what you say about focus groups. No one is undecided. Yeah, I mean, am I shocked that Frank Luntz had a focus group that was mostly fucking Trump Republicans? No. But you want to know something that's still important in their analysis? Those were Trump Republicans who fucking hated J.D. Vance. That's why they literally were like, I'm shocked at how I saw him. You could tell that they're Trump Republicans because they didn't talk about like all the weird podcast shit that he's done. But they know him as like kind of an unlikable guy. Also, yes, Frank Luntz is obviously not like, I mean, he is the guy responsible for the estate tax being called death tax, okay? He's Mr. Global warming himself. This is what he does. He is a fucking Republican op. Anyway.
As I am speaking to you right now. And they felt that he wasn't really as engaged and he was much more defensive. His best moment of the night was in challenging Senator Vance on what happened in the events of January 6th and most specifically whether or not Trump won or lost the 2020 election. That said, he did not connect as well because he was much less specific and they were particularly critical that he was not answering the questions the moderators were posing. And in a vice presidential debate, they expect more from the candidates than to try to duck the questions.
Well, the polling is out, and they're basically even, 49 to 51%. So a lot of people having a lot of opinions, but it is very interesting to note that people felt good about what they saw because it was civil for once, something we haven't really seen over the past, 8 or so years. Frank Luntz, thank you so much.
Joining us right now is former White House Director of Message Planning for President Biden, Megan Hayes, and strategic communications expert, former Republican strategist and pollster Lee Carter. Guys, thanks for coming in. Megan, you called this a pre-Trump era debate. Walz looked nervous, especially off the top. Everyone saw that. The way Jen Psaki described it, her take was, the way she put it is, missing the magic and the organic spontaneity of Tim Walz. What did you see last night?
Yeah, I think he was absolutely nervous. I mean, I would also be very nervous on that stage as well. And then he got into his groove, and I think he did very well. I think the highlights for him were obviously the issues on reproductive rights. I think he was very strong there. I think he pushed back really appropriately on immigration and some other top areas. I do think that his shining moment and where the dials were really high, according to a lot of the polls, were the last question about if he can, say that Donald Trump lost the election. And I think that the independent voters in these swing states, that's what people are noticing. Do they really want someone who can't say that their boss lost the election as the last person in the room when they're making these crucial decisions, during a wartime and during some of these other crises that you face as the president and the vice president? So I think that was a really telling moment for Walz. And I think, both of them did no harm. And I think that, we will all move on to the next major news event in the cycle.
We have all survived, and we will all move on together. And to your point that was a high point, the campaign, the Harris campaign seems to think so. We have new reporting that they're cutting an ad with that moment about the 2020 election question, an ad for that. Lee, some people saw J.D. Vance last night as kind of working to soften some of the sharp edges that are Donald Trump and Trump's message to voters. The Democratic governor of Colorado, who's a surrogate for the Harris campaign, was on with John this morning. And I want to play for you what he said to that idea.
If you're looking for a car salesman, he's your guy. I mean, I think he looked at shifty, he looked at slick. Of course, he's good at what he does. He talks to different groups in different ways, no question about it. But at the end of the day, he failed to say he would side with the American people over Donald Trump.
Lee, you held a focus group last night. What did you see last night?
So I saw that Democrats really didn't believe J.D. Vance. They said he seemed nice, very, very much in line with what we just heard from the governor here. But I think that independent voters and Republicans were refreshed to see a softer side of J.D. Vance. Many people said that they really didn't know what to expect. They listened to him and they said, I appreciate that they can disagree without demonizing. He talked about a lot of issues in ways that resonated. He got away from the abortion debate unscathed, which I think is a big deal because this is the biggest weak spot for Republicans. And so I think overall, J.D. Vance came away with more fans than he went in with. Is it going to change votes? Absolutely not. There was not one voter that I talked to last night that ended up changing their mind, but people had a more favorable impression of J.D. Vance than they expected to.
Favorability.
Great. So the only thing that happened is it worked in favor of J.D. Vance looking not like a fucking monstrous piece of shit that he is, but instead as a solid orator of Trump's Republican ideals. I don't know when Felix will be here. Stop fucking asking me, dude. I don't know. I never know. This man runs on his own fucking time, all right? Oh my God. Every time I fucking say Felix is going to be on the show later, people literally nonstop in the chat like, when do you think he's coming? Did I miss him? I don't know, man. Why is he a monstrous piece of shit? I don't know. I mean, just this fucking last week, he kept pummeling a neo-Nazi created conspiracy theory that Haitians are eating dogs and cats. And even on that debate stage said he wants to deport 25 million people living on U.S. soil. I personally think Adolf Hitler is bad. Controversial opinion. I know, brave take, you might be saying. Okay? I am anti-genocide. Okay? I think Adolf Hitler is bad and wrong. So when I hear an American politician in 2024 repeat Hitlerian policies, I'm going to go ahead and say, I think that guy is bad and wrong. Monstrous piece of shit. Does that make sense for you? Hogs just want a sleazy white guy to tell them Nazi shit with a fake smile and conversational tone so they don't have to feel bad for being fascist, and Lewis will smile and clap like seals for the civil fascism. Yeah.
He did go in with historically low favorability. I remember Harry Enton has done an analysis of that. So any improvement to be made there, I'm sure he and the campaign would be happy about. Megan, do you think last night did anything to make a second debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump more likely?
No, I don't think last night is going to change that dynamic. I think that Trump is going to see how things are going in the next couple of weeks before the debate and see if he feels that he needs to go back out there and take another swing at it and to see what he can do. I don't think he will show up for another debate. I don't see why he would do that. He does not like to lose, and he clearly lost the last one, so I just don't see him putting himself in that situation again. But I don't think last night would change his mind on that.
Lee, I want to ask you, especially because you have this insight of this focus group. One statement from J.D. Vance that stuck out had something to do with abortion, reproductive rights, what he said. He was asked about the campaign's stance on abortion rights, and Vance said this.
As a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us.
Earning the American people's trust back on this issue. But Trump's take on abortion rights and reproductive.
Dude, he literally did the lib ass, we see you, we hear you. And of course, the dumbass liberals and mainstream media are like, oh my God, what a beautiful answer. That's what I heard from NPR this morning. They ate that shit up. That's all they... Dude, they're so stupid. Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude. Like, you can have a guy go on every podcast and be like, women are brood mares. They must be bred forcibly and violently. And if they ever dare to do anything but breed and stay in the kitchen, we should jail them and kill them. Okay? Like, you could have a guy like J.D. Vance say that every day, and then he goes on the main stage and he's like, we really have to do a good job of hearing women out. They have a lot of problems and we must solve them. And everyone's like, aw. You see that? He's a good guy. He changed his mind, actually.
Reproductive rights include statements like he's proudly the person responsible for killing Roe versus Wade. Trump says he's done exactly what he intended to do. Why then is J.D. Vance saying he needs to earn back the people's trust?
Well, I think that the Republicans have done a very, very bad job talking about their position here. Their position on abortion is actually not the popular position among Americans. And so they're really fighting upstream. So the way...
Whoa, that's crazy. But if I were to fucking look at mainstream media in the months leading up to Roe v. Wade's, abolition, despite the fact that all the polling showed that 75% of the public actually consider Roe v. Wade to be good. It was a real controversial position. It was a real 50-50 split. I just don't understand it because this doesn't really match like the way the media covered this issue until it was gone. And now they're covering it very differently now that it's gone. Chat, when I say this, look, I'm a fucking avid media watcher. You guys know this, and you are too, right? Like you're in here, you're an avid media watcher as well, right? How many times did we hear from the media? How many times did I fucking scream at my goddamn TV, at my goddamn monitor, whenever we heard in NPR reporting or in New York Times reporting, like, abortion is a real controversial issue for Americans. It was never a controversial issue for Americans. It was not. That was a whole cloth, completely manufactured narrative. It was never a controversial issue. Everyone was like, no, we like it. Please let us keep it. Okay. It's incredibly stupid that the media has the capability of just like shaping the narrative. And even if they don't shape the narrative successfully, it doesn't matter because your voice doesn't matter. Nothing we do matters. I hate this shit. Now you understand why I hated last night's debate. I hate it so much that I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break right now in the top of the hour. Obviously, polling never matters, okay? It doesn't. It just simply does not matter. If it did, the Democratic Party would have changed trajectory on fucking Israel policy a long ass time ago. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Made women feel like they're completely left behind, that they have no rights if the Republicans take office. And so I think JD Vance was trying to say here that we need to do better. And if we are going to take this position, we recognize that we need to support women in other ways so this is the best choice. And frankly, it was a refreshing answer to folks that said that many people said this didn't seem as scary as other answers I've heard before. They want to hear that there's more support to women. Does it answer people whose primary, concern is women's rights and abortion? Absolutely not. But again, I think this showed a different side of JD Vance and the Republicans than we've seen until now. And for many people, that was somewhat refreshing and made them feel less scary. Scary was a word I heard a lot.
Bro, this is CNN. Glaze!
It's really...
CNN is glazing.
Along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. So the Democrats' assistant coach fumbling the ball at the big VP debate, Senator J.D. Vance and Governor Tim Walz striking a more civil tone as they tangled over the big issues facing the country. And it turns out shielding your candidate from media scrutiny is just not the best strategy. Tim Walz only doing a half dozen interviews before the showdown, and it left him a little bit rusty when compared to the battle-tested Vance. Watch.
A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment.
Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos. Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line.
When we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, Donald Trump's fickle leadership. Donald Trump is fickle.
If you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine.
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Walz has faced credibility issues from stolen valor claims to embellishing his military record. And last night, he stumbled over whether he was in Hong Kong during the Tiananmen Square protest, despite many outlets reporting that he wasn't.
Can you explain that discrepancy?
My community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain
knucklehead?
The discrepancy.
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests.
By the way, I told you motherfuckers they would be like civility for 2 seconds and then immediately start fucking hitting Tim Walz. And they're precisely doing that.
Governor Walz had an entire night to sleep on those comments. His cleanup job wasn't that great.
Look, I have my dates wrong. I was in Hong Kong and China in 1989. That move from Hong Kong into China, it was profound for me. That was the summer of democracy. I said it's where I understood how sacred democracy was.
All right, Greg Gutfeld, haven't heard from you yet, and looking forward to it.
He was unprepared, but why is that his fault? Democrats don't have to be prepared. They're usually operating under the assumption that it's going to be an easier ride for them than if you were a Republican. And he's like, what's up? What's with all this stuff? The media tried to lower expectations for Walz, and they were right to do that now that we see how he did. But they overplayed Vance's unlikability. So you were expecting something that wasn't charming, smart, or steady. So the media actually helped Vance by amplifying his unlikability. The first time you saw Vance was last night after a steady diet of media caricatures. What a shock it must have been. Right, he's not weird. He's not mean. I mean, this guy came out and just shows you how the media lies to you. The media portrays those outside their bubble falsely And then when you finally see the reality, then your eyes are open to the things they say.
He's not wrong, dude. He's not wrong. JD Vance is objectively a weirdo. He's gross as fuck. But like, if you didn't really pay attention and you just only heard people say he's weird, and then you watched it last night, you'd be like, no, he seems like a normal guy. It's so civil. It's so civil. He's so civil. And now CBS, CNN, NBC, ABC, they're all saying how fucking civil the debate was. They are literally depicting him as a normal, if not a solid orator of Trump's policies. He did a good fucking job. That's it. I hate him. I despise him. But as an analyst, I have to recognize that he did a good job of laundering his reputation. He did a good job of portraying himself as like a normal person. And Tim Walz absolutely allowed that to happen.
Vance also did something good. He knew this wasn't a political talk show where you try to score points by making statements loudly that will end up being retweeted. He wasn't going for the dopamine. He was going for the depth. And that was his mission. And his mission showed a contrast between steady and unsteady. He showed that a silencer is just as deadly as a shotgun. I think what is really cowardly, though, is the mistake Democrats made by not choosing Shapiro. You know, they might lose Pennsylvania. They definitely lost that debate because they wanted a guy who wasn't a Jew. You know, and now you've got a non-Jew who's frantic, nervous, chaotic, liar. I think this was a real slap in the face to the Harris campaign. No offense to her husband.
Judge, I want to get to you after you watch this. This is the liberal media who was forced to praise J.D. Vance. Call for number 4.
Walz did seem unsteady. And frankly, what I saw in Walz is somebody who has not faced questions on a national stage since he became the Democratic nominee. In contrast, J.D. Vance was very smooth.
I was getting texts from Democrats, panicked, quite frankly, who were saying, wow, he's really moderating himself on a lot of these issues. He's the most likable he has ever been.
He seemed at many moments to be reasonable.
Walz did not seem prepared for it.
I mean, a lot about this debate tonight was weird. There were uncomfortable, cringy moments.
There were so many niceties on that debate stage tonight. I am just kind of like, well, if you agree so much with J.D. Vance, why should they vote for you?
All right, Judge, take it away.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, it's clear that even they understood that J.D. Vance was solid, he was friendly, he was polite, he was disciplined, and he was the kind of guy that for the first time, and by
This Shapiro bullshit is the conservative talking point. It's so fucking smarmy and disingenuous. They don't actually give a fuck. They shit on Shapiro too. They just think this is a free and cheap dig. Yeah, it is. But it's also correct. And that's the worst kind of cheap dig that you can make. Not the anti-Semitism stuff, but the fact that like I'm making the same exact argument. If you weren't going to actually unleash Walz as a progressive force, or at the very least, like sit there and defend certain progressive policies and adopt them, okay, then why the fuck did you pick Tim Walz? Like, you should have literally picked Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro would be a better fucking defender of like right-wing border bills and whatever kind of fucking dumbass like right-wing idea you have. He'd be a better defender of Israel too. You know what I mean? He could have sat up there and did his Obama routine and been like, first strike, if Tehran wants a nuke, it can keep it. And by that I mean an Israeli nuke on Tehran. Let me be clear. We will nuke Tehran. I'm Josh Shapiro. I'm pussy too. The voters you would have lost picking Shapiro, you've already lost by not changing your policies. It makes no sense. Yeah. The anti-Semitism stuff is the cheap thing I'm talking about. It's so gross coming from the actual fucking Nazis. No, you're just this mad because your dad repeats it back to you. Okay. I mean, you're right. But you're extra mad because I know your dad, and I'm Jewish. I know Megaphonics. I know you're Jewish, but yes, it's you're this emotionally invested in the Josh Shapiro stuff specifically because I feel like your dad keeps repeating these talking points to you, which is pretty funny. Anyway, but yeah, no, they don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. What are we talking about? It's Fox News. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense why they like chose Tim Walz and then like they discarded him. You know? And for the record, Megaphonics is still under the Hasan Abi protective barrier, okay? He got harassed quite a bit. So we're not calling him Megaphonics.
By the way, 88% of the American people said that this was a debate that was civil and that they enjoyed. I mean, that's a wonderful thing. And that's because of J.D. Vance. When they tried to cut him off, and we'll talk about that later, or when Walz lied, he was polite. This is a guy who's going to reach across the aisle. This is a guy who will make not only a great vice president, but a great president one day. And I don't want to get into a lot of the small stuff, but I got to tell you, I was exhausted watching Walz. I mean, it was like this, that, eyes punched out, turn around, right down. It was almost like he was waiting for the feds to come in and arrest him or something. I was like exhausted. But J.D. Vance, he so impressed me. And I think he impressed everybody. This is a guy who's going to try to solve problems. He didn't fight. He didn't play dirty. I just want to say one more thing about Walz. You know, being a knucklehead doesn't excuse you from being a serial liar.
That's the worst aspect of this like Hong Kong shit is that he's not like a serial liar at all. Okay? That's just what like Republicans have chosen to lie about him on. Like for every 12 thing that they make up about Tim Walz and claim he's lying on, there's like 2 that sticks. And then everybody forgets that like there's 12 things, there are 10 other things that they made up. Bro, they thought he swapped out his dog, man. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? They thought he swapped out his dog, brother. And after last night's performance, I'm thinking maybe he did. I'm kidding. Yeah, man, he fucking lied about being at Tiananmen Square or some shit. I don't fucking understand. I don't care about lying about being at Tiananmen Square as much as I care about like a person who's currently lying about Haitians eating cats and dogs in an effort to fucking kill them, okay? Call me controversial.
And I was saying, Harold, that Eddie Haskell from Leave It to Beaver was a knucklehead, right? It was, but you know, lying about things that are pretty basic, and then not having the ability to land an answer at your most important moment showed, I think, why the Democrats were nervous last night. How do you feel today?
So good to be back with everybody. I think the analysis that's been around the table.
No, boo! Bring us Jessica Tarkov. Boo! Boo! We want Tarkov. We want Tarkov. Boo! Where's Jessica? Where's my Jessica? Where's my sweetie pie? My queen.
Well, I think it was a very civil debate, and I think Tim Walz contributed to the civility also. But I think that the round robin we did with some of the other reporters and journalists, who I thought were honest about it. The three of us were on last night. And I said there are 5 things I think you have to do when you are in a debate like this, president or vice president. You got to be likable and optimistic. You got to show strength and capability. You got to be smart. You got to be relatable. And ultimately, you got to show that you're presidential. J.D. Vance, you're right, Judge. He was coming from a little bit of a deficit because of some of the media characterizations, as you said, Greg. And he, you walked away. I didn't agree with him on a lot of things, but I didn't think he was a bad guy. I just think as a guy that I don't agree with on things. But in terms of a person, a father, someone who's decent, and they agreed on child care, they agreed on guns, they agreed even in some other areas involving foreign policy, but they disagreed on some other things. I thought on the substance, JD was good on immigration and the border. He was good on the economy. He asked serious questions.
Bro was like, I love school shooters. Adderall Andy. Bro was like, I love school shooters. You think he actually said he loves school shooters? And it wasn't just him misspeaking? That's incredible, dude. I mean, I joked about it too. He's a serial liar, although a lot of that shit, a big part of him is a fucking lie. Even him lying about his kid is a shooting that never even happened. First of all, he said he befriended school shooters, which was a massive flub, okay? No, he didn't accidentally say, I've known school shooters. Okay, stop. He accidentally said, I befriended school shooters, okay? He meant like school shooter victims, okay? Or school shooting families. Everybody understands that. Hannity talked about this on a serious show this afternoon and said Walz meant what he said. That's awesome. JD Vance missed the other day here. We knew what he meant.
That I could take you on our campaign plane and give you the perspective that I've gotten to this country in the past 7 weeks. This is the coolest, other than being a wife to this beautiful lady here and a father.
Yeah, do you think JD Vance is JD trans? Adderall Andy, are we watching JD trans? Is that what's going on? What's up, guys? I'm Gay D Trans. That sounds like a Nick Mullen bit. Like a fucking One Piece character, dude. Gay D Trans. Yeah, also, this wasn't a lie, dog. What the fuck? Walt says his 17-year-old son witnessed the shooting as he played volleyball at the rec center. They fact-checked it. Anyway, my son was a witness to a shooting at a local Y. I carried weapons of war in war. I was in China when they did the massacre. Like, bro's running for VP and he's caused so many lies. Out of all of those things, you mentioned 2 things where he very clearly misspoke, okay? Because if he was regularly talking about how he went to war and he's a combat veteran or some shit, you would have more than one instance where he has said that like 10 fucking years ago, dumbass. That's number 1. Number 2, you mentioned something that it did happen and said it didn't happen. So you still haven't been able to find like an abject lie, except for this. I was in China when they did the massacre, which, by the way, demonstrates that you don't even care about what the fucking lie is or why it's so damaging or whatever. And now you're saying you're no better, but your bias is fucking obvious and insane. First of all, I am biased. I am. And I tell you how biased I am all the time. I am going to be writing in Joseph Robinette Brandon, okay? Because I'm writing with Biden. Why am I writing with Biden? Because these 2 scumbags, Tim Walz and Kamala Harris, stole the presidency from the only man who did NATO. Okay? Me and Ryan Ruth locked in a lover's quarrel. We are all the way to the end, the strongest allies of NATO. Biden did NATO. I'm writing his name in. That's number 1. Number 2, notice how you just slammed a whole bunch of nonsense here. and then tried to package it with like one thing that is actually a fucking lie. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to say. Tim Walz, like him, hate him, this kind of like idea that he's a fucking serial liar is stupid. I hate JD Vance, and I very openly, for the past hour, have talked about I hate JD Vance. And yet I've talked about how well he performed on the stage last night. That should have given you an understanding that, like, I'm not going to lie to you, okay? I'm going to tell you what's what. I'm going to tell you how it is. That's it. Anyway. I think this guy probably fucked off an hour ago after saying that. Do you plan to cover Jack Smith's newly unseated J6 evidence brief? Maybe. Dude doesn't know you defended Trump in the bloodbath comments, so not that biased. Yeah, my bias is towards the truth. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't find myself. I don't like the Democratic Party. I hate the Republican Party. That's it. Like, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you. If either party represents my interests, I'll tell you.
It's about why isn't the vice president doing this now? And I thought that after they took the first commercial break, Walz was good coming back as he got his stride on abortion. He talked about health care, and if we undo the Affordable Care, what happens? I thought JD didn't have, that was the only time his substantive answers, they weren't as smooth as some of the others. And finally, I think the question he asked about, will you accept the outcome?
That's a good one. This is what Tim Walz meant with befriending school shooters. There is no greater school shooter than this guy, bro. Check DMs. What? No, dude, I'm not checking DMs. Shut the fuck up. Like, what is wrong with some of you, man?
Outcome of the election, do you believe that President Trump does? And he didn't answer that. But you gotta, as you think, look at this thing overall.
Hop on Deadlock. Soda wants to play. Dog, are you crazy? You think I'm just gonna fucking stop in the middle of the day when I have Felix Biederman coming over in the middle of my fucking commentary to go play Deadlock, a game that I don't even have? Like, what's wrong with you? You all right?
Then you got to say that he got the better of it, that being Senator Vance.
Did you wear a tie like this for a special occasion? Post-debate
Is this a special occasion tie?
I mean, it feels like happy. Yeah, exactly.
Unlike you, is what we're saying.
Yeah, see, that's a happy one.
You know, this tie reflects the mood of the country. We are pleasantly surprised. How many times can you say that after watching these debates? Because there was the JD Vance hoax that was destroyed last night. We were told that this guy was a sketchball. And then many Americans, especially women, saw JD.
I love hearing from another sketchball who is like an even grosser sketchball than JD Vance describe to everybody that he's actually a likable fellow. It's like, dude, you literally have the cranial physiognomy, is that the right term, of a date rapist, okay? I'm sorry, there is no other way to put it. I can't be nice. Oh, lol. XQC and Soda are watching the stream. That's why they're coming in here. What? Oh, okay. Great. I don't know how else to describe it. He just gives like sleazeball fucking vibes. I've never encountered another human being. I've never encountered cranial morphology. Thank you. I have never encountered a human being out in the wild that I'm like, that guy just looks straight up like a fucking date rapist, dude. Straight up. And by the way, before people say, Hasan, that's really fucked up, I can't believe you're saying that. He literally fucking openly admitted that he let out the goddamn air out of his now wife's tires at work so that she would be desperate enough to need his help. That is serial killer shit, dog.
JD Vance last night, and they thought, this seems like the kind of guy you can bring home to your parents. He's smooth, he's polished, he's reasonable.
I got blocked on Twitter before I deleted it because I kept tweeting at Jesse thinking if he's ever noticed women instinctively covering up their drinks when he walks by. That's so good. That's such a good lock, dude. Oh, sorry, he was married. And the woman that he did that to was his subordinate at the time. God, he's so fucking gross.
When I was trying to get Emma to date me, first thing I did, let the air out of her tires. She couldn't go anywhere. She needed a lift. I said, hey, you need a lift? She hopped right in the car.
Does she know this story?
No, she doesn't know the story.
Does she watch your show?
She does.
Jesse Jr. does.
You're basically the Zodiac killer.
Like, even Buttfeld's like, dog, that's some serial killer shit. And I should know because I'm a serial killer. It's so funny that both Buttfeld and Jesse Waters are like different types of sexual perverts. Like they represent the broad, diverse sexual perverse behavior spectrum. You know, one of them is like giving date rape vibes. The other one is like, I'm taking upskirt photos of you, whether you like it or not. And because if there were more people like me out there, we would also have to do the Japanese style legislation where people's fucking phone cameras, even on silent, have to do the photo taking sound. It's great. I mean, look at this guy. Look at his face.
It has a happy ending.
Really?
Yes, we're married.
Did you?
Look at Waters Chinatown segment. We don't have to do that right now. That's real fucking racism right there. I don't want it. I unironically love the gut. That's the king of late night. That's the king of late night. Have you seen this TikTok PR yet?
The first time I saw him, I did. I was like very struck by him. I thought he was very otherworldly.
Thank you for showing me the TikTok PR. Apparently, Lebanese Foreign Minister Abdullah Abu Habib says Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah agreed to a ceasefire right before Israel killed him. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. They have done that before. See, if that was a YouTube essay, you would have said, bro, is this your YouTube video? But when horny chatters send you their TikToks, you're spam, like, and move on, shaking my head. Yeah, dog. Because thirst talks take 3 seconds. Thirst talks take 3 seconds to fucking click like on. Your goddamn YouTube video essay is 38 minutes long, okay? Sorry, I'm not watching your fucking YouTube essay that you spent entire months on because I can't fucking sit here. And you know, watch a goddamn YouTube essay. What is this? Hasan likes terrorists. Love motherfuckers see but get butthurt over the truth. Israel is a demonic entity that was defeated by the resistance of people, power to the people always. Hasan and his fans do not see the Israelis as people, even the children. The fact that he still has a platform and that he has not been roundly deplatformed is crazy. Bro, Israel defenders have one speed. I swear to God, it's like immediately. Can you please deplatform him? Deplatform! Deplatform! People who love Israel love spelling my name with 2 S's. and hoping that Israel kills me. And if they can't do that, then hoping I get fucking deplatformed is so stupid. 40K likes, Hasan Abi TikTok. Oh, I saw this. Who the fuck was next to me when I saw this? I think it was March. This was after I was leaving USC, and March was sitting next to me, and this showed up on my fucking feed, and I liked it, and he's like, damn, bro, you're on Hasan Talk? And I was like, yeah, I am. Sometimes I see this stuff, and I like it. When I tell him to unfollow Summer Rae, and he says unfollow Hasan, 40K likes, let's fucking go. Lately, your haters have been saying, why hasn't he been banned yet, Law? Yeah, they're fucking nuts, dude. They don't understand. Like, most people can't be fucking asked to just care about this shit, okay? Oy. It's also weird because half the motherfuckers, dude, you know what's funny about this? Half the people chirping nonstop literally agree with the domestic policies of Hezbollah, or at the very least don't care about it enough, okay? They're like conservatives. They love the fucking anti-gay shit. They love the anti-gay shit. They love the anti-women shit. If there are anti-women policies, they're like, oh, I love that. That's why it's so ridiculous. It's like, no, the things I disagree with Hezbollah and the things you disagree with Hezbollah are different, okay? So it's weird when you try to call me an Islamist fundamentalist. It just comes across as like you're being a fucking massive racist piece of shit. That shit is boring. A lot of people knew about Houthis before 2023, so don't have extremely reductive views about them. There's no way you're talking about me having a reductive view about the Houthis, right? Because like I covered this shit way before 2023. Like what are we talking about? There's a community of Nazi and Nazi adjacent motherfuckers that have been trying to fucking actively deplatform me since the month of October 2023. I wonder why.
He's civil. He's smart. He's humble. Everything that they said about him was completely the opposite. So he had a great night, but Trump even had a better night because Trump chose him. And remember, the first Trump term didn't pick the best people. A lot of people are now reassured that Trump is picking the right people this time. And in a race that this is this tight, you know how they say Trump has like 94% of Republicans? Mm-hmm. Those 6% of Republicans, you call them Nikki Haley people, never Trumpers, Christie, right? They loved J.D. Vance last night. I had so many texts from people like that saying, wow, J.D. Vance was amazing. Mm-hmm. And that's the kind of presentation that they long for, that Trump doesn't bring to the table, but that can bring independents, women with college degrees, and moderate Republicans back. So he added to the ticket and created momentum after the Democrats have had a real bad.
I think they're overhyping JD Vance stuff. Yeah, I mean, they need any victory that they can fucking jump on. Okay, that's it.
Last 4 or 5 days. Walz seemed nice.
No, they didn't say Trump won the last debate. They were like, please stop talking about the debate. Nobody should even watch debates last time. JD Vance's damning non-answers. Harris Walz immediately cutting an ad. Let's
really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
That was a good line. He got his ass there. Why didn't you do this more, man? Why? Why didn't you do this more, Tim? Tim, I'm disappointed in you. I thought you were a secret Somali. A real Somali would have been fighting like a goddamn pirate, fighting for his own goddamn natural resources, his own coastline. Okay? You should have been fighting for the Democratic Party. It's messed up. I guess he was a little bit of a secret Somali in the way that he was fighting for fucking Minnesota. Wait, do they actually call him a secret Somali? No, I call him that, but in a positive way.
That is a damning non-answer. America, I think you've got a really clear choice of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Can I share something with you that is horrible? I would be better off dying instead of leaving my family generational debt. There's times when it's in the back of my head. It would have been easier had I died. Then you don't have to worry about the reoccurrence of another tumor, more bills every time you go for another checkup. All of it just keeps adding up and adding up.
Hasan Abi, serious manipulator, deserve a slap for you shit. I don't know why we banned this guy. He might not have been saying I'm a serious manipulator.
A few years ago, I survived another brain tumor and breast cancer. But now, the Affordable Care Act has been passed, and now I have coverage. It saved my life and my business. Donald Trump says he wants to kill the Affordable Care Act. He doesn't care what that would mean for families like mine. Trump only cares about himself. Before the Affordable Care Act, I could have lost everything. My farm, my life, my family. Unlike Trump, Kamala Harris is fighting for everyday hardworking people. She's fought for us to get health care, and she is fighting for us to keep it.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
We start the top of the hour this morning with a Fox 5 News alert.
Oh, yeah, we got the dog workers. Port worker strike turns violent in Baltimore. So there's a couple different things I want to talk about with respect to this port workers strike, the dog workers strike. One, I really like the fucking the union leadership. At least like he sounds cool. Like he sounds, I don't know. He just comes across like, maybe I'm wrong. He gives me a little bit of a, he's kind of a Trump hog. I know, but I don't give a shit. I do think that he is definitely a fucking hog for one reason that I find really fucked up. Okay? The thing that I find really fucked up is the weapons transfers will still continue. The International Longshoremen's Association is going on strike, but they're making an exception to ensure bombs continue to be sent to Israel. ILA will maintain pledge to handle military cargo during the strike. Passenger cruise ships to be unaffected by the 10-1 strike. The International Longshoremen's Association and its 85,000 members will continue to honor its century-plus pledge to handle all military cargo, even if there's a coast-wide strike beginning next Tuesday, October 1st, 2024. The union will also continue to work passenger cruise vessels. Dating back to World War I, the ILA was always proud to note that the ILA also means love America when it came to its no-strike pledge in handling U.S. military cargo at all of its ports. That's what Harold Daggett said, who served in the U.S. Navy and saw combat duty during the Vietnam War. We continue our pledge to never let our brave American troops down. For their valor and service, we will proudly continue to work all military shipments beyond October 1st, even if we are engaged in a strike. Don't worry, the strike won't impact the genocide or cruise industry, two of America's greatest gifts to the world. I mean, it makes sense if they fucking impacted the cruise industry. It's You know, those are people that need to get off, you know. That one is a little bit more understandable. Like, I think the way to manage that would be potentially that we are going to put a halt on the cruise industry post a certain date so that you give enough time for the ships to go somewhere else or to never even go out to sea. But yeah, if you're like, hey, we're going to do a fucking strike and you're just stuck on the cruise ship, that's kind of crazy. Imagine you're like, yeah, no, dog, sorry. You have to stay on the fucking cruise. It would be funny. Here, let's watch the More Perfect Union video on it.
5,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are on strike for the first time since 1977. Late last night, members of the International Longshoremen's Association walked off the job after their contract with the ports expired.
Union power, strong piece of power, strong piece of power. ILA, all the way. Union power, union power.
The dock
I think one of the funniest aspects of this is that the ILA is a relatively strong union. And of course, if you're in a relatively strong union, your average wages are going to be fairly high. And people are finding out about like their relatively high wages and getting very mad. And it's like, yeah, dude, that's a good thing. Okay. That's not a bad thing, dumbass. How about you fucking unionize as well? Nope. People are like, how dare they ask for more? They're already making a lot of money.
Workers have two demands: higher wages and protections against job-killing automation. The ILA represents workers at 16 ports that handle half of the US's imports. These workers keep America moving, handling goods like beer, liquor, wine, bananas, cars, and even parts that keep our factories running. And they do this backbreaking work for as low as $20 an hour. They're demanding a $5 an hour raise every year for 6 years. Meanwhile, their bosses in the shipping industry have raked in over $400 billion in profits since 2020.
Today, they're making billions and billions of dollars.
Yeah, Harold J. Daggett has had some really fucking quotable moments. I think he's kind of cool. I mean, he's a bit of a hog, but he's also kind of cool. I don't know how else to describe it. Like he simultaneously gives me bad vibes, but I also think he's chill.
On our backs. We went through COVID. Every one of you guys went to work every single day.
The workers are also fighting for a fair contract that doesn't allow automation of their jobs. According to a union-produced study, more than 2,250 East Coast workers could lose their jobs to robots if protections aren't implemented. If port owners don't step
Like, I don't have an issue with automation. You just can't fire people. How about that? Yeah, give them less work. It's great. You know, that's efficiency, baby. That's what automation is supposed to be there for. They are supposed to, like, automation is supposed to ease the burden on the laborers, on the workforce. The problem is automation is used as a mechanism of displacement, okay? They're like, oh, well, we got robots. No more need for the workers. Fire them. That is the issue. Unions understand this.
Step up and agree to workers' demands, it could cost the U.S. $5 billion a week. And that means shortages and price hikes for everyone.
We're going to win this thing. Trust me. They can't survive too long. And we're going to get what the we deserve. Believe me. And God bless all of you for being here.
I don't think it's the company's job to provide Social Security. It should be done by the state with taxes and ideal of basic income. What do you mean? It's not a company's job to provide Social Security. This isn't Social Security. First of all, companies used to provide Social Security. It's called pensions, okay? I like that we've just completely moved beyond that. That's number one. Number two, you do recognize that, like, these guys are still a part of the productive process, right? Like, they are literally a part of the productive output. Like, they are the reason why the companies are generating any sort of value whatsoever. There's no value without labor. And as time goes on and technology improves, okay, these technological improvements have only been used to force out the existing productive output, like the existing value creators, the labor force. It's so stupid. And they're demonstrating, yes, sure, but the profits rise. What do you mean? No. How do profits rise? Profits rise in automation by displacing the existing workforce. Profits rising is not a good thing, okay? Get that out of your head. Also, profits don't rise. They do fall. That's literally my mom and I hate it. We got into a heated argument about it last night. What do I do to convince her that she shouldn't defend these corporations? She's been let go from the company she currently works at and came back for less money. Oh my God. And then you got China fully automating their ports. The media's already trying to shit on the workers. Dock workers often work 80 hours a week to make more for this pay, while bosses kicked around and made, what the fuck is this number? Jesus Christ, $400 billion since 2020. Working people deserve a good living. Many dock workers make $150,000 or more. Why they're going on strike? You think he's still... I feel he still thinks like he's still under the mafia's payroll. He definitely talks the talk. Oh, this is the one I wanted to show you. I love this convo.
And they built a crane on the ship, and they got a container, and they put the cargo in. And maybe the first ship came up with 50 boxes. Nah, not even 50, 20 boxes. It worked. They came in to the port, the crane on the ship unloaded them, and they loaded them on, and they went down. Well, it caught on. And from there, everywhere you go in the world, you'll see those cranes. They look like monsters. No matter where you go, what port, overseas, Europe, Rotterdam, Amsterdam, anywhere, Spain, those cranes are there. It all started with Sealand. The company before Sealand is called Pan Atlantic, but Sealand bought that, and then they became Sealand. Okay, I show up in 1967.
This some bullshit. They make enough. Give me some fucking money. The ILA president drive a goddamn Bentley. This some bullshit. They make enough. There ain't no fucking way that you are a 22-month subscriber in a socialist community, okay? Or at least socialist adjacent. And you're out here pocket watching a fucking labor leader. What the fuck? Everything that I advocate for, please, this is bait, right? You're going to be like, oh, I need money for the top of the hour ad break or some shit, right? There ain't no goddamn way. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, he's a Trump tart. It don't matter. It don't fucking matter. Okay? You think I say this shit about the Teamsters when Sean O'Brien was fighting for the fucking contracts? It don't matter. It don't matter if he's a Trump supporter or not. The reason for this work stoppage existing, or the reason for this work stoppage happening, is not because he's a fucking Trump supporter and he's in the tank for Trump. Y'all are fucking crazy. That's not what... I agree, it don't matter, but his member bulletin the day Trump got shot was so cringe, not gonna lie. This is not about Donald Trump. This is about his own fucking workers. Okay? This is about his wages. This is about the profits that they're generating. This is about the understandable fear that a labor leader has for automation displacing his fucking unionized workforce. That's it.
I explained to you before, the maintenance local was down. We built it all up. You heard me. Where the changes started?
Wait, is this not a socialist community? Are you just trying to cover your ass, or would you actually say you're more of a social democrat? I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Okay. I love capitalism. That's why I run the 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, and I tell you to subscribe. Okay. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, baby. Now listen to my words.
We always went for a 3-year contract. When my father, when I was a young kid, we went on strike for 25 cents.
Daggett makes $900,000 a year. Come on, man. That's straight cash. He's not risking his life or safety. Wait, what? What are you guys talking about, bro? Like, targeting the labor leadership and being like, he makes a lot of money is literally one of the first ways in which the media fucking attacks any kind of strike. You're talking about, I don't know, I feel like it should be distributed better. I'm dumb. Yeah, what? Oh my God, I'm done, dude. I'm done. There is no way in which we can fucking work around this. Yeah, he has Bentleys too, by the way, and a fucking nice ass house, okay? I know that. I know all of that. It doesn't change the dynamic of what his actions are here. Please, please. Oh my God, I'm a union member. Your chatters are so fucking libbed up and cooked. The 1980s ruined us. We are fucked. Holy fuck, dude. Listen, for every guy like this, there's a guy out there making billions, okay? The CEO is making billions. Do you understand? Don't you recognize that you are currently defending the multi-billion-dollar corporation by being like, well, this guy's fake, though. Okay? This guy's fucking fake. He's a phony. He makes too much money. Why are you pocket watching the fucking labor leader and not the goddamn CEO? This entire conversation is not about him being like, yeah, give me all the money. This entire conversation is happening because he wants his workers to get more of the fucking profits that they're generating. That is at the heart of every single fucking labor movement. What the fuck? It's like basic 101 shit.
25 cents. We went on strike in 1977 for 3 months for 80 cents. Fast forward, back then the companies were lucky to they made millions of dollars, to 10 million, 5 million. Today, they make billions and billions of dollars. They make, MSC is the richest shipping company in the world, made 3 times the money than Amazon. A lot of money, right? Billions. Well, one of the companies, and I won't mention his name, he took himself a Christmas bonus, $4 billion. He took it out for him and his family, $4 billion. A French company, I won't mention their name, they gave all their employees 50 months salary as a Christmas gift. Now, look at that money. They have so much money, they don't even know what to do with it. They know they're building up terminals.
If each of the 2,250 laborers got $1 million for their work, they would still have $2.25 billion of dollars of profit.
They want to go automation. They want more money now. Get rid of these men. We don't need them no more. It's a big change going on. I've been fighting automation for years. They destroyed LA. They put a fully automated terminal out there, Merce Line. 800 longshoremen lost their jobs. If it was up to them, they would like to see everybody lose their jobs. Let me tell you, it's not just in the longshore. They got ships in Europe that they're building. They got one now, runs on a battery, container ship. No crew. Somebody in an office building runs it. Goes out, goes in. They don't want any.
Why should others pay for their inability to adapt with the current times? Dog, what the fuck are you talking about? Listen, brother, if automation, if let them automate the ships or let them automate the fucking docks, but then don't fire them. That's it. Make them work less hours for the same fucking price. Adequately pay them for the profits that they're generating. Great. You understand? Nobody's going to fucking turn around and be like, wow, I can't believe they're automating and making my job easier. The issue here is not that it's automation. The issue here is that automation is being used as a mechanism to displace the fucking existing wage labor force. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Unions are inherently libertarian and capitalists use it as a talking point. Daggett's house is incredible. I don't give a shit. They are employees, not shareholders. What? Dude, so many people just don't comprehend. Value is created by the employees, okay? By the laborers. Shareholders then, who are not associated with the production at all, end up taking the profits, which is what profits are, how little you can get away with paying the fucking workers, like all the extra productive output that you can retain and give back to random unaffiliated, unassociated people. Okay? If the value was created by the CEO, this strike would not matter because guess what? The CEO could go there and do the job. The entire point of a strike is to remind people that workers have the value. They are the ones who create the value. Okay? It's crazy. Felix Biederman's in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Takes so fucking long to get here.
Almost
from my house on an aircraft carrier.
Almost as cool as Motaz in terms of guests. We're doing like fucking basics of wage and how value is accumulated.
I mean, like I sort of see both sides of this current dispute. Like certainly for the longshoremen. But it's sort of like a central truth of my worldview that if you have a wage job, you should have to take one weekend every month to work for free for guys like me.
Okay.
Because who's ordering all that stuff?
True.
Me.
They don't understand. They don't understand the real plight. The plight is when your Amazon delivery of your new headset for your VR is late.
I don't. My VR headset I got directly from Valve.
Okay.
But all my flight sim equipment that is coming directly from China.
Yeah.
And so, like, what do you think is in all those shipping containers? Everything that isn't human trafficking is flight simulation equipment.
I agree.
I made this guy rich.
Yeah. He's fucking caked up. He's got unsettling vibes, like a old school labor leader who's like maybe a little bit corrupt, but also simultaneously is very cool, and I like it.
I love his glasses.
He's got those are Cartier.
Yeah, no, he's
fucking dimed out. He doesn't give a shit.
Every time there's like a labor thing and like the head union guy is like a guy like this, every like John Stossel type is like, he drives a Bentley, and it's like, you don't think that's cool? That should be like, you shouldn't have to go to college to buy Cartier frames. That's my legitimate belief.
Yeah.
This guy's awesome. He's 78?
Yeah, the profane 78-year-old leading the dock worker strike.
He looks good for 78.
He does, because he's rich.
Yeah.
He's fucking caked up, dude. That's what it is.
I don't agree with him buying a Bentley. I think like
He should have bought an F-22 instead.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't.
He's shipping them. He should have just been. He should have done the old like the 5-finger discount.
What is it with the thing that the guy in MASH does, where he sends a Jeep to himself in America, like piece by piece over his entire deployment? I mean, like Bentleys seem nice, you know. I've been inside one once. But just, I don't, it's like everyone has one. Everyone who makes as much money as this guy has one, is my whole thing. And it's like, don't you want something that no one else has?
Yeah. Like an F-22.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, one less F-15 to Israel. Let this guy have it, you know?
Yeah.
It's going to be used. It's either going to be bombarded with Iranian missiles that definitely didn't hit the target if you ask the Israeli government.
Yeah. That's why they're not showing it. It's illegal to show pictures because they don't want Iran to feel bad.
Yeah.
Because they missed everything.
Yeah. No, it would be really... yeah, it would be really bad if they saw how little the hits actually hit target.
Yeah. And just as a coincidence, all our F-35s are being sent in this week for a new aux cord extension.
Well, to be fair, F-35s break quite frequently, so it could literally be for no reason. It rained a lot.
Yeah.
It rained too much.
But the most annoying thing that is not the worst thing, you know, hard to pick a worse, but the most annoying thing they do with their military is they'll buy American planes like the F-35, F-16, F-15, and then they'll like change 2 things on it, and they'll be like, "This is a new plane. It's called the Adair." And it's like, fuck off. Like, it's like Jacob the jeweler, how he'll take like a Rolex and like put a bunch of like bullshit diamonds on it and be like, "Oh, I made it better."
Wow, Felix doing textbook anti-Semitism.
Wait, Jacob the jeweler is what? He's what, like Syrian Jewish?
He's one of those like Patrick Bet-David types.
Is he Jewish?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't think he is.
I assumed. I'm sorry if you're gonna say I'm anti-Semitic. I just always.
Okay, his name is Jacob. Like, it would be weirder if you said Johnny Dang was Jewish. The 2 cultures with tunnels.
Yeah.
Vietnamese and Jewish.
Yeah. That's right. Can we watch Patrick Bet-David clips? No. Also, Patrick Bet-David not Jewish.
No, yeah.
Yeah. That was
It's so weird. Like, not like the name, his whole look, it's like that's an Israeli man.
Yeah, Patrick Bet-David, yes.
Patrick Bet-David,
like the skin tight suits that he wears, like the vibes are so he is spiritually Jewish, I think. More so than fucking Tony the Koopel or whatever the fuck his name is.
That guy, his dad was James Franco in Pineapple Express.
Wait, so what did he do? What did his dad do?
His dad was basically a successful version of weed dealers who make you watch like Zeitgeist when you're buying like $30 worth of weed. Like, his dad was a weed dealer who like made enough to send whatever the fuck this guy's name is. It starts with a K. The guy who like interviewed Ta-Nehisi Coates and was like, "So you want all Jews to die, okay?"
Yeah.
This guy, well, he clearly has like a fetish or a type. He married one Jewish lady. They got divorced. She lives in Israel with his 2 kids. Then he got married to another.
Bro, imagine getting your shit snipped for a second time, and then your wife still divorces you.
This was the second wife. The thing is, he was already medically circumcised.
Yeah. I know. I read the article.
I'm just explaining. Did you read the chat?
Yes, we read.
Okay,
we read. We are aware, but maybe some people don't know. Ta-Nehisi Coates, the liberal intelligentsia darling Ta-Nehisi Coates, made the cardinal sin of like going to the West Bank and recognizing, oh my God, he was so wrong about Israel because they are a uniquely racist nation. Like, uniquely in the sense that like there are still plenty of racist nations out there, but like historically racist in terms of the way that they currently operate.
Yeah, and just the way that it's codified and
And so when he wrote about it in his new book, of course, the media was like, why are you doing this? Are you a terrorist? Like, immediately. The switch up is crazy. And one of the guys that did that was Tony the PP. What the fuck is his last name?
It's so it seems. I thought he was Georgian because it sounds like a Georgian last name. It's like Kapulki.
Yeah.
Kapulki.
The Kapulk. Whatever. One of those guys. But basically what ended up happening was we found out the Kupel. Oh, the Kupel, like dick pill.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
So-
maybe I have some late onset dyslexia.
Yeah. Late onset dyslexia.
It happens.
So he was ripping into Ta-Nehisi Coates, and basically what ended up happening is we found out that he wrote an article about how he got an adult circumcision, like he consented to getting a second circumcision
Because
as
his,
an adult.
his weed dealer dad was like, this is this guy was born what, like 1980? Anyone born after like I would say like the Ford administration probably. The moment you're born, if you're a guy, they just started being like, you want us to peel the skin back? And I just, at a certain point, just everyone had it. And I think part of it is that like a lot of lazy dads were like, I don't want to teach my son how to fucking, clean the smegma. That's my whole thing. Like I think it's fucked up to like force it on a kid, like it's a fucked up choice to make for a kid. But then they
took it from us. They took it from both of us.
Yeah. It's like,
but for religious reasons.
I mean, I have a whole thing about it, but like, if I had a son, like obviously I would like, go, that's a fucked up choice for me to make. But then it's like, well, now I'm gonna have to like show him how to clean the foreskin, and I don't know how to do that. And like, what the fuck do I do? I have friends that are uncircumcised. Do I like take it? Do I like have them?
You can't
show
have
me?
them. You can't have them.
I'm not asking them to do it for him. No, I'm not doing that. That's crazy. I like but like maybe I could clean my friend's dick and then describe what it was like to my son. See how complicated it is? That's how they get you. That's why it's a generational curse. You think you're going to be the one to break the chain, and then you're like, oh my fucking God, I'm going to have to clean my friend's dick at least like twice to really get it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's tough.
That's why
hard.
That's why you just got to keep it going. In any case, that guy, how the fuck do we get to that guy? He I don't even remember.
How the fuck did he come up?
It's really crazy because like he's like the basic CBS anchor, right?
Yeah.
So he's like, we watch a lot of news on this broadcast, and he comes up a lot. And now my life has been dramatically altered because every time he comes on screen, in my mind, I'm thinking that's the adult convert that got his shit snipped.
Yeah, like all I'll ever be able to think about is him like taking Tylenol 3s with like a Looney Tunes style cast over his groin. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird. And he married like a very liberal, into a very liberal reform synagogue. And he thought, okay, reform. Like they're not even going to yell at me about fucking bacon. I bet I don't have to do anything. And they were so hardcore on this one thing. They were like, we don't care if you got circumcised. You have to do, what's that shit in Yakuza where you have to cut a pinky off when you fuck up? It's like that for Judaism.
Yeah, they have to draw blood.
Yeah.
Like the mohel has to come in and draw blood, apparently. A Danny DeVito looking mohel. Which he wrote in the article.
Yeah, he complains about how the mohel wasn't hot, which is like, okay.
If I want to get my shit chopped off, I want the sexiest mohel in the entire tri-state area. Okay, what is this?
It's like porn where it's like, I'm not gay, but I have like a big dick in there. I'm not gay, but I don't want my mohel to be hot.
Yeah, it's fucked up. The funniest part is he didn't speak Hebrew, and it's like, bro, if you're getting your shit chopped off, perhaps you should have learned Hebrew first. You know what I mean? It's like your commitment is all over the place.
Yeah, he's like, he's not gonna keep kosher, but he's gonna be like, all right, you can fucking take a sword to my cock.
Like, that's literally that's the final step of the process, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's like, are there people in other religions like that where it's like someone like a Muslim who all he does is pay like an extremely high jizya, but nothing else. He doesn't do anything else. Yeah.
Nico is a revert who doesn't do any of the things. Actually, I guess a lot of these guys, Andrew Tate, Nico, all these like fucking fake Muslims.
Yeah, that's in the internet.
It wouldn't be
Internet
jizya. It would be zakat, by the way, Felix. Jizya is for non-Muslims. Zakat.
Yeah. What can I say? I got woken up early today. So,
Yeah.
jizya is what I pay.
No, that exists. Muslims who will do heroin or some shit, but not eat bacon. I mean, yeah, that's like the meme in Islam is that you can do whatever you want as long as you don't eat bacon. But that's like the opposite, because for Muslims, it's the easiest one to follow. Okay. So it's technically the opposite of getting your shit chopped off, because it's like, for Muslims, it's like pretty fucking easy to not eat pork products. And also there's like a baked in fear about it in the Islamic world in general. So they just are, it's much easier to avoid. That's why they drink alcohol, which is, awesome, but they don't eat fucking bacon.
What I've always wondered this, does wild boar is very popular now.
Is it? I don't know.
It's like
Hamoni Barako type shit.
Yeah, well, you remember how like bison had a big moment in like 2014? Both you and I was at the peak of my like bro science gym bro stuff, and I probably heard a Rogan episode where he's like, you metabolize 99% of bison. And I just spent my entire fucking shitty paycheck on it. But the moment that bison had in 2014, I feel like wild boar, they're having that in the last few years. But is that technically like swan? Like you couldn't eat that if you were Muslim or Jewish, probably,
you can't
right?
eat any pork. Yeah.
I guess it is kind of, it's literally pork.
It's still pork. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still haram. What is this? I dated a Lebanese girl. We did the most haram shit, but if I had pork during the day, it was like a no-go zone for the day. That's crazy.
That's everyone with their religion is kind of like, I think like it shows how.
Oh, this is classic. My friend named Hasan drinks 60% alcohol, has a girl that sleeps with him for drugs, but doesn't eat gummies because it has gelatin.
Yeah. No,
yeah, exactly.
This is why all these religions truly are Abrahamic. Because the thing that I think like makes Judaism like special, that I think like that non-Abrahamic religions, I think everyone does this, but not to the extent that like we did it, is have a bunch of these rules, but basically like you're constantly in arbitration with God. Where you're like, okay, I didn't fucking do any work on the Sabbath, but I smoked crack in a tunnel.
That's my favorite. It's just the concept of a Shabbos goy is so awesome.
I know a bunch of people who have like done it. It seems like a fun job. Their whole, speaking of people who like do haram or forbidden shit in the Hasid community, where like guys are religious enough to have like Shabbos goys and like do all this stuff and like go to the furthest extent of like a legalistic interpretation of like religious rules. I've also like encountered a lot of Hasidic guys who are like I don't want to say degenerates, but they really like to party.
Oh yeah.
But there's like a not as codified, but a similar aspect to it where they're like, okay, if I do this in New Jersey, it kind of doesn't count.
Oh, you talking about the string? Like if you're outside of the boundaries of the string or something?
Yeah. There's like,
Dude, Judaism is so sick. Like there's just a whole string that is in surrounding like I think it's Manhattan, right?
It's so like 6-year-old. That I can do that side of the string. It's so funny. Like it's awesome.
I bet you guys didn't know that.
I think I've told this story before, but like I had this friend in New York who was like very well off. His family was very, very rich. And he was a cool guy. He was like, he did what I think like everyone with like a father who has like kajillion fucking dollars should do, which is he was just like a photographer for like really hot women.
Yeah.
And he had this great place in Brooklyn, like this giant fucking like penthouse type place. It was really cool. But he was also the bad thing you can do if you're very rich, which is you're the type of, at the time, I think he's evolved since then, but at the time he was like the type of liberal who's like, I don't care who you vote for, you should vote, and it should be mandatory to vote. That's my number one issue, that everyone should vote.
Compulsory voting, but with all the current hangups for voting.
Yeah. I mean, he wanted it to be easy, but he was just like, that's if we can get everyone voting, we fix everything. But he had such an earnest view of politics that I think he cultivated his friend groups to be almost like focus groups. And it was like the weirdest mix of people I've ever seen, because we were like, I was in my early to mid 20s. He was like a few years older than me. So it'd be like a couple people around my age, but then like this 62 like Dominican super for the building, like middle-aged hijabi, and then like a couple Hasids, like every group in New York you could think of was there. And one of the guys there was like one of those Hasid guys who's like, all right, I'm outside the string. It's like
party time
to just fucking completely face a bottle of 151.
Wait, wasn't there a thing about like strippers within the Hasidic community in New York? Am I misremembering this?
Oh, there was a thing with herpes.
No, not that. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Not the circumcision thing, but like herpes going around among like Hasidic women because like husbands would come back home.
The Hasidic dive bar? No. Wait, what?
Is this like a strip club for Hasids specifically?
Stripper Hasid connection barred by ecstasy bust.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, like an international ecstasy kingpin busted for smuggling the mind-bending pills into New York was using leggy strippers, Hasidic teens, and yarmulkes and senior citizens in New Age. No, this isn't it. Was this it? Sex strippers and cops on call. How 2 Orthodox Jews sparked New York's worst scandal in decades. Jewish community leaders say Jonah Rechnitz and Jeremy Reichberg embarrassed the whole community. They have ties to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Reichberg is a former volunteer police chaplain who grew up in a strictly religious enclave in Brooklyn. But according to prosecutors, they are both at the center of the worst public corruption case to hit New York in decades. The cast of characters sounds like a plot from a movie, includes powerful union boss with a taste for luxury who enjoys smoking cigars. They were arrested for a clutch of high-ranking cops have been arrested or fired for allegedly taking gifts and free trips, including one to Las Vegas, where they allegedly had sex with a prostitute on a private plane. Bill de Blasio is also being investigated by the FBI.
Innocent witch hunt.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He got through.
I hate all the people who are like, oh, well, Bill de Blasio should be in prison. Do you realize that if Bill de Blasio tried to steal $1 billion, within a day, he would have a tearful press conference where he announces he's giving back half of it, and then within a week would be $4 billion in debt somehow?
Yeah.
He's not up for it. Believe me.
What is this? The Jewish matriarchs of striptease?
Oh, this is just like a weird forward article.
Yeah. No, that's not it. Anyway, whatever. Why are we talking about Hasidic Jews? I don't even know.
We started from him.
We started from this guy.
We got to Patrick Bet David,
who is like this is the most like Long Island Italian man of all time.
He's probably
or Irish. Sorry, he's Massachusetts Irish.
He's Irish?
I think so, isn't it? His name is Harold J. Daggett.
Oh yeah. Sometimes like Italian guys will be named like Herman Brown,
Daggett,
but their last name is like truly crazy. It's
Yeah.
changed at Ellis Island. I just like, no offense to the Irish out there. This is a 78-year-old man. When I see a 78-year-old Irish guy, or really, let's be real, like a 58-year-old Irish guy, they have like John Kerry syndrome, where their face is has a relief map type quality to it, you know? And he's very smooth.
Dude, he's killing it, dude. This is like wealthy people take care of themselves.
They
you know?
do, but like wealthy Irish guys are still kind of craggy. This is not a craggy man. This is
last name is Scottish origin.
Anybody,
Okay.
they don't want to
Well,
pay
listen to what he has
anybody.
to say.
It's not only this union, it's in every union in every aspect. If they keep putting machinery to take our jobs, who's going to pay the income tax? Machines are not. Who's going to pay for the military, the roads? Everything runs by taxes. Take Easy Pass. The first time they come out with Easy Pass, one lane, and cars were going through and everybody's sitting in their car and go, what's that all about? I'm going to get one of them. Today, all those union jobs are gone, and it's all Easy Pass. People don't realize it. Everybody's got 3 cars, everybody got an Easy Pass on the window. And they go through like it's nothing, and they get billed in the mail. They didn't care about that union worker working in the booth. You go in a store today, it's self-checking. They don't need anybody to check out no more. Someone has to get into Congress.
Okay, the self-checkout is a little bit better of an argument than Easy Pass, because that one you're kind of that's an own goal right there, buddy.
Yeah, I like mostly agree with this kind of stuff, but like the Easy Pass is probably the worst case you could have been.
Yeah, it's like pure efficiency, like probably lowers like traffic density a little bit. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of not the best. Self-checkout does make sense because it sucks. It also literally ends up like, creating conditions for people to steal shit anyway. But obviously they make that calculation and it's still cheaper overall for them to not hire people.
Self-checkout is, it's the store robbing time from you, basically.
Yeah.
I hate it. I'm totally against it. I think he should have started with that.
Yeah, that's a much stronger argument.
Yeah. But
because the entire point of the problem is that like they shouldn't have done self-checkout. They should have hired more cashiers. But the store doesn't want to do that. And then they make it harder and harder. And then you fucking wait in the line. And then they're like, oh, how about we just automate this process and only hire one person to control it every now and then?
Yeah. There's also an argument to be made that like operating at maximum efficiency for an economy is like if you're like, constantly inventing stuff or industrializing or whatever, there, see the value in it. But our economy is just built on people selling shitty shit to each other. We're a consumer economy.
Yeah.
Efficiency does not benefit us in quite the same way as like, a classical 3-piece suit industrialist guy economy.
To say, whoa, time out. This world is going too fast for us. Machines got to stop. Yes, we're getting smart kids out of MIT and all these places. Yeah, they're all brilliant. But what good is it if you're going to put people out of work? Who's going to support their...
Okay, his attitude towards automation is exactly a 78-year-old man's opinion would be on automation. Like, automation is not a problem as long as it doesn't displace the existing labor force. As long as you get paid for your output, and if your output increases, your productivity increases as a consequence of automation, you get paid even more, okay? But the workplace doesn't get fucking displaced, then it's good. It's not a bad thing, okay? It's like we don't want to go back to fucking horse carts, right? Like cars are good. It's not the worst. It's not the worst technological improvement. Problem is, that's not how things work. Obviously, they do use automation specifically to fucking displace the existing workforce. They don't want to pay the existing workforce. It's a way to eke out larger profit margins.
Families, machines,
and then those
machines
people that
don't
are
have
destitute,
families.
they serve the same purpose that, like, you know, the growing and incredibly visibly homeless in major urban centers do, which is to the people who still have jobs but are increasingly precarious and have less and less protections. You see those people who have fallen through the cracks, and it is a very visible warning to you not to fuck up or try anything.
Yeah. It inherently does. Hasan, that's how it works. Dude, what are you? Oh my God. Dude, no, you're just claiming that it does automatically.
No.
Okay? It's not supposed to. Or you don't have to do that. It's just that companies choose to use automation in that direction. Okay? Because that's their ultimate goal is to generate higher profits. That's it. That's it.
I'm just caught up on him saying he loves self-checkout. That is a fucked up person. That's a maniac.
Yeah, I mean, come on, we're on Twitch. There's a lot of people that don't want to fucking talk to other humans when they go outside.
We should automate
You
that
gotta
into
draw
prison.
the line. These companies that work in the maritime business come from overseas. Not one of them belongs to America. They want to come into America and build fully automated terminals and get rid of American jobs. Good paying jobs that support families with medical, pensions, annuities, and pay taxes. They want to get rid of them. Where's the President of the United States? He's not fighting for us. He told in LA, he told the union, hurry up and get a contract. That's the mentality they have. They don't even know what the hell they're doing today. Well, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to save everybody's job when it comes to the ILA and to all the unions around the world, because we're going to fight it with that alliance. I'll shut them down throughout the world to prove that we can beat them. So, yes, your answer is we came a long way. We came along so advanced that technology is mind-boggling. We never had cameras on the piers. They got a camera in every pole. They got cameras they want to put in the trucks to watch the driver driving. What is this, Big Brother? I'm against all that. I'm against that. A man can't even breathe without a camera looking at him. That's not.
I like that.
I love 78-year-olds.
Okay, he's awesome.
He's the greatest. He was talking. He had this whole thing prepared about like automation and the economy, and he's like, and another thing, I should be able to smoke a Black and Mild on the job.
Yeah. Why can't we do our own 5-figure discounts every now and then? Hey, what the fuck?
My test for you as an American is like, whenever you find out like the types of stories the New York Post fucking loves running, the ones where it's like, this fucking MTA guy gets paid $375,000 a year and he goes to work twice a week. If you're like, if that is an animating cause for you, if you are against guys like that, guys who have, you know, either gamed the system or legitimately accrued seniority and everything. If you are against a guy like this making like $400,000 a year in an economy where like you can make $70 million making a bad chat bot that sucks and loses money, then you're a maniac. We're not part of the same team.
Yeah.
Right.
What about, there certainly must be, since 1967, elements of technology that have been good for the industry.
Technology that's been good for the industry. That's a tough one because I got to be careful because I'm against automation. Semi-automation is automation. It's just the back avenue had to come in and give you automation without you knowing it. But certain technology, yes, is good because computers, we get more work done with computers.
You on the phone?
We have doubled the cargo. We have, if you look now, we have ships that are being built by these companies. Check this out. that hold 22,000 containers. It's a floating city. They had to take the Bayonne Bridge and raise it way up here so the ships could go under it to get in here to unload them. 22,000 containers. It's amazing how we came from the first ship with just a small amount of containers.
The
25,
first ship
50
ever?
boxes on them. So look at the future now. Look at the future in money. They went from millions of dollars to billions and billions of dollars. So the world is going by real quick.
Is it safe to say that you're not against technology for efficiencies, but you're person first, people first, like protecting jobs and families while embracing technology to keep the workflow efficient?
Let me explain a little bit about this. The first cranes that went up with diesel engines up there. As time went on, they got rid of diesel. Today, it's electric. The jobs on the waterfront are very dangerous. Just 2 years ago, one of my mechanics fell into the electric and he was fried to death. Wife, 4 kids. Happens all the time on the piers. People getting killed. There was a woman checker. She was checking the boxes when a guy had a high-low with 2 stacks of steel. He should have been riding in reverse. He was looking through the bundles, knocked her down. He didn't even see it. Dragged her under the high-low in front of her son, ripped her apart and killed her. It happens.
Christ.
It happens down here all the time. I had 2 guys killed right in front of me. It happens.
This is why I think he's Italian.
He's
because this is an old Italian guy thing. Just kind of out of nowhere, they'll be like, "Did you hear about the toddler that was skinned alive?" And you're like, "What?"
Okay, he's literally making. He has so far convinced me that automation is in fact good.
Yeah,
and that there should be more of it for safety, and that this guy, like, I only heard the part where he talks about like the effectiveness of a strike in a clip on, I think I saw it on TikTok or something that I really liked from this interview. I did not realize the rest of the interview was him not realizing that he's making an argument for automation. Okay.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love this guy, but like, he spent about 5 minutes just being like, "I love the passage of time."
Yeah.
How it used to be a small ship and now it's a big ship. And then the interviewer's trying to get him back on course.
Yeah.
And he's like,
no, but let me tell you about this other guy that got skinned alive.
Yeah.
All right. This guy, one of my workers, fell in the electric, fried his ass.
There was a real nice girl. You like to see her coming, walking away, if you know what I mean. She flew to Earth she flew to work with an umbrella like Mary Poppins. Everyone loved her. You know what happened to her? Skewered and spun around and turned into shawarma. Fried, baked, basted.
We have a group in our local 1804 dead called the Lashes. The most dangerous job on the waterfront.
Oh my God.
When they put the container...
He's still more dangerous than that. Stop. Don't get into it. No.
This is like the killing fields.
He's like, we sometimes if there's not enough dead, I kill them. Personally, we got a quota.
On top of that, they're done. See these glasses? These are fashion glasses, not urban intellectual glasses.
Yeah, if I
those are the first to go.
Yeah, if I had to see out of these fucking glasses, they'd shoot me dead.
I'd load the bullet for them.
The hatch covers all the way up high. You see them in the container ship. They got to be all lashed down in case the storm and the seas are real rough. The ship is doing this and this. If they're not lashed down right, those containers are going to go over into the ocean and sink. Millions of dollars of cargo sunk. So what? My men got to go out there. It's 0 degrees. There's ice on top of the container. It's freezing with metal bars and hooks, safety lines on them, way up high. And they got to put them down tight, get up on the box, slide on the ice up on top. Completely dangerous. That's in the north. In the south, it could be 95, 105 degrees. Soaking wet down there. They got a guy that goes around, they call him the water boy, giving water to the men so they don't dehydrate. Or the ones that work in the hull of the ship, they get water. It's different elements. You have us here in the north, Canada. You have from Virginia down, all the way to Houston, hot. Florida, everything's hot. Different elements. Dangerous job. We've had 17 people killed in the last 3 years.
Why are you
It's 17 people that didn't come home. We just had a kid killed in Houston. Young kid, a big
What argument are you
roll of paper, weighed a ton, rolled off on top of him, killed him. That's why I fight. I fight for jurisdiction. I fight for safety. I fight for these to be compensated with good salaries. These companies are making billions of dollars. They should take us along. We brought them to.
Like, if he brought this up in terms of like the workplace conditions and how they need to be improved, and that was like a part of his argument, then that's fine. But like, he's talking about this as a counter to the automation argument.
Yeah.
It's just
I can kind of try to figure out why he brought it up, but it's still like really not making the case, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough job. It's not an easy fucking job at all.
Now they want to get rid of us?
Nerve-wracking.
That's not fair.
Nerve-wracking. I would hate
Not
to be in
fair
this
at all.
position, but
yeah.
And this union's been around close to 200 years. So you could see why I'm always fighting.
Why do you think you haven't had to strike since then?
Because you had leaders like me, and the companies got smart and said, we don't want to go through another 3 months strike. Let's negotiate in good faith.
This is the good part.
Back then, the companies didn't make the money that we make today. So we negotiated in good faith. We went with 6-year contracts. And we got $1 raise, $1.50 raise for 6 years. It was great. It was a lot of money compared to 80 cents for 3 months. But today's world, it's changing into the future. They're not making millions no more. They're making billions. And they're spending it fast as they make it. I want a piece of that for my men, because when they made their most money was during COVID. When my men had to go to work on those piers every single day, when everybody stayed home and went to work. Not my men. They died out there with the virus. We all got sick with the virus. We kept them going. From Canada to Maine to Texas, Great Lakes, Puerto Rico, now the Bahamas, everybody went to work during COVID. Nobody stayed home. Well, I want to be compensated for that. I'm not asking for the world. They know what I want. They know what I want. And if they don't, well, then I have to go into the street and we have to fight for what we rightfully deserve.
Do you think, this is my last question, do you think the threat of the strike is they can understand the significance of that based on the recent things that have happened, like our Key Bridge, we're from Maryland, our Key Bridge collapsing and it just stopping all the ships from being able to deliver?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I would like to tell you something.
Okay.
When that bridge fell, my longshoremen are on this side of the bridge, no work, no salaries. Biden called me up on the phone, President Biden. Harold, I got the money to build a new bridge. I go, oh. What about my longshoremen? They're out of work now. They didn't cause no problem. Well, he goes, I got the money for building a new bridge and getting the bridge that's in the water out of there. I ask you one more time, President, what about the men whose families now have no money coming in? Well, you know, if there was an explosion on a ship, maybe I can get the money. Listen, you're supposed to be a friend of the ILA. You came to me when you wanted the AFL-CIO backing. I got it for you. You called me in the kitchen, you thanked me 1,000,000 times. I'm telling you, my members need help. Well, let me see what I can do. In politics, that means you're not getting it, okay? I opened up a...
I love this guy.
Yeah.
He's so sick.
I would give anything to hear the conversation with him and Biden.
Yeah.
That was probably fantastic.
Look alive. We got money maybe in the tank. Going to Israel.
I told you I want to help the NAACP, whatever you are.
Of fun with management.
You're a real
after
battle
the first
guy,
pandemic.
Harold.
Let me see how much money's in that fund. I called them up. They called me back. $300 million. Wow, are you kidding me? We put $300 million in there? Yeah. Well, I like to take some money out of there and pay for those families in Baltimore. Well, Harold, it's only for pandemic. Well, what about we get your lawyers and my lawyers, and any disaster nature disaster, whatever. We can draw from it. I have no problem as long as the lawyers work it out. They worked it out in one day. It cost me $1.2 million every week to pay for their families. Plus, they were allowed to go to unemployment. And it's over now. They're back working. The ships are going in and out. I never got no help from the government. We did it on our own, management and union. That's what we're supposed to be doing, working together. And I hope we get back into that right realm.
Do you think
that was in Baltimore?
Right.
What was the question again?
Well, it was just about like I remember like
Oh,
how significantly it impacted our businesses, like the supply chain, because I
glad you brought
live
that
on the
up.
Chesapeake
Let me
Bay,
explain
and all
something.
the ships were just waiting on the other
Liz,
side.
let me explain something to you. These people today don't know what a strike is.
Right.
When my men hit the streets, from Maine to Texas, every single port will lock down. You know what's gonna happen? I'll tell you. First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job. Everybody's hating the longshoremen now because now they realize how important our jobs are. Now I have the president screaming at me, I'm putting a Taft-Hartley on you. Go ahead. Taft-Hartley means I have to go back to work for 90 days. That's a cooling off period. Do you think when I go back for 90 days, those men are going to go to work on that pier? It's going to cost the companies money to pay their salaries. Well, they went from 30 moves an hour maybe to 8. They're going to be like this. Who's going to win here in the long run? You're better off sitting down and let's get a contract and let's move on with this world. And in today's world, I'll cripple you. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means. Nobody does.
The music is really funny at the end, but yeah, I mean, he's right.
Yeah.
And he's great. That last part is the only part that I saw from this interview that I thought was really good. And not the long, convoluted explanations of how many of his workers were dying in horrifying circumstances that could potentially be automated. But
he did the Academy Awards, like This Is Who Died This Year, but like his take on it, certainly.
Yeah. But that's a good take. Wait, let's see what they're saying on
Over the weekend, the past
Secretary of Labor Julie Sue has been terrific. She's knocking down doors. She's trying to stop this. She's trying to get us to a media where we can have a fair negotiations. It's the companies that don't want to. They don't want to sit here and be fair. So that's why we're out here fighting for our livelihood.
What more from the automation do you want? What more protections could there be?
What more?
Yeah, they have language in there now.
Not strong enough, because what happens is they come in with new technology. We just caught them in Mobile, Alabama, called AutoGate, and that means the trucks are coming in and they're already checked in somewhere else and not using the checkers in the ILA. Circumventing the contract. They don't care. They don't care. It's not fair. And if we don't put our foot down now, they would like to run over us, and we're not going to allow that.
You are going to grind the economy to a halt here on the East Coast and the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, it's like, dude, the part that's like very frustrating. Obviously, media is never this adversarial to those in positions of power or any fucking corporate CEO. Like, why don't you ask this question to a fucking CEO? Why is it never this exact question? They have literally singular power to end this strike. He doesn't. He has to take a contract back. He has to fight his fucking hardest. He has to take that contract back to his rank and file. That rank and file has to ratify the contract democratically. Okay? He has to do literally the best possible job he could do so that his own fucking workers actually vote for the contract to ratify it. The CEO, on the other hand, could literally, with the stroke of a fucking pen, stop the strike dead in its tracks by conceding to the reasonable demands made by the union. And you never, ever, with the exception of some labor reporters, and they're not working in mainstream press for the most part, They never, and it's not just Fox News, it is every goddamn media company. Don't act like this is just a Fox News situation. CBS, CNN, NBC, ABC. I never, ever hear this question being directed at the CEOs. Why? One must ask the question, why? Every single part of American news media operates on the exact same principle. It is always, and it's not just American news media, it's the same in the UK. It's the same everywhere else, okay? They never ask the question to the fucking CEOs, why are you crippling the economy?
Yeah, no, that is obviously all political institutions and political media in America is extremely degenerated and showing the ill effects of everyone being on the computer. But when you want to see cable news in its most efficient, closest to origin function, it's stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's what, acting as the cheerleading section for the Pinkertons and Spirit.
For sure.
That is, Fox is, that's like, the reason that Fox will probably always exist to do this during strikes. Same with CNN, same with MSNBC. Every network has, I would say CNN, their core purpose like this is more so like America's wars. Fox's is more strikes and stuff like this. I'm recalling Steven Crowder's star-making turn.
Oh yeah, when he got fucking clocked in the face.
But they all basically have this editorial position.
Yeah. That's precisely it.
Not us. They are. Don't spin it now because you're Fox News. They're going to drive it.
But are you worried?
They're going to drive it.
Are you worried that this
They
strike?
have the capital to settle this thing.
Are you worried that this strike is going to hurt the everyday American, the farmers that need to reach the export market? They're telling me that they're going to hurt through
Now
all
you
of this.
start to realize who the longshoremen are, right?
Nobody cares.
People never gave a about us until now, when they finally realized that the chain is being broke now. Cars won't come in. Food won't come in. Clothing won't come in. You know how many people...
Teamsters also have this level of power as well, similarly.
Yeah.
Like any aspect of the labor union that touches the supply chain, I mean, most labor unions are this powerful. That's the reason why we've gutted them, because they could completely shut down the economy if they chose to do so. And that's why we have so many different legal ways of like forcing them back to work, which, to credit Genocide Air Brandon, is not doing that. Like and they have been relatively strong on the labor front, and they have reiterated their commitment as well, which is really funny because like all the liberals are like, these guys are so stupid. They're doing a cargo cult, like in their defense for labor unions, when this guy is like a secret Trump supporter or an overt Trump supporter, and he's in the tank for Donald Trump. He's like trying to create an inflation crisis right before the fucking election to hurt the Democratic Party's chances. That's what they're saying about him.
In what way did that guy mean cargo cult?
I don't.
Does he just like It just, I saw that post. It just doesn't seem to be applied in the correct way.
I don't even, I have no idea. But yeah, he said, Joe Biden said ocean carriers have made record profits since the pandemic, and in some cases, profits grew in excess of 800%. It's only fair that workers see a meaningful increase in their wages as well. I don't care about forcing them back to work. I did NATO.
AUKUS.
AUKUS Jack, Five Eyes. Look alive.
It's so funny. It's so funny that like, this is like, this is one area where like Kamala is, should she win, will undoubtedly be shittier than Brandon on. But it's also funny that like it is sort of his thing with unions and like American workers in general is sort of inseparable from a lot of his more defining traits, specifically in foreign policy, because part of his pitch, if he was capable of more coherence, is that like, America's perpetual state of funding various proxies is good because the actual jobs of like making the missiles are high paying, high skilled like labor jobs.
Yeah.
And it is like just like that is like if he were capable of expressing that, it is like a sort of shocking concept to run on.
It's just interesting to me that there was another group of individuals that got together and collectively disrupted shipping. And their reasoning for it was to stop the genocide in Israel. And Biden did not like that at all. He didn't like it so much that he spent billions of dollars trying to stop those guys unsuccessfully.
Well, they fucked around and found out. They found out why America doesn't have more 3-day weekends.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't wait till like 30 years from now we get like the full extent of what happened during Operation Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Because it's similar to the Israeli thing of like, we're not showing the pictures but nothing happened, you know? With Operation Amazon Prime, there were all these like ships that were like made in 2017 where it's like, it's gotta go back to fucking Qatar for no reason. Nothing happened to it.
Yeah.
Depend on our jobs, half the world. And it's time for them and time for Washington to put so much pressure on them to take care of us, because we took care of them and we're here 135 years and brought them where they are today, and they don't want to share.
And I mean, I guess they have a working clause that they don't disrupt military shipments anyway. So there's that as well. ILA will maintain pledge to handle military cargo during strike and passenger cruise ships. 2 key sectors for the American economy.
If we, is anyone out there in chat? Are you cruise ship people? Anyone in there? Anyone in the thousands of people? I never encounter anyone who.
My podcast co-host went on a ship once. He went on a cruise ship once. He did not like it.
Yeah, that's like, they're going to be like, airships. I don't think anyone below the age of 60 like routinely goes on them or goes on them at all.
I don't really understand it. I think it's like really weird. Also, to be fair, he is gay. My podcast co-host, the one that went on a cruise.
Yeah.
But I don't even think it was a gay cruise, so that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I don't really get it.
Fucking weird sector of the economy.
Yeah.
I think that cruise ships, they should be like American supercarriers, and they should be nuclear powered.
Blue MAGA. I'm all for unions, but
okay,
we have a problem with this guy in the dockwork strike with 45,000 longshoremen striking from Maine to Texas, don't we? This is our October surprise.
No, October, you guys.
No, your October surprise is
made
Israel.
The October surprise.
Yeah. No, yeah. Biden was like, oh, give me an October promise, Jack. Promise that you'll invade Lebanon. Yeah. I hate those lesbians.
It's the equivalent to like if in 1980 Carter like got in contact with comedian. He was like, can you kill half the hostages?
Yeah. Yeah, he did
kill
that.
half the hostages.
He did that himself.
Pussy.
ILA President Daggett enjoys a long relationship with Donald Trump going back decades. Like he literally endorsed Joe Biden.
Yeah,
he endorsed Joe Biden. Why would he have done that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would he have done that then? He should have just endorsed Donald Trump last time. Or maybe he's like JD Vance. He's like, I thought Donald Trump was Hitler. I was lied to.
Yeah. And then we find
I was groomed as a 68-year-old man.
And we find a bunch of DMs from like 2 years ago where it's just DMing a random guy. Actually, I like Biden, but I'm for Trump because I'm corrupt.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so funny that these guys have no way of looking at the situation and being like, maybe they want to get paid more. And you are supposed to use the maximum amount of leverage that you have. Like, why won't the union strike in a more opportune time is such a funny thing that people say in America. It's like, what do you mean? An opportune time? So like easier to avoid for the fucking companies? Like, what do you mean?
It's that just like at a better time thing is just like a central part of like post-Obama liberalism too.
Yeah, now is not the time,
Don't
guys.
do it during midterms. Don't do it during a presidential
Yeah.
election. Don't do it when Congress is in session. The president is trying to get his agenda passed.
Yeah. Don't do it at the top of the hour, chat, when there's a 3-minute ad break. Boom. How about that? The way that you can collectively avoid it is by subscribing. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. The Democrats want undying loyalty from union members and labor leaders. We saw it with Sean O'Brien. I mean, they literally are fucking riding with a union on this one. So I don't know if you're right about the undying loyalty aspect. You're right in terms of like the Democratic Party's calculation. They literally have, on the one hand, they're like, oh, we're going to do the Hitlerian policy of 2020 that we ran against for undocumented immigrants. On the other hand, they're literally like getting the entirety of the culinary union in Nevada to go door knock for Kamala Harris. So like, it's an insane situation, okay? But having said that, this administration, and I keep repeating this over and over again, has been more pro-labor than every other fucking contemporary Democrat or obviously Republican administration. It's true.
It is, yeah.
Kamala Harris literally told Sean O'Brien, even if you don't fucking endorse me, I will act like you did. I don't give a shit. Like, I'll, for all intents and purposes, I think like the Democratic Party has changed trajectory a little bit on a couple key areas. One of them would be the NLRB. The other one is the FTC. I think they've done a decent job on both. Having said that, however, they're also permanent genocide of the Middle East. So, do with that information what you will.
Yeah, and a immigration policy that I am not seeing the yields for it. No one has ever made that make sense in such a way.
What do you mean?
Just
in terms of like why? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think
because you can't.
You know what I think it is? I think it's literally climate change. Maybe like I think that they're just like fielding. I think that they're just like gearing up the American population for the Fourth Reich. Like, they recognize the writing on the wall. They're not going to do anything about climate change. It's going to get worse and worse, and you're going to have climate migrants. And this is their only climate policy. They're not going to harden the infrastructure. They're going to harden the border wall.
Yeah, I just mean like the popularism rationale for it.
Yeah.
The yields for that are just not yet to be seen.
It just it's bad policy, bad politics overall. It's just perfect.
And it just like when you're like, we're passing Donald Trump's fucking immigration bill, it makes it look like what makes it look like this, because it kind of is this, where, for years you're saying it's horrible, it's racist, you're campaigning on kids in cages, and then it makes it seem like in the last 18 months you went, actually, we were lying about that, and we're so sorry about it that we're going to try to pass your policy.
Yeah.
It's a similar thing to like what Democrats would do when the Acorn thing happened, or Shirley Sherrod, where it's like their response to the controversy or even the hint of people being mad at them is to immediately like throw someone under the bus, and it's like, well, then that's like deleting your phone when you're Eric Adams. Now you sure as shit look guilty.
Yeah. My only policy is I vote for whoever replies to me on Twitter by directly adding me.
Well, this is so low rent. What he's
doing follow for follow.
He's playing Don. This is incredible.
All I'm saying is he wants to win more than the Democrats do, and it's usually the Republican Party that is always like fighting hard to win, and. This man will go on any podcast, okay? If there is like one guy who has never voted in his entire life, believes in every conspiracy theory that he's ever heard, so much so that it almost like looped back into real world shit, like he like now actually has like a coherent worldview. If that guy's gonna go out and vote for him because Donald Trump went on a podcast, he's gonna go on that podcast. Like, he's gonna go on Hawk Tua before the end of this fucking cycle, okay?
I would say like a 51% chance that happens.
Yeah, I could see it. But
you should go on Club Random.
Club Random.
They would probably agree on wokeness.
He should go on. They should bring back the FaZe Banks Basement podcast.
Oh my, FaZe Banks he's in Renaissance now.
Yeah.
I've been so happy.
Yeah.
I was so
That's my goat.
He like disappeared after the only 3 episodes of Mom's Basement aired.
Yeah.
There were only 3 episodes of it. The infamous XXXTentacion one, Shane Dawson and Ninja. Those are the 3 episodes that exist. But he like vanished from the world right after that. But he has he's been everywhere now, and it's really
he's entertaining going on Red Scare. All right, hold on, I gotta pee real quick. But here, this is the thing I wanted to show. Obviously, FEMA announced a $9 billion budget shortfall, and the same day they gave $8.7 billion in weapons to Israel. You make sense of this.
All right. So, does anyone out there in Chatland? Because I have not yet been able to ascertain this. What are the weapons that Israel actually got in this specific package? I'm presuming it's a lot of, GBU 31s, 32s, JDAM kits. Seeing a lot of JDAMs. Well, yeah, bombs and shit, obviously. I don't think that they're getting, like, I don't know, a Coke Freestyle machine. I mean, what specific munitions? Okay. Never mind. You know what? Never mind. The mouse is so far away. This is really making this segment tough for me. All right. All right. Well, okay. Do any of these articles want to tell me what was in the package? God. Penetrative GBU 31s. Makes sense. We got to the bottom of nothing. I was struggling to find the mouse or to get a hold of the mouse. I asked questions.
That's why it's the most difficult job, dude.
Yeah, it was hard.
It's the hardest fucking job in the goddamn world. But yeah, FEMA announced a $9 billion budget shortfall for Hurricane Helene recovery. Same day, the U.S. gave $8.7 billion in weapons to Israel. On September 26, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell updated reporters on the forecast for supporting communities suffering from Hurricane Helene. We're already through INF, the immediate needs funding, close to $9 billion in projects that we have to put on hold that we can't reimburse communities for. Seems like the FEMA administrators also in the pocket for Donald Trump.
All of these people. Now is not the fucking time.
Yeah, how about you shut the fuck up and do your job, right? It's like, sweetie, we have to vote for the Democrats. The same day that Israel announced that it had secured an $8.7 billion weapons package from the United States paid for by American taxpayers, I, for one, think this is a good thing. I think it's a good thing. I think that Israel deserves it more than people in Asheville, North Carolina. Sorry.
Yeah, try having a pride parade in Asheville. You'll get thrown off a roof.
Yeah.
Do you know what they do to gay people in Asheville?
That's what the upper middle class white folk living in Asheville are doing. The liberals.
That's what they do to bottoms. They say we have enough bottoms. There's a top crisis, and they throw
Yeah.
you off a roof. Yeah, I'd like to see you. I'd like to see you be a fucking girl boss in Asheville. Not gonna happen, honey.
Yeah. Well,
I have been thinking about this, and there's been a lot of discussion about this, about like this sort of truism that people do a lot now, especially sort of like right adjacent internet personalities, where it's like, we're sending, X amount of money to Ukraine, but we can't spend, X amount of money on Y, when usually it's people who don't support spending X amount of money on Y. And, you know, obviously people make the point that it's like unsophisticated because
or
it's different sources
it's
of
a
funding.
classic like, oh, we don't even take care of our homeless veterans. It's like, bro, I saw you spitting on a homeless veteran yesterday. Like, shut the fuck up.
You hate homeless
You call
people.
the cops on a homeless veteran to kill the guy.
Yeah.
And then next day you're tweeting about how you care about homeless veterans only when immigrants come up.
Yeah, but like with that, you know, being a truism or unsophisticated, you know, it's less salient than the fact that, like, yeah, North Carolina is fucking underwater. We sent what
it's cool because it's also currently like a swing state as well. Like it's a state that they want to win.
North Carolina underwater. What was the first question in the VP debate last night?
Yeah,
you know, whether it is the same source of money or not, and sure, it's not in a lot of these cases. The locus of attention and effort by the White House is a much more salient point. And it's very clear where the effort and attention is going.
Yes. It is manufacturing a circumstance in which they end up inevitably losing the election because the one fucking pariah state that they have done this double suicide pact with is being run by a guy who is like openly in the tank for your opposition.
Yeah. You think the longshoreman guy likes Trump?
Yeah.
Wait till you fucking get a load of this guy.
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu flew to Mar-a-Lago like to you know, kiss the ring. It's cool. It's really cool that we're just the Democratic. How do you square this circle when you see everybody talking about we got to win every voter, we got to win every like right wing guy by being marginally more and more right wing on every issue? Okay, we got to win the Nikki Haley constituency, which is definitely going to vote for Trump. We got to win those guys over, but also hundreds of thousands of people with an increasing number of new people that we're adding on to that coalition of people who are just like, dude, you're killing my family members. You know, like hundreds of thousands of fucking voters in key states. They can fuck off. We can win without them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe my strategy for Democrats this year, let's all vote for Donald Trump to show Republicans were reasonable.
Yeah.
And then the next election in 2028 will be like, well, we voted for him.
Yeah. If you vote for him, he will win. And also, you know, you can convince him. You can convince him if you vote for him.
He's going to be bad, but we have to vote for him now so that in 2028, when like, you know, his successors or when JD Vance is running, we'll go, look, we supported Trump, but this guy is so bad and such a threat that we're voting for the Democrat this time.
Okay, you're also like, you know, you're joking, but you're also basically describing Democrat strategy from 2020 to 2024.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. What is this? To understand this and to continue to ship weapons is monstrous. If Biden thinks Netanyahu is tanking a ceasefire deal and trying to get Trump elected, it is that much more shameful that he still won't make even a minimal effort to use his leverage over Israel. Biden told his confidants he did not believe his Israeli counterpart wanted a ceasefire deal, arguing that Netanyahu was trying to perpetuate the conflict to save his political future and assist Trump in November's election.
What is your plan here then? What are you doing? What are you fucking doing then?
He's just, I'm Israel high.
Yeah.
Look alive.
That's the only explanation.
No, you know what it is? He's a secret Nazi. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. And he's like, no, listen, if I act like Jews do control me with mind control powers, then we can get all the Americans to also feel that way. And then, you know, we can do the Fourth Reich. Like, it makes no sense. What are you doing?
It's baffling. It is hard to figure out who the bigger fuck up is. Is it Jazzman Blinken? Is it Biden? Is it fucking
Kirby?
Kirby.
I hate him so
Kirby's
much.
pretty awful, but I feel like
Brett McGurk. Or the other guy who was an IDF guy. What was the Amon something? The two dudes that apparently convinced the two dudes that were like, no, go into Lebanon. It'll be sick. Amos Hochstein.
Yeah.
Hochstein.
Well, like with that, it's like, okay, they're just agents of another government.
Dude, this is my favorite. Mossad has Biden there. He's 200 years old, dude. You think he's like, bro, he can't even wipe his own butt. You think he's like
gonna die like next year.
He's like, I'm really worried about the compromising photos that they have of me. Everyone is. We have seen the dicks of every Biden. Okay, we can. I already know what his cock looks like. I've seen many different versions of it. Okay, it's probably nice. All right. All things considered.
What is the dirt? Is it like? Actually, Joe Biden's dad did not say love is love in 1949. He did something much worse.
Yeah, like what could the dirt on Joe Biden be that is like so damning he doesn't want it out there, and that's why he's unconditionally riding with Israel.
It's like it's gonna be like all stuff that like everyone already knows.
Yeah,
he's
like,
lying
he's really
about.
old. He's demented.
He's really old. He lied about being arrested protesting apartheid. Like all these things that were already but he's just too old to realize that like that already happened.
Yeah, no, it's gonna come out that he doesn't actually support NATO.
Yeah, that's it. In private moments, he condemns AUKUS.
No.
Oh, fucking come on.
No. The book by Ben Shapiro being adapted. Music and lyrics by David Shapiro.
David Shapiro on a David Shapiro production.
We will rise. Damn. This is gonna, dude, this is.
The soldier looks like. By the way, the soldier looks like he's walking the kid into his first day at Dachau. He's like, okay, have fun, loser. They did such a bad job. The soldier's like, could you quit crying?
Yeah, no,
we're already fucking 5 minutes late to Dachau.
No,
I have to go get killed in Merkava.
No, this is base because the kid's Palestinian. Like they're saying like this is what is happening.
Yeah.
Oh no, dude! What the fuck, dude? Dude, this shit is so crazy, man. Oh my god!
Can we take AI away from Israel? Like,
dude.
Can you guys stop? My god!
Oh, it's crazy. The title in Hebrew is "We Will Avenge Again." Oh, nice.
No.
Yeah, no, this is definitely AI art. Look how fucked up everything is.
They love AI in Israel. They do. They use AI for things that don't even like make sense to use AI for. They're obsessed with it.
Like you could take this photo, you could Photoshop it,
Yeah.
but nope, they AI'd it. Also, like it's still a weird image on top of the fact that yes, it looks like an IDF soldier is like, you know, walking a Jewish child into a concentration camp. But like, it's also weird because it's like this beautiful field, and then it's the IDF soldier in like full combat fatigue. It's just like none of it makes sense. Like, are they saying that like, yeah, because of the IDF, we have these beautiful fields? Like, it makes no. It's so stupid. You found the program for the musical.
Ooh.
We Will Rise is the first musical of its kind in Israel, combining deep and exceptional writing by Ben Shapiro, powerful music and lyrics by David Shapiro, and moving performances by some of the best actors. The musical features Israel's Sinfonietta Be'er Sheva with an ensemble of 30 musicians on stage conducted by Ronnie Calderon. It's an epic, devastating, and uplifting historical story of the... Wait, what the fuck? Wait, this is literally pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising to October 7th.
Wait.
Well, they're saying the post-October 7th reality, but it's like...
Why are you so like? I kept saying this in the early days of October. I was like, if I'm Israel, I'm probably not using ISIS all the time because, like, if you Google Israel ISIS, you're gonna not like what the news information that comes up. Israel gives weapons to ISIS soldiers. Israel offers medical treatment to ISIS soldiers.
ISIS on 5th straight year of not attacking Israel.
Yeah, it's like weird that they kept doing that. Like if I'm Israel, I'm probably not using Hamas's ISIS as a direct counter. But also this, like, never mention the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in the same sentences of October 7th because the similarities are crazy. It's like right there for people to look at.
Yeah, at this point, as an Israeli, you should never bring it up. Because also their entire thing is that like everyone who died in the Holocaust is like weak and so like just pretend that didn't happen. It'll serve you better.
Yeah,
I love this phrase. Some of the best actors we have. That's so true. Like the Trump symbiote is in Ben Shapiro now.
Yeah. A young artist who wants to escape the ghetto, Malka. A dreamer and a rebel who wants to fight for her people's survival, Mary. A convert who only wants to save her daughter, Mordecai Anilovitz, leader of the Fighting Underground, and Adam, I can't say that last name. Okay. It's Polish, I think.
Let me try my best. Zerniakow.
That was pretty good.
Zerniakow.
I think that was good.
Born and raised in Chicago.
We Will Rise was originally written as the story of the Jews of Warsaw, pushed together by fate and bound together in common destiny. Despite internal and political disagreements, the enemies of the Jewish people do not distinguish between opinions and countries. As a nation, we have no choice but to unite as a family. After October 7th, this message has become even more important and relevant. Only by embracing eternal destiny, we can rise up together. That's it. Oh, here, there's more.
Okay.
They got... Oh
this fucking...
There's always like one guy who's like fallen out of favor in Hollywood that will participate in this. That's what I'm looking for right now. It's like some random dude. Nope. Yoav Mikhaili, director.
All these Israeli TV shows he worked on sound great.
Yeah.
The Bigamist, The Arbitrator, The Loners. This is how they titled TV in like 1953 when there were 4 shows.
Yeah. I don't know how many shows they have in... Zachary Levi will be in the next one. Oh, wait. I didn't know Zachary Levi wasn't Jewish. Did you know that he like adopted his like middle name to sound more Jewish because he thought he would get better roles in Hollywood or something?
That's hilarious.
Did I get duped into this, into believing this, or is this real? Hold on. We have to look this up. Maybe someone on Counter-Strike told me.
I love that that's shorthand for just like bullshit.
No, hold on. Let me see. He's been vague about that. Levi is his middle name, and using your middle name to enter SAG isn't unusual. He's definitely joked about it being mistaken for being Jewish in Hollywood. That's something as an asset in a vacuum. What? No, that's not. I feel like there's definitely hold on. He said, because I think he recently said in a piece, he said in a piece that like they're being anti-Semitic to him or something, and people were like, "You're not Jewish."
Okay, I have to. Let me confirm.
Yeah, look. Actor Zachary Levi said he's recently been turned down for multiple roles because he was told he was too Jewish. Wait, is he actually Jewish or not?
I'm ascertaining it. Though he has no Jewish ancestry, Levi is often incorrectly perceived to be Jewish due to his stage name.
Yes! Yes!
God, he's the perfect RFK voter. If only he could actually vote for RFK.
Wait, but why is this Tablet magazine article making it seem like he is Jewish?
It's Tablet. You know, like they are out to lunch.
They're doing the black Israelite Shakespeare was black, but for Zachary Levi, there wasn't a target-rich environment of very famous Jewish actors, so we're just assuming that the guy who played Chuck is Jewish.
I love the idea that like he did this as like a scheme where he's like, all right, all the producers are Jewish, and once they think I'm Jewish, I'll get everything. And like it's going well, he's Chuck. But then, like, a producer catches on, and that's when everything starts going downhill. Dude. That's when they shovel steroids down his throat to make him play a character who never takes his outfit off.
Thor
That's
star
when they make him be Harold.
Thor star Zachary Levi says he's been turned down for roles because he's too Jewish, even though he's not Jewish at all. Yo! Dude, that's awesome.
Oh, I think this is a Tyler Fisher thing, because, like, they were never going to give him the role anyway. And like the casting director or whatever was like, yeah, you're like too Jewish or something. And he's like, well, there you go.
That's amazing. No, he did the I'm not Jewish, but Jewish before George Santos. He's the one. He's the one.
Man.
Oh my God.
My fucking God.
Do you want to go to the Scooter Braun Nova Music Festival installation?
does sound pretty good.
Okay, we might.
Yeah, where is it?
I don't know, but one of my buddies hit me up and asked me if I would like to attend it and take a look.
Will I be like killed on site there? I hope
feel
not.
like there's someone there that could get killed on site before you. They'd be like,
I will. No, I'll like if we get in trouble, I'll get us out of it. I like if someone stops us, I'll be like, oh my god.
this is where Brace is like he can go to that and people will not bat an eye.
Yeah.
Brace and Liz went. Yeah, I know. That's why I kind of want to go and check it out.
I haven't gone to like a goofy conservative thing in a while. I always talk about how much fun I had at CPAC and how badly I want to go to something like that again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'll be fine there.
But yeah, Zachary Levi, not Jewish. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Not Harold, not Magic.
I heard multiple times I was too Jewish to told Confidential, which is surprising because I go by Zachary Levi. Levi is my middle name. Pugh is my real last name. I'm Welsh. That's incredible. Won't Cutie kill you for going to that? Cutie, I get fucking killed by K-pop stans who were pro-Palestine before. Yeah. Oh yeah, Scooter Braun is linking up.
Scooter Braun is like the perfect celebrity for Israel.
Yeah.
Kind of like he's. They can really pick him.
Yeah, former hostage Noah Argamani met Ed Sheeran and Post Malone via Scooter Braun, who made the introduction. Noah, you deserve all the happiness in the world. You get all the happiness in the world by meeting Post Malone.
He looks thrilled.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he definitely is going to remember
Look
this.
at him in the background.
Yo, get me.
Oh yeah.
I'm wearing my casual hat.
Wait, what? Shai Davide has tattoos, which notoriously makes him ineligible to be buried in a Jewish cemetery.
Well, like taking tattoos from a Gen Xer as Shai David is, well, it's kind of like forcing a Hasid to turn on his own light switches on the.
Yeah, he's so sick. He's so cool.
I love him.
Yeah,
I love my favorite post of the last year. On Saturday, I went viral at Columbia because I cried. he's very
it's so
funny.
He got like progressively more manic. First, he tried to do the lib shit for like a day.
Yeah.
And then very quickly dropped it and was like cackling, like with such bloodlust. He literally went from like, oh, I cry for everyone, I'm so sad about everything that's going on, to like, we should kill the Jewish students that are leading these protests in Colombia.
He couldn't hold it together for a week. He was like, people in Israel call me a terrorist sympathizer, but I want coexistence for everybody. And then like a week passes.
Oh man, such wonderful things here in the United States of America.
Is there anyone like notable in here? It seems like there's the same guy over and over and over again. Like they just a lot of. Is this like a bald work program? This is the biggest collection of bald men
Why are
I've
they
ever
so
seen.
bald? What's going on? They're so close to Turkey.
Maybe that if Erdogan won't do it,
yeah,
the great hair transplant men of Turkey will fight back against Israel. I stemmed a lot of hairline bleeding. But like if it ever gets really bad, I'm going there and I can show them my bona fides. and my support for the Turkish aerospace industry.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, dude, you're a gray wolf, both spiritually and literally. Like, you're good.
I would love to go there. I want to see the Thai Con. I think it's fucking cool.
Join us for a third study in at Butler's Library main reading room. What? So is he still a professor or not? Like, I don't understand. Didn't he get fired?
Like he just loiters around Columbia.
I thought he got fired. Like, how can you still be a he literally called like the Jewish students capos and shit. Like he He was being so unhinged.
He got suspended. Was it, or did he like fully get fired?
I thought he got fired, but maybe not.
I thought it was a suspension because I remember Bill Smoke Crack Man like being
Bill
like
Smoke Crack Man.
He was like, if they don't reinstate Chai David, I'm gonna fucking blow my head off.
Yeah, this is a wonderful.
Oh my god!
What is this? His was automatically be minor.
Do you see that?
This is the most incredible story from Blue Sky.
This is why Blue Sky needs to exist, really.
Yeah. It's the perfect drip feeding of like shit that you see on Blue Sky. Like, I don't want to get on Tumblr,
No.
but like every now and then you'll see like a post that hits, and this is it. This person replies, Tel Aviv deserves God's wrath, not gonna lie. Please don't. Look, someone very dear to me lives in Tel Aviv, and I'm worried sick about her. I'm asking y'all to redirect your anger towards the fascist genocidal Netanyahu government and the systems of cruelty that have led to this, not towards terrified civilians. A little compassion, please. My online dom lives in Israel. Because she's so stressed about living next to a war zone, I haven't properly gotten off since October 7th.
Incredible.
Cease fire now. I just want everyone to come together in peace, me in particular. Not trying to be flip. It's just such a ridiculous situation to be in.
How, like, you can't. First of all, it sounds very inconvenient because Israel is like very far away. How do you work out the time zones? B, like, a physical dom, okay, maybe if you have very specific taste. An online dom, couldn't ChatGPT do this for him?
Yeah.
Like, what does an online dom do? Just like call you a fucking loser? What, she's better at it than anyone else? What a lunatic.
Yeah. She can only get it. She can only get it from her Israeli dom.
Ceasefire?
What is this?
My mom!
No,
Well, that's an old club when he was playing the nuclear weapon game.
Dude, Motaz knows who I Show Speed is. I asked him. Yeah. He's like, yeah, he did. He knew who I Show
That's
Speed
awesome.
was, which is so sick.
I love
He's like,
Motaz.
yeah, he's like, yeah, he's very loud. That's what he said. He's like, yeah, that's the guy that screams a lot, right? Yeah. Yeah, free Palestine. It's so sick. This was great stuff. This is Israel Supreme Court ruled on Monday that a child conceived through artificial insemination using a fallen soldier posthumously preserved sperm will be recognized as the child of the deceased under the law on families soldiers who died in combat.
How many of those kids are there? Like cattle prod kids.
Dude, that's why they needed $9 billion extra for the goon platoon, dude. They're like, the goon platoon is working extra hard, okay?
Oh my god.
The other side of the story also is like, apparently first combat fatality reports coming in from Lebanon for the special military operation that they were conducting. That's not an invasion, by the way. And of course, as is the case always in Israel, the military censure is working overtime. But apparently there were like 20 medevacs that occurred and like a shit ton of ambulances into nearby hospitals.
It
Doesn't
is
seem like
allergy season.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
It could be a coincidence.
Yeah, someone swapped it. They put they put non-lactose free milk in the.
There's been a Claritin shortage. Those longshore guys who are voting for Trump are not, putting the Claritin and the pallets into the merchant marine ships.
Yeah, it's just I don't know that to me is actually insane. Like that is like no self-preservation whatsoever. There's a lot of unique parts about this mania. And I don't understand how it so closely resembles either, the Nazi government's like final push or South Africa, like apartheid South Africa. But
or like Vidalia in the Falklands, kind of.
It's just like it literally doesn't make sense. But like you have no self-preservation at all, where you're like, no, this country that we invaded unsuccessfully multiple times, like we should do that again. Especially now that they have better weapons and have hardened their security.
Do you think that like, I don't know, this is like, it's so hard to get inside someone's head and it's usually futile because so many things can just be explained by stupidity. But like, do you think it's a case of like they expected like to be able to kill a bunch of people, obviously, but at a certain point, Biden goes, okay, enough of that. It's an election year. And then they would be like, begrudgingly forced to stop, but that would sort of bring it would be a closed loop. But the fact that there's been like no pushback, no suspension of weapon sales, and they get to just keep upping the ante, that they feel like, well, like shit, like we can't stop. We can't stop unless, it seems like America makes us stop. And they're not doing that.
I mean, it makes sense for America to rein Israel in to preserve Israel. Like the exit ramp has been there since early October. Pack up Netanyahu, say he's the big bad, move in like some fucking liberal general guy who is just as bloodthirsty, if not worse somehow, than fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. And then everybody goes back to like, oh man, we really have complicated politics here in Israel and are not like, baying for blood on a regular basis. But if left unchecked, it is very obvious that they are just going to keep fucking swinging at every single person, hoping that America keeps giving them weapons. But like, it's going to, like, at a certain point, it's going to turn into the Ukrainian situation. Right. Like, with Ukraine, they're obviously going up against a force with, they obviously understandably have a desire for emancipation, and they're going up a force with like significantly larger military numbers, so they can throw more bodies at the problem. With Israel, they're like, oh yeah, we're getting our shit pushed in by fucking dudes in an open air prison that we created. Let's just go after a much larger military force. Doesn't make any tactical sense whatsoever.
I don't think that they really have a plan. I really do think that like they had a rough outline of like basically when America was going to stop, and that gives them an out where they're like, oh, we'd fucking kill all of you if it wasn't for America, but blah blah blah, and they get to keep like support, like Netanyahu gets to keep supporting Trump, etc. But it's hard. You cannot really overstate how just like directionless and without a conceivable strategy they are. And it's shocking. It's shocking. And it like, defies a lot of the explanation, but it just, when this is what happens when a state degenerates to a certain point into its bare essence.
We gotta, how much you want to bet this guy is German? Nothing can compare to the industrialization of killing people to the Nazis. Please don't use the Nazis as an example.
So obviously a German, because whenever Germans do that, it's like it's sort of a brag.
Yeah.
Nah, hey, come on, no one did it.
No one did it like we did it.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, it's always liberal Germans. German politics is amazing, dude. It's amazing. The pro-Zionist anti-fascists.
I had a dedicated like German replier who was always screaming at me. And he wasn't like young. Like a lot of anti-Deutsch people are like X or millennial cuspers or younger sometimes. This guy was like 60, which is like, okay, then your dad was almost certainly involved in something.
Oh, for sure.
Like, okay, buddy.
Doors open. Doors open. Okay, there you go. Murat's food is here. Yeah, I love this shit. I love when Germans fucking flex like this, when they're just like, listen, nobody did it like we did it. I'm not pro... I called it!
Oh,
See?
my God.
Yes!
Oh, my God.
I'm not pro-Zionist or pro-German. I am German, though. I'm telling you, dude.
God, what is wrong with you people?
I locked it. Dude, it is something... We know, chatter. We know you're German. From the moment that you type those words out, it is. You think this is my first time encountering a German man online who said these exact same words?
The real Carl, which is like, I feel like it's just. Or wait, I really do have late onset dyslexia.
The real Carl.
Carl. I think I need to get a new contacts prescription or something. But whatever. Carl, what a German name. But like Carl. No one else on earth talks like you people do.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
I've been to Germany. you are a very singular people.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's so funny. It's like, no, until dude, listen, until Israel kills at 5.9999 million Palestinians, still not the same. Do not compare it to Israel. I mean, do not compare it. I already did it. See,
See how easy it is? See how important education is?
Do not compare it to Nazi Germany. Please don't. 6 million, that's when you can do it. That's when it's appropriate and allowed, okay?
I hate that Germans are so like obnoxious about this shit, because I had a delightful time there. I really did. But you know, seeing those like Bavarian hogs chase that little kid around because he had a Palestine flag.
Oh my God,
Jesus
dude.
Christ.
Dude, it is just straight Gestapo shit.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Are you saying they're low-key proud of that record? When I hear it from a German guy, it does sound like it a little bit.
It is a little bit like bragging.
Yeah. Yeah, 6 million in 3 years, or it's not comparable. Okay. Yeah. Get those numbers up, Israel, before we can get to talking. Ay, ay, ay. It's funny how even German Antifa is hardcore Zionist. I mean, is it that funny? I feel like it is funny, but I also think that like it makes total sense, because if you have like collective massive guilt through this social conditioning, and you should to a certain degree, it's understandable, okay, for the crimes of your grandpappy, right? Then like it's a great way to just take all of that guilt and then put it towards a collective enemy, right? That's it. You're saying like, no, you don't understand. Like, Muslims are way worse than the Nazis. Like, that's basically all you're saying. When a German person says that, that's all I'm hearing. You know, I don't hear anything else. When a German person is making a coherent in their mind argument, okay, when they're like, oh no, this is hyperbole or whatever the fuck, like, it's usually just them saying, no, trust me, it wasn't us that is the big bad. It's actually the Muslims, okay? The Muslims that are way worse. You know?
It is interesting that Germany is so crazy. When I think Japan, going at the rate they're going with the videos I've seen, they are slowly getting turned one Israeli tourist incident at a time into being like the most anti-Zionist country on earth. Like, I don't know where they were before. I think that like, you know, people either didn't think about it or like were basically two-staters or whatever. But just every bad, like most of the bad Israeli tourist incidents I see take place in Japan for some reason. And it's just some psycho, like some like gross little bald guy screaming at like a 70-year-old Japanese guy.
Yeah. No politic here. It's like, bro, you went to Japan. Like, just let them think whatever they want to think, okay?
Yeah,
it's shit's like, different out there. Okay,
dude,
calm down.
Like,
don't worry, it's a client state of the United States of America. They're not going to do anything.
Yeah, they don't even kick the fucking Marines out of Okinawa with all the bullshit they've done. But yeah, no, it does make me wish that Kashiwagi from Yakuza was real, and he was defending Kamurocho. Akiyama, everyone would be defending Kamurocho from these bald little yelling guys.
That is a Yakuza side villain.
Yeah.
Like that you encounter.
Yeah.
The ultra Zionist guy
no
in his diapers.
They're making Kiwami 3, I think.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
So,
it
like,
is. Yakuza is very woke, so I could totally see that happening in the upcoming Yakuza game.
3 is like a very divisive game in the series, and if they remove a lot of the orphanage stuff and replace it with like an Israeli tourist subplot,
objectively
that'd
better.
be great.
Yeah. People saying free Palestine is not anti-Semitic don't understand the history of Israel. My great-grandfather helped slaughter every Jew in existence.
Oh my fucking God.
Bro, Germans are so weird about the Holocaust.
What's wrong with Germans?
I don't understand. Like, dude, they're so They're so spiritually broken. Like
no one brags like that.
Yeah, it's just, dude, that's so strange. Like that is a strange fucking thing to say, unless you're bragging.
And it also has nothing to do with his point.
Yeah,
like it doesn't. What does Free Palestine have to do with his grandfather slaughtering Jews? It's just prima facie we're supposed to accept that Free Palestine implies exterminating Jews. No, that means that you just wanted to say that thing about your great grandfather.
I don't
you
know.
Still want to brag about it.
Yeah, it's just weird because like I remember like Israel trying to be like, how dare South Africa get a say on what is an apartheid and what is not? It's like, what are you talking about? That's not like, are you mistaking it? Like, your greatest ally in the UN, other than America, is the country that did the Holocaust, and you don't even think about that, and you're over here shitting on the people that survived the apartheid, like the government that came after it, making it seem like they did it to themselves.
You also no one sold weapons to the apartheid government at the rate that Israel did towards the end either.
Yeah. Freeing Palestine implies exterminating Jews. Therefore, Free Palestine is anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's why Hitler was doing that to free Palestine.
What fucking great reasoning. This is just like this makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
Just in there are arguments that are like bad or like require a leap, but that isn't even an argument. It's just my grandfather shattered the backboard as far as Jew killing.
Yeah, he's putting up LeBron numbers.
Yeah.
That's
Jesus
crazy.
Fuck.
Yeah. It's insane. It's insane. There was no collective guilt in the GDR. The Soviets never imposed that on the German mind. Only the Yanks in the West did. But like, but also they didn't. Like, they didn't actually impose any collective guilt. They literally were like, oh yeah, we'll put the Nazis back in charge. That's precisely what ended up happening.
Yeah.
And this is the outcome of that.
They made a like post Third Reich too.
Yeah. Which is crazy because if I'm not mistaken, I think like even like the education surrounding the Holocaust came much later. Like an entire generation of like post World War II Germans were still like, no, we were the good guys in this process. And
I don't know exactly when it came, but there like certainly were a lot of like Germans who were, you know, either served in the war or were too old for that. But yeah, had, you know, were just completely unremorseful. Donitz was a famous one of those.
That man's an academic sociologist is crazy.
Well, that's like the most common job in fucking Germany. Everyone there is a sociologist.
Yeah.
If you see a normal looking guy, he's a do nothing sociologist in
Listen,
Germany.
They're sociologists. They love socialism with a little bit of nationalistic characteristics. Okay, that's what it is.
The rule for
a little national socialism, if you will.
The rule for Germans, at least like West Germans, is a normal looking guy, most useless fucking job you've ever heard of. He's a socialist who works 2 days a month, or a sociologist who works 2 days a month. Or he does drum therapy for guys who got drummed out of the Bundwehr. But if you see a white guy with dreadlocks, that's a fucking nuclear scientist. That guy designed satellite. That guy is a genius. It's the opposite of America.
Opposite world, yeah.
Yeah, in America, you see a white guy with dreadlocks, and you're like, oh no, he's going to ask me a weird favor that I don't understand.
In Israel, you see a white guy with dreadlocks. He does not know how to read.
Wait, in Israel, you see a white guy with dreadlocks, and you're like, hello, Senator. They don't know senators, I know.
Yeah, member of the Knesset of the Jewish Power Party from Hebron. Like, he's like 16, does not know how to read, is advocating for women to not be able to retain a job. Here's our younger senator. You see a white guy with dreadlocks in Israel, you know you're about to get spitted on.
That should be like, you know, the like Gini index, or however it's pronounced, the thing for like human development and equality and like the freedom index.
Yeah.
There should be
the
a white
Gini coefficient.
Yeah, there should be like a white dreadlocks index. Like, what is the social status of white dreadlocks guys in this country?
Oh man. So yeah, I guess Channel 4 did news coverage on the Hezbollah conflict. It's kind of funny. I don't know if you noticed this as well, but like Israel invading Lebanon and like blowing up Beirut has basically put an entire reset, as though like October 7 happened again, but this time Hezbollah did it, even though there was no October 7 that Hezbollah did. And the coverage is basically reset entirely, where the calculations are the same, the death and destruction is the same, and the justifications for it. Like, they even brought back Jonathan Concuncrius, the fucking Frankenstein's monster headed guy.
Oh yeah, they took him out of storage.
Yeah, no, they unfroze him, and he was on CNN being like, yes, Hezbollah is they have terror babies in Beirut, in Dahia, so we have to blow it up. Like it's literally a rerun.
Yeah.
And it's shocking to me that like, no, liberals since then have been coming in here to be like, don't you think it's optically bad that you are so in the tank for Hezbollah, that you are such a firm and committed Hezbollah supporter? Like, it's crazy. Like they're doing the terror tunnels arguments. Like, they're doing all of this shit.
They're saying that people are just launching cruise missiles out of their fucking living rooms.
Yeah.
It is, pure rerun.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I don't understand how like now there are even more victims. Now there's even more family members. Like, the Lebanese population is even larger in America than like the Palestinian or other Arab populations. So it doesn't, I don't know where we're going with this.
Palestinians also, Lebanese Americans also have kind of like been in America for longer and are more like deeply rooted in like, especially like in just personal experience in the Midwest.
Yeah. No, for sure. A lot of Christian Lebanese too, especially in the Midwest, that came around 1982.
Yeah.
For maybe things that they did in Lebanon around that time. So they had to come to the United States of America. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. No, it's not the same with Lebanese population. I'm not saying that, and I'm not calling you guys the same as like the Persian population of Los Angeles, okay? That's not what I'm saying. I have, however, seen a more diverse opinions from some in the Lebanese diaspora here. All right, let's watch this Channel 4 video.
Helicopters fly in to collect bodies on stretch.
Oh yeah, did you know Judge Janine Perot is Lebanese?
Oh yeah. No, they're I am, just so people know, I am halfway done editing the conservative media series. I should be recording by next week. I have to cast a few things though. You will find Maronites sprinkled throughout American conservatism.
Okay, don't come for Peter Dow like this.
No,
okay.
Peter is special. He's something else.
He made a genuine attitude change. Okay.
No, I would never insult Peter.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the fine. Like, I think he's a little bit of a crazy guy, but I don't mean that derogatorily.
Yeah.
I mean that in the most positive way. I think he's. You know what Peter Dow does that I love? He lives out loud.
Yeah.
That's something not a lot of other people do.
He's living La Vida Loca.
Yeah.
For sure.
Cheers.
Wait, Ralph Nader is Lebanese?
Yeah.
No way.
No, yeah. Johnny Manziel, part Lebanese. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Bro.
Benny Hinn.
Oh my God.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
The Lebanese control the media.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude, wait, how the fuck? Yo, why is everybody talking about Jews, bro? The fucking Lebanese have infiltrated every orifice of American society. What the fuck?
Fucking Johnny Football. All these guys, they're all
Damn.
Lebanese.
Dude, the thing with Lebanese too is like Like you can kind of tell when someone's Turkish. I feel like Lebanese people look even whiter somehow. I can't believe I'm saying this. They're gonna love this. The Lebanese Christian are gonna love what I'm saying. They're gonna love.
We told you we're fucking Roman.
Yeah, dude. God damn
that
it.
Talib.
Yeah.
Talib thing.
Yeah. Dude, Talib is anti-Israel.
No, yeah, I love Talib. Well,
Yeah.
Talib is like, he says like weird stuff sometimes about Lebanese genetics.
Yeah.
But like his politics, like his international politics, he was like, you know, talking about Saudi Arabia way before it was cool to do.
Yeah,
I have a ton of, I love Talib.
Yeah, he's Phoenician, my Phoenician king.
He's one of my most treasured mutuals. I wonder if
they
he
got a
still follows
Lebanese
me.
American celebrity list on IMDb. Wow.
There's so many, like,
wow. I know another list that Kanye was parading around.
With Lebanese, it would be like, I'm not going to say who the plastic surgeons were. I'm not going to say what country they were from. Yeah, like the Lebanese, they came here and they just grinded.
Yeah,
they're the most like grind set nationality.
Yeah, that's sick.
They got so much done.
Oh man.
This purportedly footage of Israeli troops killed by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. The army has today confirmed the deaths of 8 of its soldiers. But Israeli forces are still.
It's so crazy. The first time that they encounter like a dude who has a weapon in his hands, everybody dies. Like,
yeah,
I guess that it's you know, I guess when you're too used to killing children, and that's the only combat training you have. It literally is a massive fucking problem when you have to deal with like actual people who know how to shoot their guns.
I mean, time and time again, that is what we see with armies who they change their focus from the conventional focuses that armies usually have to internal repression.
Yeah.
It always results in a complete degradation of fighting ability.
TikTok lost 8 of its most valuable dancers on that day.
Rest in peace to the 4 field marshals, 3 lieutenant colonels, and the 1 private.
Yeah. The 1 private is the first day.
Yeah.
I've never seen a private get killed.
I think privates are like, you're only a private in like when you're a fetus in the 2nd trimester. You're like born a sergeant in Israel. You have to really fuck up to become a corporal.
What? I'm sorry, but Nazi Germans did round them up and put them in a chamber. It's just not comparable. What the fuck? Sorry, I'm saying Israel's so fucking wrong. I'm just saying it's not a country rounding. Bro, nobody cares.
Look,
okay.
okay.
The entire here. You want me to give you the spiel? Oh, I'll just give him the spiel. Okay. The entire purpose of Never Again or Holocaust studies or genocide studies is so that we stop it from happening. Okay. If you fucking gatekeep the Holocaust like this, you're literally destroying the primary purpose of learning about it. Okay. Shut your German ass up. God damn it. Sorry, go ahead.
Carl, as someone who would have had a bad time in Germany many years ago, but in the grand scheme of things, had a very good time in Germany as things happen. I will say this to you. I think that you seem like a very nice man. I hope you're one of Germany's many dreadlock nuclear scientists. But yeah, I think just saying that, this nothing is comparable to this one thing, it flies in the face of the words of many actual Holocaust survivors.
Yeah.
So I'll say to you, I wish you the best, however. I hope to go back to Germany. I hope I don't get arrested for hate speech over there.
Yeah, they
instantly happened to me.
They love locking up Jews in Germany.
Oh my god!
Like they really do. Remember that one the one Jewish anti-Zionist that had the Palestinian flag yarmulke?
Yeah,
and the most like Hitler Youth looking cop was just like fucking arresting him. I was like, this is how is this not in any way, shape, or form like optically not the best idea? Like, is nobody looking around and being like, wait a minute, this is weird? Like what we're doing here?
It's sort of like, I don't know, it's a double hitter for them, That's a German grand slam when you get to do that one.
Yeah, they get to do what they do best.
Yeah.
what they really like to do.
I wasn't afraid of like getting dinged for stuff I've said on Twitter when in 2019 when I was there. Now I'm like, could I even like go there now?
Yeah, no, they literally they denied like the Palestinian doctor who was slated to speak at a conference, an anti-Zionism conference. They denied him entry into the country.
Oh no, I think like it's if you were a Palestinian who has even like said like I think the killing is bad, they're booting you out, obviously.
Oh yeah, this one was insane.
Yeah, this is fucking crazy. This is such fucking Gestapo shit.
Yeah. Look at Helga like just sprinting into action. He's juking him too.
Oh, he's owning.
Yeah.
Helga wants to throw him into a fondue pot.
Yeah. Thank God, guys. You guys are doing a great job.
They're playing like Call of Duty music for arresting a 6-year-old.
It's the Cuds News Network. They're
okay. They do like music. I thought the Germans added it. My apologies.
It's crazy. These pigs must be suspended. They're gonna get a promotion.
They are literally gonna get a promotion named after like a guy, a Nazi,
Yeah.
a former Nazi who was part of West Germany's government.
Yeah. Didn't they ban Varoufakis from Germany? Yeah, it's insane
On the front
out there.
foot, striking across Lebanon from the air at will. This, the Hezbollah stronghold of Dahia this afternoon. We're in the southern city of Tyre. Our movements constrained by Hezbollah, who accompany us wherever we film. We visit a residential block, now reduced to rubble.
This is the aftermath of an Israeli strike that hit over the weekend. You can see the huge level of destruction that it's caused. We're told that practically everyone had already fled the area before the strike, but that several people were killed.
At a nearby hospital.
What? I enjoy the German representation, but the Germany slander hurts my feelings. Confusing times. Also, the Iran missile strike led to some celebrations among protesters in Berlin yesterday. You can expect the general public to not be chill about it. Yeah, they were like, only we get to strike Israel.
Yeah.
Just you fucking wait. We heard there were a lot of Jews over there in Israel. Only we get to hit them.
If Israel asked, I think Germany would like nuke Bavaria. Nuke themselves. If you're German and your feelings are hurt, I'm sorry. Just make it so I can go there again. And they aren't like, did you post this? Because I'm afraid of that happening. I don't know what I fucking posted. I post a lot.
We're taken to meet injured patients. 9-year-old Mariam was wounded in an airstrike on her family's home.
They hit us with force. The entire roof fell on me.
You must have been very scared when it happened.
Yes, I was scared. I just want the war to stop and for everyone to stay safe.
Doctors here are braced for the situation to deteriorate further. Public anger.
Oh, another American citizen has been killed, this time in Lebanon. A resident from Dearborn, Michigan has been killed in Lebanon, the American government said on Wednesday, with the man's friend and neighbor said he died in an Israeli airstrike. We are deeply saddened by the death of Kamal Ahmad Jawad, and our hearts go out to his family and friends. His death is a tragedy, as are the many deaths of many civilians in Lebanon, a White House spokesperson said. Yeah, I'm sure they're really sad. Definitely. Oh. Yeah, they're so sad. That's why they're giving more weapons to Israel to do it. Dearborn, huh? Interesting coincidence. Why was he hanging out with Hezbollah terrorists? A lot of Americans with Israeli flags in the bios are celebrating this for some reason. From Dearborn. Okay. Can I ask what you think is the best realistic outcome for this conflict right now? The Israeli economy and Israeli society collapses in and of itself, and that it goes the way of apartheid South Africa, and the apartheid is abolished in its entirety. That is probably what will inevitably happen. There is no way. The contradictions are far too obvious, and this entire process will crumble. It will. The issue is the final stages of it will always be the deadliest, and we're experiencing it right now. That's it. How many decades? No, not decades. Not decades at all. That Lord shit is not real, man. What is wrong with you? Lord did not get beat up by fucking Zionist protesters at a Palestinian rally. That's not real. The translator of that segment was wilding. She specifically said an airstrike, which they changed it to hit with force. And then she said how the roof collapsed on her head and they changed it to I want this war to end. Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. What's the final answer? I don't know what the timeline is.
Is directed at Israel. I was watching TV with my son and my sister. Suddenly we were hit and she was killed, this man says. They know no mercy. Much of Tyre, much of southern Lebanon has seen its inhabitants flee north. But not everyone has gone.
Why did you decide to stay here?
Because my father and my mother lives all their life in here, so they can't go because they, they will love to stay here. So we decided to stay here.
It's so crazy to be like, why don't you guys just like leave your houses? Because Israel's just gonna bomb it anyway. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a crazy thing to just like ask of people.
Imagine being given like 48 hours notice, usually less, usually just a few hours, if that. Hey, your entire life, just pack up and go, not anywhere specific, just north.
Yeah.
Just go fucking north, keep walking.
With no indication that Israel won't bomb it inevitably.
Yeah, what fucking reason do they have to believe that there's any safe zone?
They watched hundreds of thousands of people from southern Lebanon go to Beirut, and then those people died in Beirut. Okay? The idea that this is like, oh, just like there's a safe area. They also, before that, for the past 12 months, have watched the Gazan population go through this exact same fucking dog and pony show. Yeah.
People in Gaza very quickly learned that the designated safe zones of the Israeli military were, in fact, just,
places
killing, just
killing
like,
fields.
Killing fields.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in a situation where I'm struggling to provide things for my family, her father adds. Everyone here and across this region is braced for further violence.
Well, with me now is Hasan Abi, a Lebanese MP and the country's former Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy Speaker of Parliament. What do you think is in store for your country over the coming days?
Well, let's hope things will end very soon, but there's a huge amount of uncertainty right now with all the events taking place in the south and in the suburbs of Beirut, in the Bekaa Valley. There's a really unprecedented level of confrontations between the Israeli armed forces and Hezbollah on Lebanese territory.
Do you support that resistance that Hezbollah is trying to push out?
No.
Bro, you're trying to get him assassinated.
Yeah,
like,
Jesus,
I don't even know his like personal, because like there's plenty of fucking Lebanese parliament members who hate Hezbollah, right? Like he could just as easily be asking that to a guy like that. I don't know what this dude's background is, But even if he was like in allegiance, right? Why would he ever fucking answer like that when Israel is assassinating every single fucking person that they feel, you know, that they feel the need to assassinate? He might also just as easily be a fucking psycho right-wing Christian Lebanese parliament member.
From our point of view, from our national political point of view, we have always warned about the existence of a non-state actor armed.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, he is the second thing. Yeah.
Controlling their own decisions outside the state, outside
Hezbollah,
outside the will of the Lebanese sovereign state and government, taking risks with people's lives, with Lebanon's future, in immersing Lebanon into regional wars. And we're seeing now the results of such a situation.
Yeah, Israel famously would never actually invade Lebanon if it wasn't for Hezbollah's existence. Except if Chad is right and he's like some fucking right-wing Christian weirdo in the Lebanese parliament, like he wants Israel to invade so they can collaborate and Israel can set him up as like, you know, the puppet administration.
Situation that has been left undealt with for so many years.
So do you feel they have led you down a dark corner?
Well, unfortunately, we've warned.
But by the way, this is what I meant. Channel 4, after like a couple months into Israel's like relentless bombing campaign of Gaza, started actually providing like decent coverage from the perspective of like the Palestinian citizens that were being slaughtered. But they also got hit with the reset button. So now they're back to doing like, well, you know, Hezbollah is the reason why Israel has to invade, to liberate Lebanon from Hezbollah.
Right,
Like
yeah.
they're doing the same fucking shit.
And every major network, there's like a certain amount of people have to die before they will actually provide worthwhile coverage. For Channel 4's, it might be a little bit lower than say BBC's.
Many times against this situation, and we have actually Lebanon has been dragged into a regional conflict that Lebanon could have avoided being in such a situation, yet it was, in my view, an uncalculated step from Hezbollah that effectively is now hurting all the Lebanese people economically, physically, militarily, and in their own safety.
Yeah, one must always ask the question like, so Vladimir Putin was right because he wanted to liberate Ukraine from the throes of like the Azov battalion and the Nazis? Like, how does that work? How was his special military operation immediately and directly falsifiable, the easiest thing to fucking joke about and cast aside as bullshit? But Israel happens to do that all the time, everywhere, and it's always somehow just. It's interesting. I don't know. A shocking situation.
Right, like the idea that like Israel is doing a sort of like slow drip nation building attempt in Lebanon over the last several years, that's what's going on.
Yeah.
Is just, I mean, you first of all, like, no Israeli believes that.
Yeah, they're literally talking about they want to build a nation in Lebanon, just more Israel.
Right,
okay?
right. They're right. Like, no Israeli would tell you their goal is like we're taking corruption out of Lebanese politics.
Yeah,
we're gonna fix their institutions. But it takes a certain type of delusion from a non-Israeli, especially, to think that.
Is the rest of the country powerless now? I mean, are you just a pawn in a bigger game between Tehran and the Ayatollahs and Netanyahu and the Israeli government?
Yes, unfortunately, Lebanon is now paralyzed. Let's not forget that Lebanon was already in an economic crisis. There's no president leading the country. It was already paralyzed, and now it's even further paralyzed in this regional conflict.
What do you expect Israel to do as it weighs its response?
Well, what we're seeing now is a potential regional escalation as Israel weighs its response to Iran. Israel continues to bombard Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we are seeing scenes even more aggressive than what we have seen in 2006. that at the time resulted in a UN Security Council resolution to stop the fighting and remove the arms of all armed non-official and non-sovereign armed forces from Lebanon.
What kind of foreign pressure is the Lebanese government under when it comes to how it uses the armed forces? I mean, are they really Lebanese armed forces?
Well, we do have Lebanese armed forces who are tasked with the sovereignty and the protection of the sovereignty of Lebanon. However,
as long as Israel doesn't have territorial ambitions, which is precisely the reason why they moved past the southern Lebanese territories, which now Israel is moving into, you know, we have an increasingly shrinking territory of sovereignty here in Lebanon. And Israel sets that standard. It is what it is. Not much we can do about it. That's not our job, you know? That's cool. It's crazy. Like, I don't understand how you can behave like this. Like, political disagreements and like the brutality or whatever the fuck you're gonna point to aside. How the fuck do you, like, is it not the same, if not infinitely worse? I mean, not even the same, but significantly worse brutality that Israel is subjecting your people to?
Well, yeah, it's
like your children.
The way that he characterizes it is like Hezbollah just even existing is robbing us of our favorite word, agency. It's robbing us of sovereignty. It's robbing us of, you know, our ability to make our own decisions. But Israel, as an expansionist force, that is practically a force of nature. That is not human beings making a decision to colonize and terraform the world for a greater Israel. It is just a act of God, a force of nature that happens, and you either provoke it or incur its wrath, or you just sort of let it do whatever, and hopefully it recognizes this.
Yeah.
It's an insane stance to put yourself in.
When Hezbollah made the decision to enter a war, they did not request the permission of anyone. They did not look at the sovereign state and deal with them as a sovereign decision maker when it comes to war and peace. The Lebanese armed forces are in a situation now where they can see the country has been dragged into a war that they were not party to, the government was not party to, the Lebanese people were not party to such a decision.
So what's your message to Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, I cannot...
If the American security cooperation with Lebanon was actually a real security cooperation, they would let them have anti-air missile systems. Why doesn't Lebanon have anti-air missile systems? Why? Why don't they have an Iron Dome?
Patriot missile system machine broken.
Yeah. What happened?
Come back next week.
What happened? Why is this security cooperation with Lebanon significantly neutered in comparison to our security cooperation with Israel, for example? I'm just saying it's just a weird situation. How come the Lebanese people, with their security cooperation from the United States, don't have anti-air missile systems? Is it perhaps because if they did have those, then they would use them against Israeli fighter jets on their way to fucking Beirut that want to bomb entire city blocks? Is that perhaps the reason why America won't let them have it? You know? Don't roast me. They have money for it. The U.S. should pay for it. No, dog. They literally set the terms. Like, that's the whole point. They don't have it because if they did have it, then Israeli F-15s would get fucking lasered with American anti-aircraft capabilities. Like, why would they not have it? How can they have any sort of sovereignty?
I mean, yeah, air defense is like any serious like defense cooperation that is one of the single most vital parts of modern warfare is defending the skies. I don't think that's a controversial statement. This is like, yeah, a cooperative security agreement that you would ink in like 1903 when there were before even like barrage balloons.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This war continuing, we should all work towards the implementation of 1701 on all sides. 1701 is the UN resolution that in 2006 ended the war, called for the withdrawal of...
Yeah, Pat Bev, nobody cares. Nobody. Your teammates,
okay.
your teammates were hoping that you wouldn't run to the bomb shelter.
I love the idea that Iran was like, okay, just spare no missile. We have to take out Pat Beverly.
Yeah. 100.
I don't care how much it costs. We need to. What's the main goal here?
181 rockets were actually launched. Nobody knew. Everybody thought it was 180. The last one for Pat Bev.
We're disbanding the fucking country if we don't get Pat Bev.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone was doing the fake news. They're like, oh, Yoav Golan has been assassinated. No, it was Pat Bev. Defense Minister Pat Bev.
of all armed forces that are not Lebanese army from the south of Lebanon to the north of the Litani River, around 30 kilometers from the Israeli borders. Deployment of UNIFIL and the Lebanese sovereign armed forces, and the removal of weapons from the hands of all militias in Lebanon.
Mr. Hasbani, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has said the country is in the midst of a tough war against Iran's axis of evil, which seeks to destroy us. But he insisted we will win together. Israel's military chief also warned that the country would respond to Iran's missile attack and said...
How do you think they're going to respond to Iran? Do you think it's going to be like last time?
Probably like, yeah, military depots, oil facilities, I presume. Though, I mean, I don't know. It's so hard to like do any type of like halfway rational actor thing with Israel. But I don't know. There is the possibility that like they are kind of fucking. They realize that like they actually do have this capability now. That like Iran's sending all those loitering munitions and very slow moving subsonic surface to surface cruise missiles back in spring may have been kind of a feint. And like, I mean, it is worth noting that like Netanyahu was kind of afraid of like having hitting Iran back very hardly after that. Of course, they've done fucking insane things since then.
Yeah, well,
but like Benny Gantz was way more hawkish on that front, and for as stupid and self-destructive and how unplanned all of this is, on a basic level, you do kind of have to think that they are like a little shook, right? But it's just, how the fuck do you get into their head? When there's no semblance of a plan. They have no idea what their off ramp would be, short of killing fucking everyone. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I assume it's gonna be like I don't think they'll hit the oil refineries. Iran's immediate response was, if Israel hits our oil refineries, that they'll light the entire region's oil refineries on fire and put the entire world to a halt. That's what they said. I don't know. That's like their nuclear option.
I wonder
Said
if
its
they,
forces could
not necessarily like, I don't know, like a thermonuclear weapon, but like I wonder if they have like something now.
Yeah,
it makes you wonder. I don't know.
I mean, look, the way I see it is this. Okay, if they have the capability of striking 3 military targets, I guess the Mossad headquarters they didn't really hit, right, but near it in Tel Aviv, and also the 2 military bases. They said that they were going to hit those targets, and they did, which means that they have the capability of hitting Tel Aviv if they want to.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have that targeting capacity, and if they have the munitions to be able to do it, and they still haven't done it, that means it's restraint. Unless the idea somehow is that like I don't know, they're just like too afraid of Israel, or Israel actually intercepted those missiles and like moved them towards the fucking military targets that they said they were gonna hit. You know what I mean? It makes no sense.
Zachary Levi as Shazam went up midair, and all these missiles were heading straight towards civilian centers, straight towards all the nightclubs called Reimagine, and he pushed them to hit all these military targets.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. It's telling everyone that understands this process that they have the capacity to penetrate Israel's defenses. Okay, that's what they're saying. They're showing that, like they're demonstrating their capabilities. If you don't understand and learn a lesson from that, I don't know what to tell you. You know, like they could have this time around easily fucking struck Tel Aviv and killed civilians. Right? They didn't, and then Israel like flexed as though it was as though it was just like, oh, they're so bad.
Well, they did the typical Israeli thing of like,
they didn't even kill a single civilian. The only civilian that died was a Palestinian. It doesn't matter. We hate those guys.
They did the typical Israeli thing of like, this is not, they literally said, this is not normal.
Yeah.
This is our life right now. Also, they didn't do anything. It doesn't matter. And fucking life goes on and blah, blah, blah. They're cowards. They can't even kill as many civilians as we do. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, supposedly Iran did not even, they have missiles with guidance after reentry that are even faster than what they sent, which is fucking incredible considering the reentry speeds of some of these.
Yeah. Breaking: Israel before and after the Iranian bombing, perhaps showing that Iran doesn't indiscriminately target apartment buildings, hospitals, schools, temples, and beaches isn't the sick burn you think it is. Yeah. It's just so weird that they're bragging about it and they're making fun of it. They're like, yeah, oh, these fucking idiots didn't even kill a single civilian. Like,
yeah, it's basically like if they put something out where they're like, you know, they haven't even molested a single prisoner of war.
Yeah. Unlike us.
They'll never catch up with us.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Could strike anywhere in the Middle East. Our chief correspondent, Alex Thompson, is in Jerusalem. Alex.
Yes, well, for some days, as you might expect, Israel's political leaders preparing their people for the simple and obvious fact: if you invade somebody else's country, you're going to get hurt. And so...
Yeah, keep defending terrorist organizations. Hamas, Hezbollah, literally cutting heads off, killings for fun, for religious reasons. Then keep hiding behind those same people that they fucked over. Good job, Israel, for dealing with these Muslim fucks. I like that so much of Israeli foreign policy can be traced to like the dumbest guy just repeating like post 9/11 Muslim, like anti-Muslim propaganda. Like he's one step removed from being like, yeah, y'all keep having sex with those goats, dude. That's why Israel's killing all of y'all. Like,
keep praying to Allah, the moon god.
Yeah.
I love, this is a very post 9/11 thing of like just thinking like beheading is, every Muslim does it.
Yeah.
It's every Muslim's favorite thing is beheading.
Yeah, that's like, everyone's always doing that. They love doing beheadings. You watch fucking one like live leak video of like some fucking ISIS weirdo do a beheading, and all of a sudden you're like, every Muslim loves beheading.
And
like,
ISIS weirdo is probably born in fucking London too.
Yeah. ISIS weirdo born in London, maybe got some CIA training. Who knows? I don't know. That's where they taught him. They taught him the beheading at the beheading course at the CIA.
God, this is taking me back so much. Do you remember like the Nick Berg frame by frame analysis that used to go on the internet in like 2000?
Oh,
what is that? Like 2004, 2005?
Yeah. Not so fun fact. ISIS helped Israel. Maybe they taught them how to do the beheadings. Actually, it might have been Mossad. My bad. I said CIA, but yeah.
I need to. I wish Rotten Library was still up.
No, God.
No, not Rotten.com, but like Rotten Library was totally different. It didn't have like shock images or anything like that, but it was like a Wikipedia for like conspiracies that range from like 60 to 100% true. It was a very foundational text for me as a young man.
What was 68% true?
Yeah, it was conspiracy theories that range from 60% true to like 100% true.
Uh-huh.
And it was like very well written and had a very distinctive writing style to it. And it's archived. I know someone archived it, and I have it like bookmarked somewhere. But it, for whatever fucking reason, it was a part of Rotten.com, the shock site. But it was, completely different.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was very cool, and not a lot of people read it.
Yeah. Also, this is another really funny take on this. Is like, excuse me, my preferred method of execution is shoving an electrocuted cattle prod up the ass of someone and raping them to death. It is significantly better than what you're suspecting Hezbollah and Hamas is doing.
Shooting a Hellfire missile that's packed with blades at a group of preschoolers.
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, that's how you do it, baby. Yeah, good job, Israel. Show those Muslim babies what's what.
Dropping white phosphorus on residential neighborhoods.
Yeah.
It is proving, obviously. A little after 6 o'clock local time, the Israeli Defense Force released the composite of photographs, which I think you can see now. 8 soldiers listed as killed. Now, I can tell you some details on that. 6 were from the Irgoz Commando Unit, killed in a gun battle with Hezbollah fighters in a southern Lebanese village. 5 more were wounded in that contact. 2 other soldiers from the Golani Reconnaissance Unit killed in a separate attack, and 1 more soldier from that incident listed as seriously injured. On top of that, of course, a captain who was also listed killed in action earlier. But of course,
the captain is the one with the braces, Chad.
Events across the country dominated by 2 things. First of all, the gunman attacking and killing civilians roughly half an hour before the attack from Iran last night.
I have a really good idea for these guys, okay? Don't invade Lebanon. Here's a really cool way to not get fucking killed, okay? You have a wonderful, shitty techno career ahead of you, okay? Don't do it. Don't invade Lebanon. Do not invade Lebanon. Stay home. Say, I'm a conscientious objector, okay? You can literally go back, eat the fucking most dog shit chocolate hummus you've ever had.
That weird corn breakfast that you guys like.
Yeah. Oh God, the Israeli breakfast.
The corn breakfast. You can have that every day.
Oh, I miss it so much. My Israeli breakfast, and it's like the most like British ass fucking thing you've ever seen.
It was a plate of corn, the most like discolored tomatoes and cucumbers ever, and then a grayish cup of what looked like what's that yogurt drink?
Iodine.
Yeah, like that. And they were like, "Oh my God, you can't get this anywhere else."
Yeah, only in Israel.
Yeah.
A third of Israelis don't serve and get exemptions for mental health and religious reasons. You don't have to object. Just say you're Orthodox and stay home. No, they're fucking drafting the Haredis too now.
That's gonna go awesome.
Yeah,
that is really.
Dude, they already have a pretty high like friendly fire. They already have a pretty high friendly fire rating. Like that shit's about to skyrocket, dude.
Oh my God, are Haredis gonna accidentally take down
the Israeli military? Yeah.
Just not even for ideological reasons. Just like they're like, you don't fucking tell me what to do.
Yeah. I will never forget that. Like, dudes that just like the sniper piece of shit assassin did not incur that killed Shireen Abu Akleh, sniped her. Okay, assassinated her. Did not incur the same penalties that like a bunch of Jewish IDF soldiers got for making hot dogs on Saturday because it fucking didn't keep kosher. Like that sounds like something that a groiper would make up.
Yeah.
That sounds like something that someone would be like, "Oh, dude, these guys are crazy." And it's like, nah, that's a Haaretz.com article. Like that's literally a thing that happened.
In 2013, if somebody in one of my group DMs said that, I'd be like, "Take a lap, bud."
Yeah.
Okay. Work on a better one.
Yeah.
No, that really happened.
Yeah, literally. It's just insane. It's so crazy.
You have to be a really evil country to imprison the hot dog makers of this world.
Yeah. That's how strict they are, though. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
It makes all the things about them being like a socially liberal paradise fucking hilarious for anyone that knows anything at all about the codifications of these things in Israeli law.
And then, of course, that 181 missiles fired into the country. It's fair enough to say, not exactly controversy, but debate growing about whether the claims of Israel, the United States, and to some degree the UK about the impregnability of Israel's missile defense and their missile defense systems against Iran really is as strong as has been made out in some quarters.
This guy's a homie.
That's a crazy thing to say on British media.
No,
it's true.
Well,
but
some of the reporters that make like Kirby squirm the most are like, you know, I would say what, like 7 times out of 10, it's a British guy.
yeah, it's like old school NatSec reporters that like write for these like random publications.
Yeah, when you see a British reporter that's like this old, there's a good chance that they are like a, you know, like someone from the what was that show called? The original British House of Cards, like a psycho, completely transactional, cynical, old Tory lunatic. But then there's also a decent chance that they're, you know, they're just a truth teller.
Yeah.
Verified images show Iranian missiles detonating near Israel's Nevatim.
This is in reverse, dude. Yo, anti-Semitic propaganda. Cut it out. Those are Tamir interceptors in reverse, dog. Trust.
Yeah.
They famously also do this explosion thing when they're being deployed.
Well, that's how big their first booster stage is.
Yeah.
And they actually slowed it down. They're way faster than this, too.
Yeah.
Airbase. And other verified video now appears to show more missile strikes. Only late this afternoon did the Israeli Air Force say several of its bases were hit without casualties, they added.
An Israeli like civilian who's just, he's like me, and he just thinks like, you know, weapon systems are cool. And everyone was freaking out.
You mean an autistic Israeli?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone was freaking out, and he's like, "This is so fucking cool."
They get drafted for 8,200.
Yeah.
Isn't there like a wait, dude? This is also another funny thing. There's a autistic brigade in Israel.
Oh yeah.
They work on maps. Yep. Yeah. The Israeli army unit that recruits teens with autism. Many autistic soldiers who would otherwise be exempt from the military service have found a place in Unit 9900, the Selective Intelligence Squad, where their heightened perceptual skills are an asset.
It would be funny if like they make this unit like just with like the autism speaks type understanding where it's like, okay, if you just train them to hyper focus on something, they're unstoppable.
Yeah.
But it's just like the type of people that know every single storyline from Supernatural. Like that. They're just like that. Useless for military purposes.
No, this is not a Nick Mullen bit, chat. This is a real thing that the Atlantic wrote about a real brigade. The Atlantic also, editor-in-chief is
former Israeli prison guard.
Former concentration camp guard from Israel.
Yeah. Wrote in glowing terms about becoming a man by working as a fucking concentration camp guard.
Yeah.
Jerusalem last night. Most incoming missiles, it seems, were intercepted, but the impression of near invincibility peddled by Israel, US and UK too isn't quite the full picture.
Peddled?
No, this guy's a homie.
I don't want to show this. Sorry.
Cruel irony. The only person confirmed killed by Iran's action, this Palestinian man, struck seconds after these images by a falling missile.
Oh, never mind. They don't show it.
By day, the even deeper irony, the dead man Samir al-Asali was from Gaza. Just north of Tel Aviv, a missile crater already filled in this morning. A yellow ribbon for the return of the hostages, and now a coating of blasted earth.
The yellow
all of this
ribbon,
close,
by the way,
very
that's
close
to
to
support the troops ribbon. You guys have to give that back. That's American.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah, support the troops in America. That's a yellow ribbon.
Sorry, sweetie. Since October 7, every time I see the yellow ribbon, I know exactly what it is. Okay. Someone who wants to kill as many hostages as possible with American weapons that we sent over there to use on top of, Palestinian homes.
Bring the hostages back in installments.
Yeah. That's what it means to me. I see the yellow ribbon, which fucking Mr. Maoist Van Jones wears all the time, by the way. Every time I see that, I'm like, oh, you just want to kill the hostages. Got it. Okay.
Bezos gave him $100 million. He was like, this guy is so smart. I'm going to do the Mr. Beast challenge and gift my favorite streamer $100 million fucking dollars.
Yeah.
He thought Van Jones was so sick.
What did he do with it? Do we know?
He's going to make a think tank that's dedicated to like depolarization. One of those things. It would be funny if he just spent it on like cars and like houses.
That'd be baller.
That would be awesome.
I would actually respect him a lot more if he did that. Be like, fuck you. It's my $100 million, bitch.
If he was like, okay, fuck this politics shit.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore.
Just fucking quit. You got $100 million. Maybe that's why Jeff Bezos gave it to him. He's like, dude, please just shut the fuck up. Just stop, dude.
He's
You're
sick of
so
seeing him
whack.
cry on TV.
Yeah. Oh my God. After Joe Biden dropped out?
Yeah.
Yes. It's one of my favorite Van Jones moments.
Well, Van Jones has cried on TV a lot. He's a very famous crier of the airwaves.
Yeah. That's why. That Jeff Bezos gave him that. He was like, shut up, you fucking baby.
Yeah. It's
You're
like
done.
those people who like have Patreon tiers that are like, for $7,000, I'll stop.
To major security installations, this military base, and a Mossad Secret Service headquarters. A few miles distant, they were still dousing the fire started by another missile strike last night.
Everybody went into shelters, but pretty soon we started getting reports of firstly of shrapnel and then explosions and then hits.
This guy looks like an Israeli Kyle
An empty
Chandler.
house destroyed in a park. Gaza, it is not. But 181 Iranian missiles means Israel is talking, at least, of imminent revenge.
The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has described that action from Iran as a big mistake. But as yet, no further...
It's kind of funny that he's standing right in front of the firefighter. I don't know. That's like an aesthetic choice that he made that I really like. He could just get hit with the fucking power washer on accident. Yeah.
action from Israel, and no further missiles, for that matter, coming in overnight from Iran.
A former Air Force commander who has personally bombed Iraqi nuclear sites says Israel will retaliate. But that all came with a very clear warning to his own people.
We can inflict a lot of damage on Iran, but there would be repercussions and a cascading effect. Remember that we have the Russians.
Wait, was he bombing Iraq with the Israeli military or the American one? He said Iran, bro. That's like Iran is not even like, I don't think Israelis even say Iran.
No, this guy has blue eyes. This guy is from like Barrington, Illinois.
Yeah.
Well, I won Israeli citizenship in a lottery. I'll be darned.
He said Iran, bro.
Iran.
I've never heard an Israeli say Iran. That's crazy.
Who have teamed up with Iranians lately because of the war in the Ukraine, and the Russians are just next door in Syria. We don't want this cascading effect.
His accent is so
Jaffa,
weird.
along the coast.
Sort of Midwestern.
It's a cursed nation, dude. Like,
it creates the worst accents ever heard.
Yeah. It's like, is it French? What's going on? Are you like...
It's like a Ukrainian who like spent his weekends in Chicago growing up.
It's like an international student. You know what I mean? Like a kid that like went to school in Switzerland or something, and his accent is so busted because he's surrounded by all of these different like nationalities and their fucking weird accents.
Yeah, his accent and like word choices are like partially jug hooter, but then like very Israeli.
Yeah.
grieving for 7 people shot.
It's so funny how they say the Ukraine. No, that was the OG way of saying Ukraine because it means the border. Isn't that what it is? Like that's why old school people will always refer to Ukraine as the Ukraine, which is again another like kind of American thing, I think, to say. Well, like old heads always say the Ukraine.
I've heard Judge Joe Brown refer to it only that way.
Yeah.
One of my favorite follows.
It's like a microaggression against Ukrainians. Yeah.
Dead, 11 injured, 6 critically. It happened about half an hour before the Iranian missile salvo last night. Tonight, Hamas said they did it. Few eyewitnesses will speak openly.
Israelis wear the stupidest t-shirts I've ever seen.
You know, they ran away and came here. We did what we could. We bandaged his leg. He was shot in the leg. His whole leg was injured. The whole shop was blood yesterday.
2 Palestinians from the West Bank, Mohammed Rahman and Hassan Tamimi, visited this mosque, then stabbed a policeman, stole his gun, and opened fire at the tram stop over the road on Jerusalem Boulevard.
Wait, that dude did it with a cop's
killing
gun?
7 times more people
He took it straight
than
from a
all
cop.
of Iran's
That's crazy.
missiles.
Bro, those guys train our cops. What the fuck? Whoa, hold on.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't know it was a fucking service weapon, dude. That's wild.
Yeah, he fucking yanked it
Jesus
straight out of his
Christ,
hands
dude.
after stabbing him.
They were just waiting for a train, it says. And yet there were celebrations too last night.
Yeah, no shit.
Allahu Akbar.
This is the funniest part when they're like, look at these people who are like literally experiencing genocide, having a moment of like happiness.
It's like if America actually like did bomb the tracks to the concentration camps, and you had people celebrating inside Dachau, and you were like real mature guys.
Yeah, like what the
people
fuck
have to
are
go
you
to work.
saying?
People have to go to work on those trains.
What are you fucking saying at that point? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, no shit, they're celebrating, dude. If that shit was happening to you, you'd be celebrating. You'd be probably doing way worse shit than just celebrating in that moment. You know what I mean?
Akbar, God is great, they shout in Gaza, as attack and defense missiles light up the sky over Israel. And in the West Bank, Arabs delighted by the actions of Tehran.
They're not losing it, dude. I'm telling you, this channel used to have better coverage a few months ago. No, it's a reset. I promise you, that's what it is. Wait till they hit an unacceptable number of casualties so that they can change their tune to being like, well, Israel was wrong in the Lebanese invasion as well. That's just how it works, man. I feel like there's just, these guys are just following process, you know?
Yeah, no. Every network has like a
He didn't
number
mean
of
my channel. Dumbass, he's talking about channel 4. The fuck? Yeah, he meant my channel.
Yeah.
He's like, back in the day, you used to serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. You've forgotten, which I did, by the way. For the past 2 hours, I haven't served any fucking ass, so I'm doing it now. Are they not allowed to say Palestinians? Why did they say Arabs? Actually, I don't know. Maybe Channel 4 also has that. I think the BBC literally doesn't say Palestinians, right?
No.
New York Times doesn't say it.
BBC used to, I do know.
Yeah.
Alex Thompson reporting. Well, earlier I spoke to Ayal Hulata, who served as Israel's national security advisor under the last government and coordinated Israel's effort on Iran. He's now a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. And I began by asking him what he thought the purpose of Israel's response to Iran should be.
The Israeli response.
Oh, dude, yeah, I saw this guy on CNN. Oh, he has great ideas. He's going to really defend democracy hard here, chat, okay? Get ready for the FDD guy. They are always notoriously level-headed and reasonable guys, okay?
First and foremost, is important to deliver a message to Iran that they can't go about doing this. There must be a response coming from Israel to put Iran at bay and to make sure that they don't understand they can do this every time they want to.
Like an annoying
Right, but the question is, should that response be a message? Should it be overwhelming? Should it be targeting key installations, nuclear power, that kind of infrastructure? What sort of scale should it be on?
Dude looks like a white Malteser. That's a perfect representation. It's funny because your name is David Q-Tip, so I assume you're fucking bald, you son of a bitch. That's why someone probably said that to you, didn't they? You did not just come out with that out of nowhere, right on the spot. David Q-Tip, you ain't slick. I'm white with a full head of hair, Lamau. Okay, okay.
He's just a fan of the rapper Q-Tip.
Yeah.
Just messaging and signaling, I think, will not be a proper response at this point. The fact that the Americans, and in fact also the UK and all of the major European countries have been telling Iran for weeks now, don't do this. This is inappropriate. Do not escalate the region into war. Do not fire.
Don't do this.
You will regret this.
This is inappropriate. It will hurt our feelings.
He's like one of the advisors from SimCity that yells at you. Do not cut funding. You will regret this.
Oh, that's crazy.
Ballistic missiles in Israel, and yet they did do it. I can tell you that it's very clear for Israel perspective. This will not be an act to open a regional war. Israel is not interested in a regional war.
Oh, dude,
yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, famously.
Yeah.
That's what I always think of. I'm like, Israel hates doing regional war. That's why they were bombing Damascus and fucking Yemen.
Three
and
fucking
also
countries.
Gaza, while simultaneously conducting additional military operations in the West Bank and also invading Lebanon. These are the actions of a country that doesn't want to invade other places.
We don't want a regional war. All we've done is assassinate the the negotiating party in the main war we're at.
Yeah,
one of the
on the sovereign nation's soil, the one country that we're like constantly worried about.
The head of the group that our side war, the head of that group, we've hit Yemen multiple fucking times this year, but we don't want a regional war.
It's just, bro, once you open three fronts, like what's the difference between 4 or 5? You know what I mean?
You know what? Like, just no one would expect it now. Attack Albania. Open a fourth front, open it far away.
Yeah.
You can never have too much greater Israel.
I agree. They should overtake Albania.
Oh my God. You know what? You guys had some dealings with Argentina. What if you had the Falklands?
Yeah.
What if it was your territory?
I think it would be anti-Semitic not to give the Falklands to Israel. 100%. Yeah.
The UK would probably just give it up at this point.
Yeah.
Like if they asked.
Oh, I did. Did you see this, by the way? Christian Amanpour had like a Lebanese Lebanese foreign minister, Abdullah Abu Habib, and he said that the Hezbollah leader agreed to a ceasefire right before Israel killed him.
I don't know if
Are you saying Hasan Abi had agreed to a ceasefire?
Maybe
just moments before he was assassinated.
He agreed. Yes. We agreed completely. Lebanon agreed to ceasefire, but consulting with the Hezbollah, the speaker, Mr. Berry, consulted with Hezbollah, and we informed the Americans and the French that what happened. And they told us that Mr. Netanyahu also agreed on the statement that was issued by both.
I don't know if I believe it, but
I mean,
they've
would,
done that.
They would do that,
Yes.
absolutely. I just don't know. I've seen a lot of people, both who live in Lebanon and other nations in the area, strongly doubting this, though.
Yeah. He's talking about the 21-day proposal that Israel said they were for privately and then ignored when it was officially offered. I don't know.
I mean, would they do that? Absolutely, because they have done things exactly like that in the
Richard
past.
Goldberg another FDD senior advisor. Take out
the
Tehran
FDD
already.
is so fucking
Reunite
insane.
Khomeini with his friends. It's like, how is this a think tank, brother? How is this a, like, I feel like back in the day, these guys wouldn't, you know, they would at least like try to masquerade under like some vague notion of like liberal defense of democracy. Why is it called defending democracy?
Yeah, like,
you can't say Foundation for Defense of Democracies and then post this. It's undermining the whole reason why you made the fake name.
Well, it's like a vestigial organ for neocons.
Yeah.
The rationale for neoconservatism used to be, you know, creating the optimal conditions for democracy to flourish in the world. That pretense is gone, but the name still remains. But yeah, no, I don't even know why they have to have the pretense of it being a think tank. This is, they clearly just like want to kill as many people as possible. Why even publish papers?
Yeah, just fucking keep posting this shit because the outcome is the same. Take out Tehran already. Oh, and then he got yelled at. The regime in Tehran, in case is not obvious to everyone passing by due to pro-regime propagandists.
Yeah, no, there are think tanks that like have more purchase within inside the NatSec blob, but just as far as like pure psychosis and like what would the actual effects on the world be if their plans were put into motion, FDD is the most psychotic think tank in Washington.
Well, now their positions are almost universally adopted by the Democratic Party, so we have that to look forward for the, you know, upcoming election and many other elections after.
It's so crazy too, because it is like, it's such an outmoded like zombie ideology, neoconservatism. But, you know, if George W. Bush were president right now, well, first of all, I don't think things would have actually gone this far. Not that he was good on Israel, but there was at least like some, in actuality, he drew more consequential red lines than Biden did.
He also he had the classic like, oh, we know better, we'll fix this mentality.
Yeah.
Even though it obviously was a demonstrable failure, like the elections and everything, there was at least an attempt of like trying to use like normal channels of diplomacy that inherently recognizes the humanity of the Palestinians and like some form of like government process for them, which Joe Biden has not even broached.
Right.
Like not even, the only thing that Joe Biden says is just a vague gesturing towards a fucking two-state that he wants. He's like, oh, the Palestinians, they need a state sometimes, I think. Look alive.
Yeah, like what I was going to say is like, if John Bolton were president right now, how would our policy with regards to Israel, how would it look different?
Yeah.
It would not. It would not look different at all.
It would be the exact same, 100%. Oh, the narrative is hating on Biden now, Rich?
What would Biden have to do for people like this to realize that this policy has been a fucking disaster? What would have to happen?
It's so funny because it's like electorally a disaster as well. Like if you're saying this, you're like pro Democratic Party, right?
Yeah.
You're blue on. You're blue MAGA. Like you love the Democratic Party. You think they can do no wrong. And what's really wild about being a Biden dead ender at this point is that you're looking at the current carcass in office actively cooking the Democratic Party's chances of winning this election. And you're still like, wow, can't believe you're calling that out. Is what I would say if I was some fucking radical Islamist in the pocket of Hezbollah. I'm riding in Biden. You guys know me and Ryan Ruth. We are the NATO voters. We're riding in Biden. He can't ride in Biden because he's in jail, but I will be riding it for him. So I agree with you. I would never hate Biden, chatter. That's right. Free my man Ryan Ruth. He did nothing wrong.
The question is, what do you think is achievable? You know, is this a question of putting Iran back by 10 years or 20 years in terms of its ability to attack in the future? You know, is it this, you know, rather horrible phrase, mowing the lawn? in Iran the same way as Israel is perceived to be doing with Hamas and with Hezbollah? Is it essentially the same purpose?
This cannot be the same purpose. Iran is 2,000 kilometers away. Israel is, in fact, fighting for our lives after being attacked so brutally over and over again.
Yeah, it can't be the same purpose. Yeah, which is why we openly said that we assassinated Hassan Nasrallah, because he wouldn't decouple Hezbollah from Gaza, which quite literally is the purpose. They admit it. Like, they admit it all the time. Yeah, that's the reason why they're doing it. That's the reason why Iran is doing it. Well, at least on paper.
This doesn't mean that Israel needs to today start and open a regional war. I don't think this is what we should expect, but we should expect what Israel should expect from the international community to understand this and also to join this effort, because Iran is not just Israel's problem.
Right, but in that case, what you seem to be talking about is fundamentally changing the dynamics of the Middle East. Isn't the fact that every time Israel has tried to do that, it has failed?
I wouldn't say that Israel has tried over and over again to do this and has failed. In fact, I think that Israel has tried other means of reaching agreements and diplomatic resolutions to our conflicts, and these actually have failed.
Can we talk about Gaza then for a moment? Because almost a year on, after October the 7th, more than 40,000 people killed in Gaza. Today, there are another 60 people dead, and Israel has still not defeated Hamas. I mean, where is the strategy there, and why is it going wrong?
Hamas capabilities have been eroded. Many of the casualties in Gaza are, in fact, Hamas operatives bearing arms,
Like, you know
targeted.
what he's going to say to everything. This is the fucking stock answers to everything.
It's also boring. It's boring. Everybody says it on every outlet. Like, you've heard it a million times over.
We've all seen this. We've all seen, if not literally this guy, someone like him, some fucking crying, bald Ukrainian guy who says that all of Israel's failures in the past were they were just too nice. They were going about things too peacefully. That Hamas's capabilities have been eroded.
That's why they didn't have troops stationed around the Merkavas in a fucking dense urban combat zone.
Yeah,
because they were nice and not because they were scared.
That was them attempting for peace.
Yeah. Which, you know what was not nice though? Lobbing a grenade directly bypassing the trophy system of the Merkava.
Yeah,
that is not nice.
How are you really supposed to have peace talks when they're firing at the Merkavas?
What? I don't support Biden, just calling the hypocrisy.
What?
Wait, what? Yeah, right, Lamar. Y'all were all for him until the debate, but he's been like that for.
Oh, this is like a stupid MAGA guy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh shit, dude. Where's my fucking hat, brother? Hold on. Let me show you what's what, dog. Hold on.
You don't know that you're dealing with a certified jug hooter.
Fuck you mean, brother? What do you mean? What the fuck? Yo, let me get my gun. Hold on.
Kaya just got so serious.
Fucking dumbass, dude. Talking about fucking riding with Biden. Brother, what do you mean? I'm a goddamn American patriot, you fucking son of a bitch. I just don't want my tax dollars to go to Israel. I want to bomb Mexico. We got goddamn cartel on the southern border, and we're out here giving all the money to Israel instead. Telling me about riding with Biden. Hell yeah.
And the fact that they are hiding underneath and among civilians.
With a rope toy for the last hour, and she just totally stopped.
Yeah,
when
I'm bored now.
Becker came out. When the hat went on, she was like, "All right, silly time's over."
Yeah, no, she's getting into. She's also doing method. She's getting into the. She's my hog dog. Yeah.
All right, back at it.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. I'm not objecting that. What I'm saying is the fact that Hamas is fighting Israel from within those civilian communities and not putting them in shelter. Hamas won't allow their civilians to go underground and to take shelter. They would.
What are you saying?
What is who is this for? Who is this realistically for?
Hamas won't put the civilians in the fucking tunnel system is crazy. I think he's just saying that to bait them so they can like flood the tunnels.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, put them in the tunnels so we can flood them finally.
The terror tunnels that we are bombing, you should put your toddler in there because they're safe.
Yeah, that's definitely safe. The country that's deliberately bombing civilian areas because, you know, because they can, they definitely won't bomb the terror tunnels, which they have been bombing.
What is you just like? What is the utility of having this guy on TV? What are you as? I guess you're getting like objectivity. You're making it seem like you're giving everyone a voice, but just this same fucking crying bald guy that we always see from the Israeli side, who always just says this ridiculous shit.
Yeah,
I don't know who it's actually for out there.
Rather fire rockets at the Israeli communities from within those civilian population.
A year into Gaza.
Bro, what purpose does going to the tunnel serve? You just said you're gonna kill them anyway. Like, what the fuck? You just said they're firing rockets from civilian areas.
If you asked him about that, if you were like, what, you know, why did you say that? Well, why did you say that? If you're just gonna bomb the tunnels, he would not be aware he said that a minute after the fact.
Yeah,
he has no idea what he's saying. He's just like pure like C-grade Hezbollah autopilot.
They're just yeah. This is also part of the reason why they're so bad at propaganda, because they just like are so used to never being questioned at all.
Yeah.
So they're just like, what? What do you mean? What was it? What was the fucking one guy that like left the interview angry because they were like, are you saying that Israel has a right to have nukes because the Holocaust happened and they can nuke?
I forgot who that was.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's sort of analogous to their military. Just how like a military that has only done internal repression for, you know, the last generation or so, what they lose their ability, their combat ability is degraded in the face of actual resistance. You know, 20, 30 years of zombie consensus in the West, where it is anti-Semitic to question these guys, has resulted in the dumbest fucking propagandists on earth, who now, in the face of resistance, in the face of any pushback at all, have crumbled and have assigned the blame to a Chinese spying operation.
Yo, look.
Tolerate you having nuclear weapons and not, say, Iran.
First, again, we never admitted to have such weapons, but
who are you fooling?
Yeah, we have never admitted to having such weapons.
maybe we don't.
We have no nukes. Do not look up the Samsung option.
Jonathan Pollard just sent us recipes. He got in trouble.
Very anti-Semitic.
Comparison is, I must say, it's very insulting, and I tell you why. We suffered one Holocaust. We listened to our neighbors.
Is it because of the Holocaust that you should be allowed to have nuclear weapons?
You know what? This interview was finished now.
This is the propaganda guy.
They were like, we're sending our best guy. He isn't even bald. That's how good he is.
This interview's over he said, no politics here. No politics. Israel, number one, no politics.
He said, first of all, what if we don't have them? Second of all, oh my fucking God.
Oh, dude, that's crazy. You can't wait. We gotta watch this again. It's so good.
Holocaust. We listened to our neighbors.
Is it because of the Holocaust that you should be allowed to have nuclear weapons?
You know what? This interview was finished now. Your attitude is so hostile.
move.
Your questions are so arrogant. I don't want to speak with you anymore.
Oh my God.
He said, we do not have nukes, but if we do, it's because of the Holocaust. And also, how dare you? How dare you repeat what I just said back to me? This interview is very fucked up.
I don't remember that spokesman. That, judging by the video quality, that's what, like 2009?
I don't know.
Probably Operation Cast Lead era.
Oh, yeah. It's so good. Like the entitlement. I'm telling you, man, early October, like a big chunk of this resentment for Israel becoming a pariah state wasn't even like the violence against brown people, because the Western world is so conditioned to like, you know, agree with that sort of thing. It was the arrogance. It was the sheer entitlement and arrogance demonstrated by every Israeli propagandist that people were just like, what are you saying right now? Like, I wanted to support you, but holy fuck.
It's the Tip O'Neill truism about all politics, which is, you know, even if you think support is guaranteed, and it is, people like to be asked, and not asking, you know, just do it at your own risk.
Demanding, consistently demanding.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Where there are fewer forces, there are fewer Hamas fighters than there are Hezbollah fighters, and you are still fighting them. How soon do you think this war in Lebanon could be over?
Well, Israel has no intention to get into the entire Lebanon, or even the entire south of Lebanon, the way that we did in Gaza.
I mean, do you accept that ultimately resolution in Gaza is the only thing that can lead to a political settlement? And that while you can fight, ultimately the only
Let's see what the defending democracy guy says.
thing that brings peace is politics and talks. And so you are going to have to ultimately do a deal over the future of the Palestinians.
Israel did not open this war with Gaza. I truly believe that we need a resolution in Gaza. There are 101 hostages held by Hamas that I want released. And if proper security arrangements are made,
a state.
The audience must know that Israel has withdrawn completely from Gaza back in 2005 in the disengagement, and gave Gaza to the Palestinian Authority to rule. You know, the concept that we give them land and then they turn it into bases to attack.
We give them land? Bitch, it's their land. Like, what do you mean you gave? Also, you're American, I thought. I'm sorry. What do you mean we gave them land? You're literally working as an American at an American think tank. Interesting. It's just odd, you know. He is working for an American think tank in DC, talking about how we gave them land.
Attack Israel. This cannot be acceptable by the Israeli public or by the Israeli governance.
I mean, just finally,
bro, this is what I mean, bro. Put these motherfuckers in jail, bro. Every single person that works for the defense of the Israeli government is in direct violation on U.S. soil, direct violation of FARA. Okay? Straight up. I mean, jail also for obviously funding and facilitating war crimes and shit, but like, it's crazy. Motherfucker said we.
I mean, do you understand why people might be confused by the messaging coming out of Israel that says you do not want a regional war when you are currently fighting in Lebanon and Gaza and possibly Yemen and Syria? And now Iran is what is next promised. I mean, the fact is you are in a regional war.
Israel did not start any of those conflicts. Yes, indeed, we're fighting 7 fronts that were all imposed on us. And my hope is, and I think that all of the Israelis hope for the new year that starts today in Israel, the Jewish New Year that starts today, that the next year will not be a year of war. It will not be a year of fighting. They need to put their weapons down.
Ayal Hulata, thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Well, for the whole region, last night's events felt seismic and pivotal. For the people of Gaza, the night played out as many have before under Israeli bombardment. The health ministry announced.
Like, remember, I told you after the third front, it's like Pringles. Okay, once you pop, you can't stop. It's like Pringles, chat. That's why he says 7. What's the difference? Like, he's like, we're going to war with Turkey. Those motherfuckers had it too good, okay, for too long. You feel me?
That 51 people were killed in Khan Yunis, and further north, more attacks on a school and orphanage where displaced people were sheltering. This is a special report filmed overnight in 2 neighborhoods with one hospital in Gaza City by our colleagues in Gaza, and I should warn you, there are distressing images from the start. It's just past 1:30 a.m. Paramedics are on the move again through Gaza City. Another emergency, another Israeli strike, this time at an orphanage where dozens of displaced families had been sheltering.
Bro, it's like a fucking meme, dude. Like, I don't know what to say. It's like comically evil, dude. Come on, an orphanage? That is fucking...
Wait, wait, they tell the rescuers. Don't leave yet. There are more injured. 6 people were killed. Survivors say there was no warning, no siren, no protection.
We started getting all the bodies out. There were a lot of them. None are targets. All of them are children, women and children.
Nearby Muscat School had also become home to those with nowhere left to go. 25 of them were killed here just before 2 a.m. Mohammed Abu Leal was trapped by the blasts. He tells us there were 2 strikes, then the classrooms caved in.
We couldn't get out because of the dust. We couldn't breathe, and so we just closed our eyes until the ambulances arrived.
Before this woman's body can be stretchered out, a lengthy debate. How best to cover her up, to protect her dignity in death.
They hit a fucking orphanage and a school last night.
As
the drone attack,
the injured left for hospital. Those already there were reporting to relatives on the other end of the phone who in their families lived and who died.
Nawal and Mahdi are dead. My sister Iman is fine. Mohammed is fine. Only 3 of us were killed, and we are at Al Ali Hospital.
Inside, the Jundea family is in shock.
We were sleeping. We did manage to get our children out from under the rubble.
Her son, Hassan, is 6. Her youngest boy, Yusuf, just 5. He can't answer his uncle back or open his eyes. There are not enough beds for these children, not enough doctors to treat them.
My hands are torn from digging for my children. I don't know where the rest of my children are.
As Mohammed hovers over his 7-year-old girl, Dina, suddenly his son is brought in. It's Hassan. The relief of the reunion is short-lived. He's too worried about Yusuf.
What happened to Yusuf?
He's refusing to wake up. The doctors say he's fine, but he's refusing to wake up.
Yusuf is still unresponsive, but he does have a bed next door. Dina and Hassan had to give up theirs. Forced with their father into yet more limbo, tonight on the hard plastic seats of the waiting room. Well, a short time ago, President Biden declared America's full solidarity and support for Israel and discussed the rollout of new sanctions against Iran during a phone call with G7 leaders. Let's go.
That's a good. That's a great segue into how the American administration is like dealing with these atrocities that Israel's committing with our weapons. By the way, our guns, our bombs.
The just ending for Biden, and even this is just like a fraction of what he actually deserves, is like him losing the election. Everyone hates him. Hunter ODs the day before Trump's inauguration, and then Joe dies.
But he's gonna die anyway. Like he doesn't have like enough time. His mental faculties have already deteriorated. Like he's not gonna witness the full brunt of like shame.
The thing that really also sucks is Blinken, McGurk, Sullivan, all these fucking guys are gonna go on. They're gonna go back to. They're either gonna go back to West Exec or some private equity firm. They'll become outstandingly rich. They'll be in the next Democratic administration. McGurk will probably be in the next fucking Republican one.
Yeah, they always have these guys, like, they bring him back. I mean, it's totally uniparty when it comes to foreign policy. But yeah,
Matthew Miller will probably get a job with some NBC network.
Mehdi Hasan is right about this, by the way. Yes, there's more outrage for Iranian strikes on Israeli military targets that didn't kill people than there has been over Israeli strikes on Palestinian civilian targets that killed over 50 people. Oh. What? Why did Hamas attack Israel on October 7th if they knew it would harm the chance for the Democrats to bring peace to the Middle East? Are they stupid?
I think he's joking.
Yeah, there's no. That's gotta be a joke. Never made a joke in my life. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Fuck off.
Like, come on. We're watching, like, burned flesh of children caused by American weapons.
Get the latest from our Washington.
Like, even if a kid survives something like this, like, they're affected for fucking ever. All their relationships, just their ability to sleep at night in a bed, just everything is changed forever.
When you see that, you probably understand why they're celebrating when they see Iran light up the sky over Tel Aviv. Like, it's a pretty understandable position to have, in my opinion.
I mean, it's like what I always say is, like, you know, all of us are very lucky to not know what we would actually do if someone abducted our sons, our daughters, maybe our grandparents or our parents or someone. Sent them to an unaccountable underground sexual torture facility, or if our electricity was cut off, if someone died of a preventable disease during a blockade, if the building that we live in was destroyed by a quadcopter, if someone we knew was gunned down by one. We're all very lucky that we do not have to find out what we would do in that situation. At the very least, I'd hope that I'd have the courage to celebrate seeing ballistic missiles, just getting one back for once.
Yeah.
And maybe have the courage to pick up a gun and fight back. I don't know that I would. I'm glad that I'll never have to find that out, probably.
When you, like, people don't understand, like, where you have to be mentally to engage in, like a suicide bomb attack, right? Like, people don't comprehend that. The only way that you see that is in, like, the United States of America, where someone is, like, deeply mentally ill and then they, like, turn a gun to, like, random school children or whatever. Like, these are people with no other options whatsoever remaining for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they have nothing. They literally have nothing. This is their only way out at that point. It doesn't stem from some, like, weird, oh, I'm going to go to heaven. I'm going to go to heaven and, like, I'm an extremist and I'm an anti-Semite, whatever the fuck, like, these idiotic Westerners present it as. That is no different than the conspiracy theories that you hear from right-wingers about, like, how every other school shooting is a fucking psyop, okay? When you should be treating that statement whenever someone goes, ooh, why would a Palestinian do such a thing? Why would they fucking rise up in arms against all of this death and destruction? It must be because they're anti-Semitic. You should treat that as in the same vein as, like, a QAnon supporter, okay? That's just what it is.
Yeah, it was a very popular thing, too, during the Second Intifada, too, and also during the occupation of Iraq, to mystify suicide bombings is, yeah, exactly, this, you know, religious extremism that we could not possibly understand. And I'm reminded of, it was something that John Dolan and Mark Ames talked about on Radio Warner about how there's a study about suicide bombers where the big takeaway, the big revelation was they're suicidal, which, you know, no shit, right? But that they're suicidal in that their lives are hopeless. Their material conditions, their relationship with the rest of the world and the powers that dictate the courses of their lives, the lives of everyone they know, the lives of everyone they have ever known and will ever know, everything but dying in a way that at least breaks their fucking nose or gives them a black eye is the only conceivable thing. And not, this idiotic, they get 72 fucking virgins thing.
Yeah, dude, that's so stupid. Oh, yeah, it's the only time where they have any kind of self-actualization, like where they control the means. If death is an inevitability, at least I die by doing something where I find meaning in it, where I'm like fighting back in some way. That's it. That's the reality of the matter.
Imagine if your life was in such a way that that was the only thing you had to look forward to.
Correspondent Siobhan Kennedy. Siobhan.
Well, that's right, Krishnan. Joe Biden called that meeting of the G7 this morning, I think, really to rally support for Israel, and I quote, to unequivocally condemn, the White House said, Iran's unacceptable attack yesterday. Joe Biden then spoke on the tarmac to reporters a little bit after that call. He said that the G7 leaders had all agreed that Israel had the right to respond to Iran's missiles. There is no sense, I think, that the US or the G7 want to be part of that response, but they do want to agree among themselves how far they think Israel should go and communicate that, give their advice to Prime Minister Netanyahu if he will listen. At one point, Joe Biden was asked whether or not he would support Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, and he said that he would not. Let's hear how President Biden put that earlier.
Why even run this? What is the value of this?
That means yes.
He said there's a red line on every other fucking thing in the world. Nothing happened. Why even fucking report on this?
No, that means he gave the okay.
Yeah, if he says a specific thing, that means yes.
That's the only way that I treat like Joe Biden pointers in the future. Like for future reference, if you want to know where Israel will go next, just see what Joe Biden said is a red line. Yeah, straight up. Like guarantee at this point.
The answer is no, and I think there's things. We'll be discussing with the Israelis what they're going to do, but all seven of us agree that they have a right to respond, but they should respond in proportion.
Biden did say that.
Oh, they all have a right. Israel has a right to respond. What about Iran? Did they have a right to respond when their territorial sovereignty was violated? No, they didn't.
Yeah, no. The way I've seen this characterized is just like, well, like that it was the knockout game, basically.
Yeah, they just did that randomly, out of nowhere, out of the blue. Well, they did that anti-Semitically.
That the US was planning more sanctions against Iran. It's already the most sanctioned country by the United States, and that's on top of fresh sanctions this morning against the Houthis.
That's the other thing. It's like these guys, like, oh no, Houthis won't be able to get the global trade that they benefit from.
Ansar Allah, you can no longer issue commercial paper through Goldman Sachs.
Like, damn, that's
good luck
crazy.
getting on the App Store, Ansar Allah.
That's crazy. Like, what? Oh no, Iran, more sanctions. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is happening at this point? Like, you think they haven't like geared their economy towards this sort of thing? I mean, you can still hurt them more, I guess.
And against settlers in the West Bank last night, Krishnan.
And Iran has been speaking.
That's my favorite when they find like 3 of the 3 Kahanis that are just straight up like that have literally killed like Israeli citizens too, as well as like Palestinians, and they're like, you 3, you can no longer access your bank accounts. And then Israel's like, how dare you do this thing?
Yeah.
And then they'll be like, okay, my bad. You can use your bank accounts. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it'll be the West Bank settlers that the Israeli government finds more annoying than useful, and even then, just on principle, they won't accept it.
Yeah, they'll be like, they did that, by the way. They were supposed to go after like one brigade, or they said that they were going to sanction settlers, and then they fucking turned around and were like, never mind, we're not going to do that. Actually, we lied.
At the Security Council, what did it say?
There are no red lines. Israel could nuke Lebanon. That would not be a red line. I'm not even kidding. I genuinely believe that there are no red lines.
Yeah, no.
None.
Well, there was an emergency meeting called inside the UN this morning. The Iranian ambassador to the UN spoke there. He criticized the United States, as you might expect, and Israel, and said that Iran's response yesterday was both necessary and proportionate. Let's hear how he put it.
Iran is fully prepared to take further defensive measures if necessary to protect its legitimate interests and defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty against any act of military aggressions and the illegal use of force. In this regard, Iran will have no hesitation.
So Biden today is very much trying to present, I think, a united front. Remember, he was only calling for a ceasefire 2 days ago. There is none of that talk now, just ironclad support for Israel.
Islamic fundamentalism existed even before the U.S. did, and attacks the sack of Baltimore in 1950s and the Barbary pirates attacking ships in the Mediterranean Sea.
The Barbary pirates?
The Barbary pirates were backed by the Ottomans and enslaved people from Europe and Central Africa. When asked why they did it, they said because Allah allows them. It is why the U.S. went to war with them twice in the 1800s.
This is a 71-year-old man. Sir, you have a UTI.
Dude.
Go to the hospital.
Dude, he said...
The Barbary pirates.
He said Islamic fundamentalism existed in the Ottoman era without like looking at European colonialism in the same era, which was unironically infinitely worse. Like, he's currently describing Ottoman enslavement at a time when chattel slavery existed, okay, in the United States of America, okay? What are you talking about, dude?
I haven't seen someone bring up the Barbary pirates since the Bush administration.
That's awesome.
This guy is.
He must have gotten it. He definitely got this one talking point specifically from like, I don't know, some fucking Reddit atheist or something. I don't know. This seems like
a conservative unk.
Yeah.
This is a very unk talking point.
Imagine when this guy learns about the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah, just wait till he finds that out, dude. Yeah.
Thanks, Siobhan. Well, at the Security Council then, ambassadors for Iran and Israel accusing each other of representing terrorist states and threatening to launch further military action. Iran's missile attack against Israel is being seen as an attempt to consolidate its support in the Middle East, while its supreme leader said Western countries should get out of the region. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilson, has this.
The Revolutionary Guard Commander-in-Chief used somewhat retro technology to issue the command to fire, and then they prayed.
I saw the photos. They looked very happy. Did you see the photos of them watching?
They're having a great time.
They were.
So started Operation Truth Promise 2, as shown on Iranian TV. If only Israel didn't exist, said the Supreme Leader this morning.
If they remove their evil from this region...
I saw him about to get canceled on Twitter again for what? Like watching Channel 4? What the fuck? You can't be like, oh, he's watching terrorism propaganda. It's Channel 4. I mean, technically, it's the British government, so they are arch terrorists. So you're not wrong about that, both historically and even in contemporary society. They try to do their very best. But like, come on.
Without a doubt, these conflicts,
time
these
that,
wars,
like, any
these
Iranian
clashes
at
will
all is on
disappear
screen, you're
completely.
supposed to shake your
The
fist
countries of the region
and go,
can
"This
manage
is
themselves,
bad."
manage their region, live together in peace,
I can't
health,
believe
and
this.
well-being.
Oh, you're so bad. Hey, put
Regime
those flags
supporters
down.
were brought out to celebrate the
Cut
attack
it
on
out.
Israel.
Oh, I hate
But it's
this.
not clear that Iran has
Okay,
the
we're safe
military
now.
strength
Yeah.
to resist Israel's superior
Hey.
air power.
Oh, why don't
They're
you grow
waving
up? Hey,
pictures
put that
of the
picture down,
Hezbollah
pal.
leader killed by Israel
Hey, stop
last
shaking
week.
your fist. You're gonna
But the
poke someone's
question
eye out.
now is whether Iran's nuclear
Go to bed, it's
facilities,
late.
buried deep underground,
Hey, get off
can
your phone,
withstand
pal.
Israeli attack. The major nuclear
Oh, I
sites
hate this.
Israel
Oh,
might
that
target
country? No.
are at
Oh, I hate it.
Oh, look at it. Look at all those strike targets.
Iraq, Fordo, Natanz, Isfahan, and Bushehr, and subsidiary sites which are scattered across the country.
But obviously, Israel can cause serious damage, can degrade their command and control
Okay, phew,
systems,
non-Iranian. Yay!
No, this guy's awesome. He was cooking.
can
I haven't seen
degrade
this guy.
their communication systems, and that in itself will have a severe impact. Also, because I do think that Israeli air power can act with a degree of control of the air or potentially air superiority over Iran for a particular period of time, and so they can take out targets as they see fit.
Supporters of Iranian-backed militia were on the streets of Baghdad last night. The Iraqi militia are part of Iran's axis of resistance, but Israel is putting
I hate
all
that.
axis members under pressure.
Oh. Yay?
Last week, they
Yeah, it was-
attacked the Yemeni port of Hodeidah, from where the Houthis have been firing at Western shipping and into Israel. And today, a target was hit, presumably by Israel, in the Syrian capital, Damascus.
I meant the explosion in
Until
Hezbollah.
now,
That was good.
Iran could get Hezbollah to fire across the border into Israel, potentially deterring Israeli attack on the Islamic Republic itself. But now Israel has killed its leaders. Hezbollah is in disarray.
Are we supposed to be happy?
Iran uses military parades to show off its arsenal. But its effectiveness is now open to question.
Terrible.
Some in Israel and the US
stop
see
driving
this as
that
a
truck.
moment of opportunity.
That's awesome. I mean, I hate that. I hate that
Terrible.
so much.
Don't do goatsy with the American flag.
Yeah,
How dare you?
no.
Goatsy was invented by an American. Get
If
out of
they-
here.
If they march over a Israeli and American flag, I'm going to be very disappointed.
No way. You don't even have a CDL license. Get out of that truck.
When they might topple the Iranian regime. But remaking the Middle East is a dangerous business, as America found out in Iraq. And Iranians who long for change might not see this as the way to bring it.
Even those who oppose the regime, even those who are not supportive of the line of the establishment, not necessarily see a war as a solution. And in fact, many would fear a war as a further destabilization factor, and one that you wouldn't know the implication and developments of in the end.
Last night, Iranians queued to fill up their cars with petrol. Some stocked up with food. They are in the eye of a storm, where all they can do is hunker down and hope it passes.
Well, joining me now from Washington is Ali Vyas, who is the Iran Project Director at the Wilson Center's International Crisis Group. Do you think Iran's Supreme Leader has miscalculated?
Well, it's very hard to say because he didn't really have any good options in front of him. His choices were basically not to respond, which would diminish this Iranian alliance system to one that could be described by all for one.
It's crazy that Nico Cata Avocado both lost all the weight and then became a crisis group think tank manager.
What can't he do?
Yeah, it's wild. Like, many people celebrated like his weight loss because, you know, everyone hates fat people, obviously, but nobody celebrated him becoming the guy.
Well, yeah, he was getting a PhD in international studies the entire time.
Yeah.
And one for none, basically meaning that none of Iran's allies could count on it, or to respond and risk a potentially devastating Israeli retaliation. But I think because option A of demonstration,
something that no one ever talks about is how like Israel only backs down when they're forced to back down. If this is the only lesson you have taught to every country in the region, and you are relentlessly pummeling anyone and everyone in sight, Like, what are people supposed to do? You literally killed the negotiator, dude. What? Like, there is no clearer indication that you are not interested in diplomacy at all than killing the principal negotiator.
Twice.
Yeah, and the only successful initiatives against Israel has always come when Israel Israel incurred too many penalties so that they could not maintain their offensive posture. It's just crazy. Like, yeah, of course they're gonna retaliate. What the fuck are they supposed to do? Israel literally does not stop.
Demonstrating restraint was pursued over the past 2 months, and in the Iranian view, it only made Israel more aggressive, signaling that Iran is in a position of weakness. The Iranians decided to take this action to change the dynamics.
What do you make of those people who are saying the Iranian missile attack last night was about restoring Iran's deterrent so that Israel does not get drawn into a full-scale war?
Look, I don't think the Iranians have any delusions that they can restore deterrence with Israel at this point. Israel, of course, is a much more superior military power backed by the world's #1 military superpower. And therefore, there is no way that Iran can outmatch Israel in any way, including in its willingness to go up the escalation ladder. I think what the Iranians wanted to do was to remind the United States that if it continues with this permissive attitude towards Israel, that what the Biden administration has tried very hard to avoid over the past 11, 12 months, which is a regional conflagration, might actually happen. And the Iranians have the willingness and the tolerance of risk to enter into the arena if the United States does not hold Israel back.
Are there any outside players now that do have significant influence over Iran? I mean, they said that they told the Russians about their impending attack. I mean, what would their role be in trying to prevent a full-scale war?
Look, the Russians have influence over Iran, but I think the Russians actually enjoy more instability in that part of the world that would drag the attention away from what's happening in Ukraine, especially that of the United States and the West. The Chinese are more worried because this is the area of the world they get 1/3 of their energy imports from. And the Chinese have influence over the Iranians, over the Saudis, the Emiratis, etc., but not necessarily over the Israelis. The only actor here who has influence over Israel is the United States, but the United States is also, with only 4 weeks to go before presidential elections, is almost politically paralyzed, and even when it was not, it wasn't really willing to exercise its influence over Israel. And so there is not a lot of hope that any outside actor could effectively stop this dynamic from ending in disaster.
Ali Vance, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Washington.
All right, well, things seem to be going great. Felix, thanks so much for coming on.
My pleasure, as always.
I'm tired.
I am too.
Yeah. Is there anything you would like to promote? No Passaran came out.
No Passaran. You can find links to that on my profile, on Chris Wade's, on the official Chapo account, and the Chapo Patreon account. Look out for the conservative media series dropping probably before the election. But, as always, our Patreon, our Twitch, all of it. It's all fun. My pleasure.
Back here, same time, same place tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for watching today. And we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, Israel does not retaliate against Iran. We shall see. Bye, everybody.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the topic just begun. There again. is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Anne at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken. The